You came here looking for a post-apocalyptic audiobook that goes beyond the typical zombie fare, and you found exactly that. What you're about to hear is a deep dive into visceral horror that will keep you questioning every sound you hear. Over the next several hours, you'll follow George, a man desperately clinging to his sanity, and Rhea, a survivor who's forgotten her own identity, as they navigate salt flats of frozen statues and forests where vocal parasites turn your loved ones' voices into deadly lures. Though before we get into it, take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't already, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Please say hello in the comments, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We're on to building a global community here. Thank you for joining me today. Get comfortable, sit back, relax, and let's dive in. Chapter 1: The Last Professional. The smuggler's calling the protein packs premium grade like I'm supposed to believe him. I'm not. His left eye keeps twitching every third word, and premium doesn't come in dented tin cans with Russian labels half scraped off. These are fresh, he says. Came in last week from the northern routes. I set my K2 on the table between us, not pointing, just resting. The rifle's clean. I spent 20 minutes this morning with a rag and oil, same as always. Routine keeps things predictable. Predictable keeps you breathing. Northern routes have been compromised since October, I say. Try again. The smuggler calls himself Petey, which isn't his real name, licks his lips. The bakery we're meeting in used to make sourdough. I can still smell the yeast in the walls under the mildew and the copper scent that means the rotten have been close. Close. The floor's unstable. Third plank from the door is rotted through. Rhea's somewhere in the rafters. I haven't looked up to confirm, but I heard her move when we came in. She does this thing where she positions herself above any negotiation. Says it's about sight lines. I think it's about not trusting anyone at ground level, including me. Look, Petey says, leaning forward. His breath smells like fermented fruit. You want the product or not? I got other buyers. No, you don't. He blinks. The twitch gets worse. I pull a piece of Everfresh from my vest pocket. The wrapper crinkles too loud in the empty space, and I fold the gum into my mouth. Mint. Sharp. It centers my pulse, drops my heart rate by maybe 5 beats per minute, enough to keep my hands from shaking when I'm about to make a bad deal. Here's the transaction, I say. I give you half the agreed currency now. You provide proof of origin, then we complete the exchange. That wasn't the deal. The deal changed when you lied about the source. Petey's hand drifts toward his belt. Slowly. He's got a revolver there. I clocked it when he sat down. Old model, probably jams. Above us, something creaks. Not Rhea. The building. We should expedite this, I say. The creak becomes a groan. Dust sifts down from the ceiling in thin streams, catching the milky light coming through the boarded windows. The haze outside never clears anymore. Just hangs there, diffusing everything into soft edges and bad visibility. Petey stands. You're wasting my time. Sit down. Screw you and The east wall buckles. Not collapses. Not yet. But the support beam splinters with a crack like a gunshot, and suddenly the geometry of the room shifts 3 degrees to the left. The table slides, my K2 tips. I catch it before it hits the floor because that's reflex. Reflex, that's training. That's the same motion I've done 10,000 times. Petey doesn't catch anything. He stumbles backward into the protein pack crates, and that's when I hear it. The echo. Screw you and your... The voice comes from the collapsed section of wall. Perfect mimicry. Petey's own words, his own cadence, played back like a recording. Then again, layered, screw you. And your. Time. 3 of them. Maybe 4. The rotten don't announce themselves with groans or shuffling. That's movie logic. They announce themselves with your own voice, with the last thing you said, and they use it to bait you into speaking again. Petey screams. Mistake. The rotten lurch through the broken wall in a coordinated mass, their movements sharp and angular like broken puppets yanked by the same string. They're calcified, skin gone gray-white and hardened, cracking at the joints. The fungal blooms sprout from their throats and temples in clusters of pale orange. Petey's scream becomes 4 voices now, converging. I don't shoot. Not yet. Ammo's a resource. Resources require management. I grab the edge of the table and flip it, sending the protein packs scattering. The table's solid oak, probably weighs 60 pounds. It crashes into the lead rotten and buys me 2 seconds. Rhea drops from the rafters. No warning. Just the impact of boots on the floor and the wet crunch of her Makarov slide slamming into the nearest rotten's temple. She's not shooting either. She's using the gun like a hammer, like a blunt object, because bullets are for distance and we're already too close. Petey's still screaming. The echoes multiply. Help! Somebody! Help! I move toward the rear exit. There's a door behind the old counter, half hidden by a collapsed shelf. Rhea sees it the same moment I do. She doesn't need hand signals. We've done this enough times that the choreography's automatic. She goes left. I go right. The rotten in the middle hesitate for maybe half a second, their mimicry programming trying to decide which voice to follow. And that's enough. I'm through the door. Rhea's behind me. I slam it shut and she's already jamming a length of rebar through the handle before my hand leaves the frame. The door shudders. Once, twice, fists on the other side, and then, help me. Please, don't leave me. Petey's voice. Petey's last words. The rotten don't stop speaking until they find new material, new bait, new victims to record. Move, Rhea says. Her voice is low, barely above a whisper. She talks like someone who's forgotten how to waste breath on full sentences. Everything's clipped, efficient, distilled down to pure function. We're in a hallway, narrow. The floor's worse here, water damage, rot, structural compromise. I test each step before committing my weight. Behind us, the door's holding, for now. The packs, I say, gone. I paid 50% up front. Write it off. I don't. I keep a ledger. Every transaction, every resource, every failed deal gets recorded because that's how you track patterns, identify risk factors, maintain operational efficiency. But the ledger's in my vest, and my vest is covered in bakery dust. And somewhere behind us, Petey's probably already gone still, and the rotten are learning his whole vocabulary. The hallway ends at a loading dock. The door's rusted shut, but there's a gap at the bottom, maybe 8 inches of clearance. Outside, the milky dawn spreads across the docks in sheets of diffused white light. Rhea's already on her stomach, sliding through. I follow. The gap scrapes my shoulders, catches on my vest, and for 3 seconds I'm stuck with my legs still inside and my head in open air. That's when I hear the building give up. The groan starts deep, foundation level, and cascades upward through every compromised joint and splintered beam. The whole structure's been dying for years, and we just gave it the final push. I drag myself through. Rhea pulls my arm. We're running before I'm fully upright, and behind us the bakery collapses into itself with a sound like the world breaking. The screaming stops. The echoes don't. Help me. Don't leave. The voices scatter into the milky dawn, bouncing off concrete and rusted metal, spreading like spores across the empty docks. Every rotten in range just got new vocabulary. Every survivor in earshot just learned to run. Rhea stops 3 blocks away. She's not even breathing hard. I am. My heart rate's spiking, probably 140, 150. I chew the gum faster, trying to bring it down. You good? She asks. Operational. She makes a sound that might be a laugh, might be disgust. Her ash paint smeared across her cheekbone, revealing skin underneath. She notices me noticing and wipes it back into place with her palm. That was sloppy, she says. The intelligence was faulty. Your intelligence, your contact. Risk is inherent in any transaction. Risk got Petey's throat torn out. I don't correct her. Petey's throat wasn't torn. The rotten don't feed, they convert, but the distinction doesn't matter. Gone is gone. I pull out my ledger and mark the loss. Protein packs, 12 units. Currency, 50% advance. Contact, Petey, compromised. Rhea watches me write, Her eyes track the pen with the same focus she uses for tracking movement in the dark. "You're writing it down," she says. "Standard procedure." "It's a graveyard, George. You're keeping receipts for a graveyard." I close the ledger. The binding's cracked, the pages water-stained, but the entries are all legible. 3 years of deals. 3 years of maintained sanity through proper documentation. "We need to move," I say. "The Echo-Lalia will draw more of them." "Where?" Good question. The northern routes are compromised. PD's network is dissolved. The sanguine kit's still in my pack. 30 injectors wrapped in foam and plastic, each one worth more than every protein pack in that bakery combined. "West," I say. "Toward the mountains. That's a week on foot. Then we should optimize our route." She stares at me. Really stares, like she's trying to see through the suit vest and the corporate syntax to whatever's underneath. I don't let her. I've spent 3 years building this wall, and it's the only thing standing between me and the memory of my family's faces pressed against safety glass while I ran the cost-benefit analysis of breaking protocol. "You're insane," she says finally. "Accurate risk assessment suggests otherwise." She turns and starts walking. West, toward the mountains. I follow because that's the arrangement. That's the contract, even if she never signed it. Behind us, the docks erupt in screams. Human screams first, then the echoes, then silence. We sprint into the milky dawn as the world behind us learns a whole new vocabulary of dying. Breakfast and bone dust. The sun's up, or what passes for sun through the haze. Everything's washed out, colorless, like the world's been photocopied too many times. We're 3 miles from the docks. My lungs are still burning. Rhea finds us shelter in a collapsed parking structure. Second level, good sight lines, minimal exposure, only one access point. She's got a tactical mind, never stops calculating angles. I set down my pack. The sanguine kit clinks softly inside, glass vials against foam padding. 30 chances to silence the rotten. 30 doses of mercy, if you believe the marketing. I'm not sure I do anymore. "Eat," Rhea says. She tosses me something wrapped in cloth. I unwrap it. Dried meat. Origin uncertain. I don't ask. She crouches on the concrete barrier, won't use the ground, never uses chairs if she can help it. Perches like a bird. Always ready to move. I chew slowly. The meat's tough, stringy, tastes like salt and smoke. My jaw works the rhythm while my brain runs the morning audit. Rifle clean, ammunition at 60% capacity. Water supply critical, mint gum down to 9 pieces. 9. I reach for my vest pocket. Confirm the count. 9 pieces left in the pack. I've been rationing since October, 1 piece per day, but yesterday took 2. 1 for the meeting, 1 for the collapse. Poor resource management. "You're doing it again," Rhea says. "Doing what?" "Counting something that doesn't matter." I fold the gum pack back into my pocket. The wrapper crinkles. I should find a quieter storage method. Sound discipline is critical in contested zones. "Everything matters," I say. "Resource tracking prevents supply failure. You track dead weight. She's not wrong." The gum serves no nutritional purpose, no tactical advantage, but its mint-flavored consistency in a world that stopped making sense, and I'm not ready to discuss why that matters. I eat the rest of the dried meat in silence. Rhea's watching the access ramp. Her Makarov's on her lap, slide retracted, one hand resting on the grip. The gun's got bite marks in the metal, literal teeth impressions. She's never explained them. "We need to talk about yesterday," I say. "We made it out. That's the conversation. We lost the protein packs. We didn't lose them. You traded them for an exit. That wasn't the transaction." She laughs. Actually laughs. The sound's rough, like she's out of practice. "You think the world's still running on receipts," she says. "Like if you just file the right paperwork, someone's going to reimburse you for the apocalypse." I think structure prevents chaos. Structure's dead. Chaos won. I watch her. The ash paint's flaking off her arms now, revealing old scars underneath. Track marks from injections, medical, not recreational. She's got the discipline of someone who used to work in labs, used to follow protocols. But that was before. before she decided civilization was the trap instead of the cage. I have a proposal, I say. No. You haven't heard it. Don't need to. You're going to offer me some kind of formal partnership with terms and conditions and probably a handshake, and I'm going to tell you I don't do contracts. She's right. I was. I have the terms written out in my ledger, resource sharing agreements, territorial protocols, conflict resolution frameworks. It's a solid proposal, fair to both parties. I pull out the ledger anyway. We're traveling the same direction, I say. We have compatible skill sets. A formalized arrangement would. George, she says my name like she's addressing a child. I'm not your employee. I'm not your partner. I'm just someone who happens to be walking west at the same time you are. Then why did you pull me through the gap? The question lands harder than I meant it to. She stops watching the ramp, looks at me instead. Her eyes are dark, brown, maybe, under the grime and the paint. Hard to tell in this light. Habit, she says finally. Inefficient habit. I slow you down. Yeah, you do. She stands, stretches. Her spine pops in 3 places. She's younger than me, late 20s maybe, but she moves like someone who's been running for years. Kinetic energy. Can't hold still. So why keep me? I ask. She doesn't answer right away. Just walks to the edge of the structure, looks out at the waste spreading toward the mountains. The haze makes distance impossible to judge. Could be 5 miles to the foothills. Could be 50. You ever notice, she says, that the rotten don't hunt you? They hunt everyone. No, they track sound, movement, but you, she turns, you're so buttoned up, so controlled, they don't register you as prey half the time. You're boring. I prefer risk-averse. Same thing. Point is, you're useful, in a stupid backwards way. You're camouflage. I write that down. Survivability factor, behavioral consistency reduces predator recognition. It's actually a solid theory, worth testing. So we have a mutual benefit arrangement, I say. We have nothing. I'm walking west. You're walking west. That's it. But she doesn't leave. And when I stand and shoulder my pack, she waits for me to finish adjusting the straps before she starts moving. That's not nothing. That's coordination. That's the foundation of a functional partnership, even if she won't sign the paperwork. We walk. The landscape's dead. Not in the dramatic way. No scorched earth, no fire. Just empty. Buildings with windows blown out. Vehicles stripped to frames. The infrastructure of civilization picked clean and left to corrode. Rhea moves ahead, low and quiet. I follow. She sets the pace. I track our heading 270 degrees, adjusted for magnetic variation. We'll need to find water by nightfall. Food by tomorrow. The list grows. Smell that? Rhea says. I stop. Breathe through my nose. Under the ozone and wet copper, there's something else. Sweet. Organic decay with a chemical edge. Mint, she says. My hand goes to my vest pocket. The gum pack's still there, sealed. No leakage. Not yours, she says. Theirs. She points down an alley between 2 collapsed storefronts. I don't see anything. Just shadows and debris. Someone's been tracking the scent, she says. Your scent, from the bakery. That's not possible. The collapse would have... George. She's crouched now, hand on her Makarov, eyes locked on the alley. We need to move, she says. Now. I don't argue. Argument costs time. We backtrack 3 blocks, this cut through a burned-out grocery store, and emerge on a different street. Rhea doesn't stop moving until we're inside an overturned shipping container, the kind they used for freight before the supply chains died. It's dark inside. Smells like rust. She pulls the door partially closed and we sit in the dim light filtering through the gap. They're learning, she says. The rotten don't learn. Tell that to the one that's been following your gum for 6 hours. I pull out a piece, unwrap it. The mint smell fills the small space. 8 pieces left. This is ridiculous, I say. It's chewing gum. It's a scent marker in a world where everything smells like death. You're a walking billboard. She's angry, not at me, at the situation, at the fact that something as stupid as mint-flavored gum could compromise operational security. I chew anyway. The routine matters more than the risk. That's what I tell myself. Rhea watches me. Then she does something unexpected. She reaches into her tactical furs and pulls out a small cloth bundle, unwraps it carefully. Inside, 3 cigarettes, hand-rolled, probably a month old. Habit, she says, answering my unasked question. She doesn't light one, just holds it, rolls it between her fingers. Her version of my gum, I guess. Her anchor. I had a sister, she says. I stopped chewing. She used to smoke these. Taught me how to roll them when we were kids. She said it was a survival skill, like starting fires or purifying water. Where is she now? Gone. 3 years, maybe 4. I stopped counting. The cigarette trembles slightly in her hand. She notices, puts it away. I don't do partnerships, she says, because everyone I've partnered with is gone. That's not a pattern. That's a rule. You understand? I do. I understand better than she knows. I lost my family to a riot, I say. I was supposed to manage the evacuation. I had the protocols. I had the clearance codes. But I waited, ran the risk assessment, checked the safety margins. And while I was checking, I don't finish. The memory's there, behind the wall I built with ledgers and chewing gum and corporate syntax. I don't let it through. So we're both broken, Rhea says. We're both functional. Same thing. Outside, something scrapes against the shipping container. Once, twice, then silence. Rhea's hand is on her Makarov. I'm holding my K2, though I don't remember picking it up. We sit in the dark, listening, waiting for the echo that will tell us we've been found. It doesn't come. After 10 minutes, Rhea cracks the door wider. Peers out. The street's empty. No movement. No sound. Clear, she says. We exit the container. The sun's lower now, afternoon bleeding into evening through the haze. We need to find shelter before dark. Proper shelter. The kind with multiple exits and hard perimeters. About your proposal, Rhea says. I look at her. She's still not meeting my eyes. Still watching the street, the windows, the 1,000 places threat could emerge. I'm not signing anything, she says, but I'll walk with you. For now, until we hit the mountains. After that is negotiable. After that is nothing. We part ways. Clean break. I should argue, should present the statistical evidence that paired survival rates exceed solo rates by 47%. But the way she's standing, weight on her back foot, knife hand ready, tells me the negotiation's over. Understood, I say. She nods, starts walking. I follow. And somewhere behind us, in the shadows of the abandoned city, something whispers in my own voice. Understood. We don't look back. We sprint until the city's distant, until the echoes fade, until Rhea stops and sniffs the air and says, very quietly, they're tracking the gum's scent. Chapter 3. The Quiet Way Out. The bridge wasn't supposed to look like this. I'm staring at it from 200 yards out, using the K2 scope to survey what should have been our safest crossing. Should have been. Past tense. Because someone, maybe survivors, maybe the rotten themselves, has turned it into a wind chime exhibition from hell. Count them, Rhea says. I do. 19 bodies suspended from the bridge cables by wire, strung up at different heights, different angles. They're not fresh. The calcification's complete. Skin gone gray, white, and hard. Limbs locked in whatever position they died in. The fungal blooms are everywhere. Throats, temples, eye sockets, pale orange clusters swaying in the breeze. This was deliberate, I say. Yeah. Question is why? I lower the scope. The bridge is the only viable crossing for 30 miles in either direction. The river below's too contaminated to ford. Chemical runoff from the old factories upstream. We need this route. We don't have alternatives. Sound trap, Rhea says. Has to be. She's right. The way the bodies are positioned, close enough to touch, spread across the entire span, any movement through them will create contact. Contact means noise. Noise means... Hush, swarm, I say. She nods, points west toward a collapsed warehouse about half a mile from the bridge. I follow her eyeline and see it. Movement in the shadows. Not individual rotten. Mass movement. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, packed into the structure like dormant insects. They're waiting, she says. Anything over 60 decibels and they wake up. I pull out my ledger, sketch the bridge layout. 19 obstacles, single file pathway, approximate noise threshold. The math isn't good. We could backtrack, I say, find another route. Add 3 days, maybe 4. Acceptable delay given risk factors. Your sanguine kit gonna stay cold that long? She's got me there. The injectors are temperature sensitive. The foam padding helps, but I'm already pushing the recommended storage parameters. 3 more days in this heat and the chemical compound starts degrading. We cross, I say. Yeah, we do. She stands, starts checking her gear with the methodical focus of someone who's done this before. Makarov secured, knife strapped tight, every piece of metal taped down to prevent rattling. She moves through the checklist without hesitation, without wasted motion. I do the same. K2 slung across my back, vest pockets buttoned, even my bootlaces get double knotted. We're preparing for vertical navigation through a minefield made of calcified corpses, and the margin for error is exactly 0. Rules, Rhea says. No talking, no breathing hard. You slip, you catch yourself, without sound. You can't. I leave you behind. Wrong. You freeze. Don't move, don't adjust, don't try to help, I'll work around you. That's the deal. You want formal terms? There's your contract. You freeze or we both die. I should argue, should explain that mutual assistance protocols increase survival probability. But she's already walking toward the bridge approach, and the distance between us is growing. I follow. The bridge entrance is choked with debris. Old barricades, abandoned vehicles, the skeleton remains of military checkpoints. Rhea navigates through it like water through cracks. Fluid, silent, efficient. I try to match her movement, try to become invisible. We reach the bridge deck. The bodies hang 20 feet above us, suspended from the main cables in a grid pattern that blocks any straight-line path. The wires holding them creak. Soft, constant. The sound of metal under tension. Rhea goes first. She moves sideways, pressing against the bridge railing, threading herself through the gaps between hanging, rotten. Her eyes never stop scanning, watching the cables, watching the bodies, watching the warehouse in the distance. I follow, 10 feet behind. Enough distance that if she triggers something, I might have time to react. The first body brushes my shoulder. I freeze. The calcified flesh is hard. Cold. The fungal bloom near its ear releases a faint puff of spores that drift past my face. I don't breathe. Don't blink. Just wait for the contact to pass. The wire creaks. The body swings, maybe an inch, maybe less. I hold position, count to 30. When the swinging stops, I continue. Rhea's halfway across now. She's found a rhythm. 3 steps, pause, scan, 3 steps. The pattern's hypnotic. I try to match it. Try to become the same kind of clockwork ghost. The bridge groans, not the wires. The structure itself. The milky light filtering through the haze makes the whole span look like it's underwater. Suspended in thick atmosphere. Distance becomes impossible to judge. Rhea could be 20 feet ahead or 50. I navigate by memory. Left hand trailing the railing. Right hand ready to catch myself if I slip. The K2 on my back feels heavier than it should. Every piece of gear becomes a liability when silence is survival. Something moves in my peripheral vision. I don't turn, don't react. Just track it with my eyes while my body stays frozen. One of the hanging rotten has shifted. The head's rotating slowly on the wire, turning to face our direction. The eyes are gone, replaced with fungal mass, but the mouth's still intact. Still capable of Echo-Lalia. I watch the mouth, wait for it to speak. It doesn't. The head continues its slow rotation, pushed by a breeze I can't feel. After a full revolution, it stops. Faces away. The crisis passes. I move. 3 more bodies, 6 more gaps. The math of navigation becomes pure geometry, angles, clearances, weight distribution. My brain runs the calculations automatically, the same way it used to run supply chain logistics. Different variables, same cognitive framework. Rhea stops. She's at the bridge apex, the highest point. Below us, the contaminated river slides past in brown-green silence. Ahead, the descent toward the far bank. Behind, the warehouse full of waiting rotten. She turns. Makes eye contact, points down. I look. Beneath the bridge, suspended in the cable supports, hang more bodies. Dozens, maybe 100. They're clustered together like a chandelier of calcified flesh, their wires braided and knotted into a single massive anchor point. Their mouths are moving. Not speaking, just twitching. Lips opening and closing in silent rehearsal, like they're practicing words they haven't learned yet. The fungal blooms pulse with bioluminescence, faint orange glows that cycle in rhythm with the mouth movements. Rhea backs away from the edge, carefully, deliberately. She's seen enough. I follow her lead. We continue the crossing. 3 steps. Pause scan. 3 steps. The far bank approaches. 50 feet. 40. I can see actual ground again, solid earth instead of void and contaminated water. The vertical suspension section is almost behind us. That's when my boot catches the wire. I don't see it. Don't feel it until the tension releases and something above me shifts. I freeze. Rhea's rules, Rhea's contract, but freezing doesn't stop physics. The wire I've displaced runs up through the cable network, transferring energy to 3 hanging bodies simultaneously. They swing, collide. The impact sounds like stones clicking together. Soft, but not soft enough. The warehouse explodes, not literally, but the rotten pour out in a wave that looks like an explosion. Hundreds of them emerging from the shadows at once, their movements synchronized and terrifyingly fast. They don't shamble, they sprint. Move, Rhea says. Not a shout, a hiss. But it's the first word spoken on this bridge, and that means Echo-Lalia is now active. Move, comes back from the hanging bodies. 3 voices. 4. The mouths that were twitching are now speaking, amplifying Rhea's command into the growing swarm. We run. No more silence, no more stealth, just pure footwork through the remaining obstacles. I slam into a hanging rotten. Its calcified shoulder catches my ribs, but I don't stop. Rhea's ahead, already at the far bank, turning to cover my approach with her Makarov. The hushed swarm hits the bridge behind us. The sound is crushing. Not individual footsteps, but a unified roar, 1,000 bodies moving in concert, their combined weight making the bridge cables sing with tension. The hanging rotten begins speaking in chorus. Move, move, move. Each repetition louder than the last, the Echo-Lalia feeding on itself, amplifying into a command that drives the swarm faster. I clear the last body, my boots hit solid ground. Rhea grabs my vest and pulls me behind a concrete barrier. We're off the bridge. We're clear. The swarm doesn't stop. They're still coming. Still running. The bridge can't support the weight. I can see the cables straining, hear the support structure groaning. But the rotten don't care about engineering. They only care about the echo, about the command to move, about reaching the source of the sound. Down, Rhea says. We drop behind the barrier. The swarm passes 50 feet to our left, still tracking the echo back to its origin point. They're not hunting us. They're hunting the sound itself. The bridge begins to fail. I watch through a gap in the barrier as the main cable snaps. The sound is like a gunshot, sharp and final. The hanging bodies drop into the river in a cluster, their wires cutting through air and flesh and fungal bloom with equal efficiency. The swarm doesn't notice. Half of them are already across, spreading into the wasteland on the far bank. The other half are still coming, still pushing forward even as the deck beneath them tilts. Then the second cable goes. The bridge doesn't collapse all at once. It folds, first the center span, then the supports, then the approach ramps. And the whole structure accordion folds into the contaminated water in segments, taking the remaining rotten with it. The echo stops. The sudden silence is worse than the noise. I can hear my own heartbeat, can feel the mint gum stuck to my back teeth from clenching my jaw, can smell the ozone and wet copper, and underneath it all, faint but present, the chemical sweet scent of my own survival habit. Rhea's breathing hard. Actual hard breathing, not the controlled rhythm she usually maintains. Her ash paint smeared across her face, mixing with sweat. You good? I ask. Operational. It's my word, my corporate bullshit. She throws it back at me with enough edge that I know she's angry. I didn't see the wire, I say. Doesn't matter. We're across. The bridge is gone. We don't need it anymore. She's right. We're on the far bank. The mountains are visible through the haze. Real elevation, real distance. Whatever's behind us stays behind us now. I check my pack. The sanguine kit's intact. The injectors didn't break during the crossing, didn't crack when I slammed into that hanging rotten. Small victories. We need to move, Rhea says, before they reorganize. They don't reorganize. Tell that to the ones that just tracked a sound pattern across a collapsing bridge. She's already walking. I follow. We put distance between ourselves and the river, between ourselves and the swarm. The landscape shifts from industrial wasteland to something older, hills covered in dead grass, the bones of pre-collapse infrastructure scattered like grave markers. After an hour, Rhea stops. We're on high ground. Good visibility. The bridge is a line of broken concrete in the distance, already fading into the haze. That was close, I say. That was stupid. You need to watch your footwork. Acknowledged. She looks at me, really looks like she's trying to decide something. When we hit the mountains, she says, we're going to hit worse than bridges. You need to be ready for that. I'm ready. No, you're prepared. That's different. Prepared means you've got the gear and the training. That's a sec. Ready means you've accepted you might not come back. I accepted that 3 years ago. Yeah. But you're still chewing gum like it's gonna save you. She doesn't wait for my response. Just turns and keeps walking, leaving me alone with the mint-flavored certainty that she's right and the leather-bound ledger in my vest that says she isn't. Below us, at the bridge site, 1,000 rotten hang suspended in the cable supports, their mouths twitching in unison without sound. Chapter 4. The Smoker's Debt. The guide calls himself Marcus, but his fingers say otherwise. We've been following him for 2 hours through the collapsed remains of the old metro system, and I've spent most of that time watching his hands. Nicotine stains. Deep yellow-brown across the index and middle fingers of his right hand, the kind that come from years of chain smoking, from holding cigarettes down to the filter. Rhea noticed first. She always does. She's walking 3 steps behind him, keeping perfect distance. Not close enough to crowd, not far enough to lose visual contact in the tunnel darkness. Her hand hasn't left her knife since Marcus approached us outside the bridge ruins. Shortcut, he'd said. Safe passage through the dead zones. Get you to the mountain foothills in half the time. He'd smiled. Missing tooth on the upper left. Combat loss, not decay. I'd started to negotiate, started to outline the terms of engagement. Rhea had cut me off with a look that said, I know this one. Now we're in flooded tunnels with a man who smokes but carries no cigarettes, who offers shortcuts but won't make eye contact, who keeps leading us deeper into water that's rising from ankle deep to knee deep to waist deep. How much further? I ask. Maintenance hatch, another 100 yards. His voice echoes wrong. Too many surfaces, too much reverberation. The tunnels are acoustic nightmares. Every sound multiplies, spreads, becomes impossible to source. I adjust my grip on the K2. The rifle's waterproof, but I still don't like submerging it. Resources degrade. Maintenance schedules slip. Small failures cascade into critical ones. The water's cold. I can feel it through my boots, through my tactical pants, through the professional detachment I've wrapped around my spine like armor. Cold means my core temperature's dropping. Dropping means cognitive function impairment within the hour. Something bumps my leg. I freeze. Rhea does too. Marcus keeps walking. Just debris, he says without turning. I look down. The water's dark. No light penetration below 18 inches. Could be debris. Could be one of the floating rotten, the ones that bloat in standing water and drift like organic mines. Marcus, Rhea says, first time she's spoken his name, first time she's spoken at all since we entered the tunnel. The sound of her voice makes him stop. Finally, he turns. Yeah? Show me your lighter. Don't smoke. Show me anyway. He reaches into his jacket, slow, deliberate. His hand comes out holding a flip lighter. Chrome, dented. He flicks it once. The flame catches, holds steady. Satisfied? He says. Rhea doesn't answer, just watches, waits. Marcus closes the lighter, pockets it, turns back to the tunnel ahead. Maintenance hatch is close, he says. We should. Rhea's knife is at his kidney before he finishes the sentence. Not pressed in, just touching. The point dimpling his jacket. A promise, not a threat. You owe Jackal's crew, she says. 3 cartons. You never paid. Marcus goes very still. I don't know what. 2 years ago, Eastern Checkpoint. You traded cigarettes for ammunition and never delivered. Jackal put a mark on you. That was... I didn't. You ran, changed your name, grew the beard. She leans closer. But you kept the lighter. Sentimental? The water around us ripples. Not from our movement. From something else. Something under the surface displaced by our conversation. Rhea, I say quietly. She doesn't move the knife, doesn't acknowledge me. Just keeps perfect pressure on Marcus's back while the tunnel fills with the sound of water moving. I can explain, Marcus says. Yeah, you can, and you will. But first, she shifts her grip. You're going to tell George exactly where this shortcut leads. Marcus's breathing accelerates. I can see his chest rising and falling under the jacket, can see the moment his fight-or-flight calculation resolves into flight. He lunges. Not at Rhea, at me. His shoulder hits my chest, and suddenly I'm underwater. The K2's weight pulling me down, Marcus's hand on my vest holding me under. I see Rhea's boots through the brown water, see her leap toward us. Then everything becomes pressure and cold, and the absolute certainty that I'm about to drown in 3 feet of contaminated metro flood. My hand finds Marcus's face. I push, hard. Feel his nose break under my palm, cartilage giving way with a wet crunch. His grip loosens. I surface, gasping, and Rhea's already there. She has Marcus against the tunnel wall. Knife at his throat now, not his kidney. The water around them is turning pink. Not from his nose, from something else. The rotten, Marcus chokes. In the water. I was leading you to them. Why? Jackal. He's got my sister, Marcus coughs. Said he'd return her if I brought him survivors, active ones. He doesn't finish. Rhea's knife hand twitches, and suddenly he's choking on more than words. Rhea. I say. She doesn't look at me. Doesn't acknowledge. Just holds Marcus in place while the water continues to ripple, while shapes begin from the darkness ahead. Floating rotten. Throtten. 3 of them. Maybe 4. Hard to count when they're partially submerged. Their movements different from the land variants, slower, more deliberate. They drift like logs, arms trailing, fungal blooms creating bioluminescent trails in the water. George, Rhea says. Still not looking at me. How's your swimming? Adequate. Yeah, mine too. On 3. She doesn't count, just shoves Marcus toward the approaching rotten and runs. I follow, splashing through waist-deep water while behind us Marcus starts screaming. The screaming becomes echo. No, please, don't. The floating rotten converge on the sound. I don't look back, can't afford to. Rhea's 10 feet ahead, moving through the water with efficiency I can't match. My legs are heavier, slower. The K2's weight is critical mass now, dragging instead of balanced. Maintenance hatch, Rhea says. There, I see it. A ladder bolted to the tunnel wall, leading up to a circular hatch. Dry exit, salvation. Marcus's screams cut off abruptly. The echo doesn't. Help me. Please, don't leave. Rhea reaches the ladder first, climbs. I'm 3 rungs behind when I feel something grab my boot. Not a hand. The floating rotten don't grab. But one of them has drifted against me, and the fungal mass across its shoulders has snagged on my laces. I try to pull free. The boot stays caught. George, Rhea says from above. Move. Compromised. Then cut it loose. I reach for my knife. Don't have one. Never carried blades. Too personal, too intimate. I'm a rifle specialist. I work at distance. The rotten's mouth opens. Marcus's voice comes out. Don't leave me. I kick. Hard. The fungal mass tears, but doesn't release. I kick again. My boot comes free, but my balance doesn't. I slip, catch myself on the ladder, and climb. Rhea pulls me through the hatch. We're in a maintenance corridor now. Dry. Dark. The sounds from below are muffled but persistent. Marcus's final vocabulary spreading through the tunnel system, finding new mouths, new amplification. I lie on the concrete, breathing hard. My heart rate's spiking again, probably 160. I need mint gum, need the ritual. Rhea's standing over me. You good? She asks. Operational. Stop saying that. It's accurate. It's a lie. She crouches. Eye level. You almost died because you won't carry a knife, because you can't adapt, because you think if you just maintain your little corporate routines, the world's gonna bend to your efficiency metrics. I sit up. Water's pouring from my clothes, pooling on the concrete. The K2 needs immediate maintenance, needs to be stripped and cleaned before the floodwater corrodes the firing mechanism. Marcus betrayed us, I say. Yeah, he did, because that's what people do. They make deals they can't keep. They run when they're scared. They trade other people's lives for their own safety. She stands. And you keep thinking you can negotiate with that. You can't. Then what's the alternative? You become a better predator than they are. She walks away, down the maintenance corridor toward a distant light source. I follow after cleaning and checking my rifle, still dripping, still processing the fact that I just watched a man die because he owed someone cigarettes. The math doesn't track. The risk-reward analysis falls apart. But Rhea's right about one thing. Negotiation implies both parties are operating in good faith. Nobody operates in good faith anymore. We walk for an hour, the maintenance corridor becomes a service tunnel, becomes a storm drain, becomes open air. We're outside again. The milky haze washes everything in diffused light. The mountains are closer. Maybe 2 days, maybe 3. I knew him, Rhea says suddenly. I look at her. She's staring at the horizon. Marcus, or whatever his real name was, he worked supply routes before the collapse. Good guy, reliable, had a sister he was protective of. What happened? Jackal happened, and the world, and the choice between protecting someone you love and protecting yourself. She spits. He chose wrong. Did he? Yeah, he did, because his sister's probably dead anyway, and now he is too. And all he bought was an extra few months of pretending there was still a way out. We keep walking. My boots squelch. Rhea's ash paint is streaked and running, revealing more skin, more scars. She looks human, vulnerable. I don't mention it. I would have negotiated with him. I say, I know. Found a mutually beneficial solution. Yeah. And while you were drafting the contract, he would have led us straight into those floating rotten and collected his payment. She's right. The ledger in my vest is waterlogged now. The pages are swelling, the ink running. 3 years of transaction records turning into blue-black pulp. I don't throw it away. Can't. Even ruined its structure. It's proof that the math used to work. Ahead, something glints in the sun. Metal. Structural. The foothills are visible now. Actual elevation change. The dead zones are ending. We're close, Rhea says. To what? To finding out if this was worth it. She doesn't elaborate, just keeps walking, and I follow, because that's the arrangement. That's the contract she won't sign, but honors anyway in her own feral, brutal way. Behind us, in the flooded tunnels, Marcus's voice echoes one last time before the water claims it forever. Don't leave me. Chapter 5. The Echo in the Attic. The house shouldn't be standing. Everything else on this block has collapsed or burned or simply given up. But this house, suburban 2-story paint peeling but structure intact, sits in the middle of the devastation like someone's still paying the mortgage. No, Rhea says, it's shelter. It's a trap. Everything's a trap. This one has a roof. The sun's setting. The milky haze is turning amber, then gray. We need cover before dark. The night variant rotten hunt differently. Better thermal tracking, better coordination. We're exposed out here. I'm already walking toward the house when Rhea grabs my vest. George. I stop. She's tense. Not the operational alertness she maintains constantly, but something deeper. Fear. Actual fear. I've never seen that before. What? I ask. I've seen this before. Houses that survive when everything else doesn't. There's always a reason. Structural integrity? Human persistence. She lets go of my vest but doesn't move, just stares at the house like it's personally offended her. Someone's living there, she says. Then we negotiate. George, but I'm already approaching the porch. The wood creaks under my boots, old damage, not fresh. The door's ajar, not broken, just open like an invitation. I push it wider. The smell hits first. Not decay, something else. Floral, like perfume mixed with dust. The kind of smell that means someone's trying to cover something else up. Hello? I call. Mistake. Hello, comes back from upstairs. My voice. Perfect mimicry. The Echo-Lalia. Rhea's beside me now, Makarov drawn, face locked into hunting mode. She points up. I nod. We move. The stairs are carpeted, muffles our footwork. Each step requires weight distribution testing, checking for creaks, for weak points, for anything that might trigger sound above the ambient level. I'm halfway up when I hear it. Reading. A woman's voice. Soft. Patient. Reading from a children's book. And the caterpillar ate through one nice green leaf, and after that he felt much better. The voice is coming from the end of the hallway, a door that's partially open, light spilling out, not harsh light, gentle, like a nightlight. Rhea moves ahead. I cover her approach. The K2 feels heavy in this space, too much firepower for domestic interior, but I don't lower it. The woman keeps reading. Now he wasn't hungry anymore, and he wasn't a little caterpillar anymore. We reach the door. Rhea looks at me. I nod. She pushes it open. The room is a child's bedroom, or was. The walls are painted blue. There are toys on the shelves, a small desk with coloring books, and in the center, sitting in a rocking chair, is the woman. She's young. Early 30s maybe. Clean clothes, brushed hair. She looks like she stepped out of the before times and didn't notice the world ended. In her lap, curled up like a sleeping child, is one of the rotten, small, child-sized. The calcification is complete but not obscene. The features are still recognizable as human, as a boy, maybe 6 or 7 before the fungal blooms took over. The woman looks up from the book, sees us, doesn't scream, doesn't run, just smiles. "Oh," she says, "I didn't hear you come in." Her hand strokes the rotten child's hair. The fungal mass there pulses with bioluminescence. Orange, rhythmic, like breathing. "Ma'am," I say carefully, "you need to—" "Shish, you'll wake Thomas." The rotten child's mouth opens. My voice comes out. "Ma'am," I freeze. Rhea's gun is up, aimed, ready. But the woman doesn't react. Just keeps stroking the thing's hair. "He's very sensitive to noise," she says. "He has been ever since. Well, since he got sick." "That's not your son," Rhea says. "Of course he is. Look at him." The woman's smile doesn't waver. "He's right here. He's always been right here." The rotten child shifts. The movement is wrong, joints bending at angles that shouldn't exist. The woman doesn't notice or doesn't care. She just continues reading. "He was a beautiful butterfly." The child's mouth mimics her words, half a second behind. "Creating echo, creating nightmare." Beautiful butterfly. Need to back out of this room, this house, this entire situation, but my boots won't move. I'm locked in place, watching this woman read bedtime stories to a monster, and all I can think about is my own family. 3 years ago. The safety glass. My daughter's hands pressed against it while I ran the evacuation protocols, while I checked the clearance codes, while I made the professional decision to wait for proper authorization before breaking the emergency seal. They were still alive when the rotten reached them. I know because I heard them screaming, heard the echo start, heard my daughter's voice repeat "Daddy" over and over while the glass fogged with her breath. I didn't break the glass. I ran the cost-benefit analysis. I chose professionalism over panic, and they died. "George," Rhea says quietly, "we need to go." The woman closes the book, sets it on the nightstand, stands and carefully, so carefully, lifts the rotten child in her arms. It doesn't resist, just lets itself be carried to the small bed in the corner. She tucks it in, pulls the blanket up to its chin. The fungal blooms continue their bioluminescent pulse. "Sweet dreams, Thomas," she whispers. "Sweet dreams," the thing echoes in her own voice. She turns to us, still smiling. He's been so good today, she says. Usually he gets fussy around strangers, but you two are very quiet. He likes that. How long? I ask. How long what? How long has he been sick? She thinks about it, really considers the question like it's the first time anyone's asked. I'm not sure, she says finally. Days feel different now, but it doesn't matter. He's still my Thomas, still my baby boy. Rhea lowers her gun, not holstering it, just dropping the aim. The woman doesn't notice, doesn't care about weapons or threats or the fact that we're armed survivors in her child's bedroom. You need to leave this house, Rhea says. Not hostile, almost gentle. This isn't what you're doing, isn't. Isn't what? Isn't right? The woman laughs, soft, sad. Nothing's right anymore, but I'm still his mother and he's still my son and I'm not leaving him. The rotten child sits up in bed. The movement is sudden, mechanical. Its head turns toward us with precision that's too exact, too calculated. Leaving him, it says in the woman's voice. Ma'am, I say, that's not your son anymore. Yes, he is. He's just changed. We've all changed. You've changed. I've changed. But we're still us, still the people we were before. She moves between us and the bed, protective, a mother's instinct that hasn't died, even though everything else has. I need you to go now, she says. Thomas needs his rest. The child's mouth opens, wider than mouths should open. The fungal blooms inside its throat pulse faster. Needs his rest. Rhea backs toward the door. I follow. The woman watches us go with that same gentle smile, standing guard over a monster that wears her son's face. We're in the hallway when I hear it start. The reading. Again, the same book, the same patient tone. In the light of the moon, a little egg lay on a leaf. On a leaf. Rhea closes the door, soft, careful, like she's trying not to disturb something sacred. We descend the stairs without speaking, exit the house without looking back. The night's coming down full now. The amber haze has turned black. We should have, I start. No. She's going to. I know. Rhea keeps walking. I follow. We find shelter in a collapsed garage 3 blocks over. No roof but 3 walls and good sight lines. Rhea sets up watch position without being asked. I sit with my back against concrete and try to process what we just saw. I had a family, I say. Rhea doesn't respond. Wife, daughter. They were in the secured zone when the breach happened. I had the access codes, could have opened the emergency exits, but protocol said to wait for authorization. George, I waited. And while I waited, the rotten reached them. I heard it happen. Heard every second. And I didn't break protocol. The silence stretches. Rhea's still watching the street, but I can see her shoulders tight. Can see the way her hand grips the Makarov. That woman in there, I say, she chose denial over acceptance. I chose protocol over action. Same result, same failure. No, Rhea says. She turns, looks at me directly. She chose love. Stupid, impossible, delusional love. You chose fear. That's different. How? Because love is human. Fear is what the rotten want. Fear is how they win. She goes back to watching. I sit in the dark and chew the last piece of mint gum, while somewhere in the night, in a house that shouldn't be standing, a woman reads bedtime stories to her dead son. The echo carries on the wind. He was a beautiful butterfly. I close my eyes. When I open them, Rhea's standing over me with the Makarov, and behind her, silhouetted in the doorway, is the woman from the house. She's not alone. The rotten child is with her, its hand in hers. And when it sees us, its mouth opens and my daughter's voice comes out. Daddy, Rhea fires. The shot breaks the night. The woman crumples. The child thing lurches forward and Rhea fires again and again until the Makarov slide locks back and the magazine's empty and the 2 bodies lie still in the doorway. The echo dies. The silence is absolute. Rhea doesn't lower the gun, just stands there, smoke rising from the barrel, her breathing hard and ragged. We had to, she says. I nod. Can't speak. Can't process the fact that she just killed the last mother in the world for the crime of refusing to let go. George, we had to. I know. She holsters the empty Makarov, doesn't reload. just sits down beside me and we watch the bodies in the doorway while the mothers scream. Her final sound echoes back from 100 hidden rotten mouths across the dead suburb. Thomas. Thomas. Chapter 6. The Red Market. The market smells like old blood and desperation. We've been walking for 3 days since the house. 3 days of silence between us, broken only by tactical necessities. Rhea hasn't reloaded the Makarov. I haven't asked why. The mountains are close now. Real close. I can see individual peaks, individual rock formations, maybe another day's walk to the foothills. But our water's critical, and Rhea's showing signs of dehydration, dry lips, reduced sweat production, decision fatigue. So we're here, in the only neutral zone for 100 miles. The Red Market. It's called that because it runs on voice logs. Audio recordings of the dead, the last words of loved ones captured on old phones or recorders or salvaged hard drives. People trade them, collect them. Some use them for comfort, others use them for bait. The market's in an old warehouse, the kind with corrugated metal walls and skylights that let in the milky haze. There are maybe 50 people here, survivors, traders. The desperate and the calculating, they move between stalls made of stacked crates and salvaged tables. Nobody speaks above a whisper. The rule is absolute, keep the ambient sound below 40 decibels. One loud voice and the rotten positioned outside, used as perimeter guards by the market operators, will breach the neutral zone. I follow Rhea through the crowd. She's moving with purpose. Not browsing. Hunting. Her eyes scan each stall, each trader, looking for something specific. We pass a woman selling canned food, a man with ammunition laid out on felt cloth. 2 kids can't be older than 12, trading medical supplies with the efficiency of veteran dealers. Rhea stops at a stall in the back corner. The trader is old, maybe 60. White beard, clean clothes. He's got a portable player on his table, the kind that runs on hand-crank charge. Next to it, a box full of memory cards. Hundreds of them. Voice logs? Rhea whispers. The trader nods, gestures to the box. Rhea picks up a card at random. The trader takes it, plugs it into the player, cranks the charge. A voice emerges from the tiny speaker. Sarah, if you're hearing this, I made it to the checkpoint. I'll wait for you there. I love. The trader stops it, pockets the card. The price is universal, 1 log for 1 resource. Ammo, food, medicine, your choice. Rhea's hand hovers over the box. I can see her fighting something internal, some calculation I'm not privy to. What are you looking for, I ask, quiet as I can. My sister, Elena. She doesn't look at me. I know she kept a log. She always kept logs for work, for just in case. Rhea? Don't. She starts going through the cards, reading the labels. Most aren't labeled. She has to guess. Has to hand them to the trader for testing. Voice after voice. Mom, I'm scared. Tell Jessica I'm sorry. This is my fault. Each one a fragment of someone's ending. Each one traded like currency. I watch the market while Rhea searches, and I realize this is what we've become. Not survivors, not even scavengers, just people who commodify grief. A commotion near the entrance. I turn. 3 men have entered. Military gear, good weapons. They're moving through the stalls with the confidence of people who don't worry about rotten or neutral zones or market rules. One of them makes eye contact with me, holds it, smiles. I know that smile. It's the same smile Petey gave me before the bakery collapsed. The smile of someone who's already calculated that you're worth more as a transaction than a person. Rhea, I say, we need to leave. She's not listening. She's found another card, hands it to the trader. He cranks the player. A woman's voice. This is Dr. Elena Vasquez, final log, Project Sanguine, day 47. Rhea goes absolutely still. The compound's unstable. We knew that. But the architect wants deployment anyway. He thinks silence is the answer. That if we just remove the voice, we remove the echo. But he's wrong. He's static. The recording cuts out. Where did you get this? Rhea whispers. The trader shrugs, points to another trader across the market. The chain of acquisition is murky, untraceable. The three military gear men are closer now. One of them has his hand on a cattle prod, the kind they use to force rotten into controlled areas, the kind that could work just as well on living people. Rhea. Now. She pockets the memory card. Doesn't pay for it, just takes it. The trader starts to protest, but Rhea's hand goes to her empty Makarov and he stops, raises his hands, lets her go. We move toward the exit. The three men move to intercept. Hold up, the lead one says. Not whispering, full volume. The market goes silent. Everyone stops moving, stops trading, stops breathing. The ambient sound just dropped to near zero, which means any spike will be catastrophic. We're leaving, I say. Quiet. Professional. Not yet. My employer wants to talk to you first. We're not interested in... Wasn't a request. He moves forward. I step back. Rhea doesn't. She's locked in place, one hand on the stolen memory card, one hand on the empty gun. Rhea, I say, think this through. But she's not thinking, she's feeling. And feeling makes people stupid. That's my sister's voice, she says. Full volume, loud. The lead man grins. Yeah, I know. Pretty valuable, right? Our employer paid good money for that log. Thought it might bring you out of hiding, Doc. Doc. He called her Doc, not Rhea. Her real profession, her real identity. Rhea, I say again. Please. I'm not going back, she says. Still loud, still compromising every safety protocol. I'm not working for him again. The warehouse groans, not structurally, acoustically. The sound of 300 rotten on the perimeter reacting to raised voices. The market operators start moving, sealing doors, activating sound dampeners, but it's too late. The threshold's been broken. Rhea runs, not toward the exit, toward the back of the warehouse, toward a gap in the corrugated metal wall. The three men chase. I'm caught between them, between staying professional and following her into whatever chaos she's created. I follow. Because that's what I do. That's the contract I signed without signing anything. The gap leads to an alley, narrow, filled with debris. Rhea's ahead, moving with the grace of someone who spent 2 years in the dead zones. The military men are slower, heavier. Their gear catches on obstacles. I'm somewhere in the middle, not fast enough to catch Rhea, not slow enough to lose her. The alley opens into a gladiatorial pit. No, not a pit, a clearing. Surrounded by stacked cargo containers 3 stories high, and in the center, a fighting ring. Wire fence, sand floor, bloodstains that haven't weathered away. The 3 men have us surrounded. End of the line, the lead one says. Rhea finally stops running, turns, her hand still on the empty Makarov. You're not taking me, she says. Doc, we don't want to take you. We want to hire you. The architect's offering full pardon, full resources, full... Rhea draws the empty gun, points it at his chest. He laughs. That's not loaded. I know. She pulls the trigger anyway. The dry fire click is loud in the enclosed space, loud enough to trigger the Echo-Lalia, loud enough to wake the rotten that have been corralled in the containers above us. The first one drops from overhead, lands in the sand, then another, then 6 more. The military men turn, start firing, but they're surrounded now. We all are. Rhea grabs my arm. Run, she says, and we do. While behind us, the men scream and the screams become echoes, and the echoes become a chorus of voices that will spread through this entire dead zone by morning. Help me. Don't shoot. Please. We don't stop running until the red market is miles behind us. When we finally collapse in a dry riverbed, Rhea pulls out the stolen memory card. Holds it up to the fading light. My sister, she says. Quiet now. Broken. I know. She worked for him, for the architect. And Rhea's voice cracks. She tried to warn people, and they turned her into a voice log, into currency. I don't have words. Don't have professional responses. Don't have anything except the understanding that Rhea just traded 3 men's lives for a memory card. Was it worth it? I ask. She doesn't answer. Just pockets the card and stands and starts walking again. West, always west, toward the mountains and whatever's waiting there. I follow, because the alternative is sitting in this riverbed alone, and I've already tried that approach once. It didn't end well. Chapter 7, The Architect's Shadow. The laboratory's been dead for years, but the bodies are recent. We're in the foothills now. Real elevation. The air's thinner, colder. The milky haze doesn't penetrate as well up here. Actual sunlight breaks through in shafts that make the ruins look almost beautiful. Almost. Rhea's been quiet since the market. She plays the memory card at night when she thinks I'm sleeping. I hear her sister's voice through the hand crank player. Fragments of warnings, fragments of technical specifications, fragments of love disguised as science. I don't mention it. We're following old service roads into what used to be a research complex. Rhea knows the way. She's been here before. Won't say when, won't say why. The first body is just inside the main entrance. Modified. That's the only word for it. The corpse is stretched out on an examination table, calcified skin cut open with surgical precision. But the modification isn't medical, it's mechanical. There's a metal plate fused to the larynx, bolted, welded, designed to prevent any sound from emerging even if the vocal cords tried to function. Sanguine prototype, Rhea says. I move closer. The work is professional, clean, no wasted cuts. Someone with medical training did this. Someone who understood anatomy. Your sister? I ask. No, she refused this part. She was trying to develop the chemical compound, the mute serum. Not surgery. But someone did this. Someone experimented on corpses to perfect the technique before they deployed the chemical version. I check the rest of the lab. More bodies, more modifications. Some have speakers implanted in their throats, the inverse of the mute. Devices designed to amplify sound to control the Echo-Lalia instead of silencing it. The architect, I say, he wasn't trying to save people. No, he was trying to fix them. Fix us. Remove the flaw. What flaw? Free will. Rhea's standing over one of the bodies, a woman. Young. Her throat's been completely replaced with a mechanical assembly. He thinks choice is the problem, that if everyone could just be coordinated, controlled, silent, then the world would work again. I pull out my ledger, start documenting the modifications, sketching the mechanical assemblies. The engineer in me can't help but admire the precision, even as the human recoils from the application. Stop that, Rhea says. This is critical intelligence. It's nightmare fuel. You don't need to document nightmares. But I do. Because if I don't write it down, if I don't catalog and categorize and make sense of the senseless, then I'm just standing in a room full of people who were murdered in the name of efficiency. And I can't be that person who witnesses atrocity and doesn't record it. Rhea's moving deeper into the complex. I follow. The hallways are lined with holding cells, empty now. But the scratch marks on the walls tell the story. People were kept here. Test subjects. Volunteers who stopped volunteering once they understood what volunteering meant. Elena tried to stop him, Rhea says. She realized what he was building, what sanguine actually was. So she started sabotaging the research, corrupting the data, making the compound unstable. That's why he wanted her found. Yeah, she wasn't running from the apocalypse. She was running from him, from the thing she helped create. We reach the central laboratory. The equipment here is more sophisticated. Chemical synthesis stations, centrifuges, temperature-controlled storage, and in the center, a production line for the sanguine injectors, the same injectors I'm carrying in my pack. Rhea, I say. The kit we're transporting is contaminated, I know. Elena made sure of it. The compound's unstable. It'll silence the rotten permanently, but it'll... She stops, takes a breath. It'll silence whoever administers it to. The aerosol dispersal pattern hasn't been fixed. Anyone within 10 feet of injection deployment becomes mute. Permanently. I set down my pack. Open it. Look at the 30 injectors wrapped in foam and plastic. We're delivering poison, I say. We're delivering exactly what we promised. A way to silence the rotten. At the cost of the people using it. Yeah, at that cost. The architect knows. The settlement knows. They're desperate enough that they'll use it anyway. I should feel anger, should feel betrayed. But all I feel is the familiar weight of professional disappointment. Another bad deal. Another transaction that sounded good on paper but collapsed into horror in practice. We should destroy it, I say. Why? Because we can't. Can't what? Can't make the hard choice? Can't accept that sometimes the only option is a bad option? Rhea's voice is rising. You want to save everyone, want to negotiate a happy ending, but there isn't one. There's just different kinds of dying. She's right. I know she's right, but knowing doesn't help. I close my pack, secure the kit, stand. Then we finish the delivery, I say, and we tell them the truth, full disclosure, let them make the informed decision. They won't care. They'll use it anyway. That's their choice. No, it's desperation. There's a difference. But she doesn't argue further, just turns and walks back toward the entrance. I follow, and on one of the examination tables, I see it, a discarded badge, half buried under paperwork. I pick it up. Dr. Rhea Vasquez, Project Sanguine, lead virology specialist. Not Elena, Rhea. She lied about her name, about her role, about everything. I pocket the badge. Don't say anything. Don't confront her, because confronting means acknowledging that our entire partnership is built on layers of deception, and I'm not ready to excavate that truth yet. We exit the complex as the sun sets. Rhea stops outside, looks back at the building. I helped build that, she says. All of it. The research, the modifications, the dream of fixing the broken world with science and surgery. What changed? Elena, my sister. She showed me what we were actually building, showed me the test results, the survival rates, the cost. Rhea pulls out the memory card. She died trying to stop it, and I ran, changed my name, pretended to be the feral survivalist instead of the doctor who helped design the apocalypse. She throws the card into the dirt, doesn't look back. I'm not that person anymore, she says, but the badge in my pocket says otherwise, says she's exactly that person, just with better survival instincts. We camp that night in an abandoned fire lookout. Rhea takes first watch. I lie on the cold floor and stare at the ceiling and try to calculate how many lies I can tolerate before the partnership dissolves completely. The answer keeps coming back. One more. Just one more. When I wake, Rhea's gone. Not far. I can see her outside, standing at the edge of the lookout platform. She's holding the memory card. Must have gone back for it. She plays it one more time. He thinks silence is the answer, but he's wrong. He's building a cage, and someone has to stop him. Someone has to. The recording cuts out. Rhea sees me watching, doesn't hide the card, just pockets it and comes back inside. We should move, she says, before they track us here. Who? The architects people, the ones who've been following us since the Red Market. I look out at the landscape, see nothing, hear nothing. But Rhea's instincts are better than mine. If she says we're being followed, we're being followed. How many? I ask. At least 3, maybe more. They're professional, better than the market thugs. Then we need to run. Yeah, we need to run, same as always. She slings her pack. I do the same. We descend from the lookout as the first sunlight breaks through the haze, and in the distance behind us, I see them. 3 figures. Moving with coordinated precision, closing the distance. The mountains are ahead, the hunters are behind, and somewhere between us and safety, the architect is waiting with his silent city and his mechanical throats and his offer to fix the broken world by breaking it further. We run toward the only certainty left. Confrontation is coming, and negotiation isn't an option. Chapter 8, The Toll Gate. The mountain pass narrows to nothing. 3 days running. 3 days of checking over shoulders, of sleeping in 4-hour shifts, of rationing water until our lips crack. The hunters are still behind us. Professional. Patient. They don't close the distance. Don't fall back. Just maintain perfect pursuit geometry. Rhea hasn't spoken about the badge I found. I haven't brought it up. We're operating in a state of professional denial that would be impressive if it wasn't so pathetic. The pass ahead is the only route through the mountains. Sheer cliffs on both sides, single-lane road carved into rock, no alternate paths, no clever detours, just forward or back. And standing in the middle of the pass is a militia checkpoint. Shit, Rhea says. 4 men. Military surplus gear. 2 on the road, 2 on the elevated positions. They've got the high ground, the bottleneck, and the knowledge that we can't go back because the hunters are coming. We negotiate, I say. They don't look like negotiators. She's right. The 2 men on the road aren't standing casually. They're standing like people who've done this before, like people who know that survivors in a bottleneck will pay whatever toll is demanded. We approach, hands visible, weapons lowered, the universal language of, we're not here for a fight. The lead militiaman, big guy, scarred face, officer's jacket that probably came off a corpse, raises his hand. We stop. Toll, he says. We have supplies, I say. We can trade. Fair market value. I can provide an itemized list of... Don't want supplies. Then what? He points at Rhea. Her. She stays. You go through. Every muscle in my body locks. This isn't negotiation. This is a transaction I can't calculate, can't optimize, can't make sense of. No, I say. The big man smiles. Wasn't asking your permission. Rhea's hand drifts toward her Makarov. I step in front of her, block her draw, because if she pulls that gun, we both die. The elevated positions have clear shots. We're in a kill funnel with no cover. Name your price, I say. Resources, information. We're transporting valuable cargo, medical supplies. We can... You're not hearing me. The price is her, nothing else. Why? Because our boss likes doctors, likes people with skills. And your friend there, he nods at Rhea, she's got the right look, the right scars. We've been watching you since the red market. She's worth more than whatever trash you're hauling. Behind us, I hear movement. The hunters. Closing distance. We're about to be compressed between 2 hostile forces with 0 room for maneuvering. George, Rhea says quietly, let me handle this. No, you don't understand. I said no. The word comes out harder than I intended, louder. The professional mask slips and something else shows through. Something that's been building since I watched my family die behind safety glass. Since I met Rhea in that bakery. Since I started pretending that clinical detachment could substitute for actually giving a damn. The big man laughs. Look at that. The accountant's got feelings. He's right. I do. And they're about to get us killed. I'm giving you one more chance, he says. Leave the woman, take your shit, walk through the pass, live to see tomorrow. Counteroffer, I say. I pull out my ledger, the waterlogged pages, the smeared ink, 3 years of transaction records that don't matter anymore. This contains strategic intelligence, supply routes, survivor settlements, resource caches, everything you need to expand your operation. He doesn't even look at it. Don't care. Then take me instead. Rhea grabs my arm. George, what are you? I'm the logistics specialist. I ran supply chains for a Fortune 500 pharmaceutical company. I can organize, optimize, improve your operational efficiency by what? By boring me to death? The big man steps forward. You think you're the first corporate refugee to try this? Last week some guy offered to reorganize our ammunition storage. Week before that, middle management type wanted to implement safety protocols. You know what happened to them? He doesn't need to elaborate. The smell on the wind, ozone and wet copper tells the story. George, Rhea says again, urgent now. Stop. But I can't. Because stopping means accepting the terms. And accepting the terms means watching another person die because I made the professional decision. Final offer, I say to the big man. We both go through. You take everything we're carrying. The sanguine kit, the weapons, the supplies, everything. You let us pass with our lives and nothing else. Why would I do that? Because the people behind us are hunting us for the same reason you want us. And if you kill us, they'll kill you. But if you let us go, they'll chase us deeper into the mountains. Give you time to relocate, to fortify. He hits me. Not a slap. A punch. Full force. My vision whites out and suddenly I'm on the ground, tasting blood, hearing Rhea shout something I can't process. You talk too much, the big man says. He grabs Rhea's arm, pulls her toward him. And that's when the professional dies and something else, something I've been keeping locked behind 3 years of corporate syntax and mint-flavored rituals, comes out. I don't remember standing. Don't remember drawing my knife. Don't remember the moment I decided that negotiation was over and violence was the only language left. I just remember the big man's expression when my blade hits his throat. No hesitation, no calculation, just the act. He stumbles back. Blood. A lot of it. His hands go to his neck, trying to stop the flow, trying to fix what can't be fixed. The elevated positions open fire. Rhea drops. I drop. Rounds crack against the pavement where we were standing. We're pinned. Outnumbered. Outpositioned. Every tactical metric says we're dead. Except we're not, because the hunters reach the checkpoint at the exact wrong moment for everyone except us. I hear them before I see them. Professional footwork, suppressed weapons, 3-round bursts into the elevated positions. The militiamen drop before they can acquire new targets. The big man's still alive, still choking, still trying to speak. Rhea puts 2 bullets in his chest. From the Makarov she supposedly kept empty. Apparently she reloaded without telling me. The 4th militiaman, the last one standing, tries to run. The hunters cut him down. Clean. Efficient. Then they turn toward us. Dr. Vasquez, one of them says, the architect would like to speak with you. Rhea's gun is up. Aimed. But she's low on ammunition and they're fresh combatants with superior positioning. The math doesn't work. I'm not going back, she says. We're not asking you to. We're asking you to listen. He holds out a radio. Old model. Battery powered. The display shows an active connection. Put it on speaker, he says. Rhea doesn't move. I'm still on the ground, bleeding from where my face hit pavement, trying to process the fact that I just killed someone without running a single cost-benefit analysis. The hunter activates the speaker himself. A voice emerges. Soft. Melodic. Like music. Hello, Elena, the architect says. I've been looking for you. Chapter 9. The Fever of the Mind. I'm burning. No, not burning. That implies heat from external sources. This is internal, cellular. My core temperature's climbing and I can't regulate, can't think, can't remember the protocol for fever management. George, Rhea's voice, distant, like she's speaking through water. George, stay with me. I try to respond. Can't. My mouth's full of copper taste. Blood. From where I hit the pavement or from somewhere internal. Hard to tell when everything hurts. Fever's at 103. Climbing. That's bad. I know that's bad. Optimal human function requires temperature homeostasis. Above 104, cognitive decline becomes measurable. Above 106, cellular damage is permanent. I try to tell Rhea this. The words come out as sounds without meaning. We need shelter. Now. The hunters. They're still here. I can hear them. 3 voices discussing options, discussing tactical concerns, discussing us like we're cargo instead of people. The architect said, bring them in alive, one says. He said, bring her in alive. The accountant's optional. Then leave him. Can't. She won't move without him. True. I can feel Rhea's hands on me. Checking vitals, checking wounds. She's using medical protocols. Professional knowledge, the kind you don't learn from living in dead zones. The kind you learn in laboratories. There's a storm coming, she says. Blizzard conditions in 20 minutes. We stay here. We freeze. We run. He dies. So we make camp, outlast the storm, deliver you both when conditions improve. No, you deliver a corpse and a doctor who watched her partner die. That's what you tell the architect. See how he likes that outcome. Silence. Calculation. The hunters are running their own risk assessment. I want to help, want to contribute to the decision matrix, but my brain keeps slipping, keeps showing me things that aren't here. My wife, standing in the milky haze, asking why I didn't break the glass. My daughter, pressing her hands against invisible barriers, repeating my name in echo. The woman from the house, reading bedtime stories to monsters. George, George, look at me. I look. Rhea's face comes into focus. She's scared. Actually scared. The ash paint's gone completely now. I can see her real features. Young, human, breakable. I'm going to fix this, she says, but you need to trust me. I nod, or think I nod. Hard to tell when proprioception fails. Get him inside, Rhea says to the hunters. There's a cave system half a click west. We saw it yesterday. We? The accountant and I, before you started tracking us. How do we know it's secure? You don't, but it's shelter, and shelter beats freezing. They move me. I'm cargo now. Actual cargo. 2 of them carry me while Rhea and the 3rd hunter lead. The landscape tilts. The milky haze becomes snow. Fat flakes that don't fall straight, they spiral, dance, defy physics, or maybe that's just my perception failing. The cave is dark, dry, deep enough that the wind doesn't penetrate. They set me down on stone. My body temperature's still climbing. I can feel it cooking me from inside. Build a fire, Rhea says. Fire attracts. I don't care. Build it, now. The authority in her voice is different. Not the feral survivor, the doctor. The scientist who spent years giving orders in laboratories while people obeyed. The hunters build a fire. Rhea strips my vest, my shirt, checks the wound I didn't know I had. Shoulder. Deep. From when the elevated position opened fire. The bullet grazed me, but the pavement did worse damage when I hit the ground. Infected, she says. Already. The bacteria count in wasteland environments is... She stops. Refocuses. I need antibiotics. Something broad spectrum. Anything in the med kits? The 3rd hunter checks, shakes his head. Then we improvise. Rhea pulls out her pack, removes items I've never seen her carry, medical supplies, not scrounged, professional grade, sealed packaging, the kind that comes from laboratories. You've been holding out, I say. Or try to say the word slur. Yeah, I have, because I knew something like this was coming. She works fast, cleaning the wound, administering something from a preloaded syringe. My shoulder goes numb. Then the world follows. Stay awake, George. Can't. Yes, you can. Talk to me. Tell me about your family. Why? Because if you fall asleep with a fever this high, you might not wake up, and I need you awake. Awake. The fire crackles. The cave stays dark beyond the light. The blizzard hits outside, wind screaming through the mountain pass like voices, like echoes. My wife, I say, her name was Sarah. Daughter was Lily, 7 years old. She liked stories. Bedtime stories. What kind? The kind where people survive, where the monster gets defeated, where happy endings are possible. Good stories. Lies. Rhea pauses, her hand still on my shoulder. What happened to them? I did. I happened. I had the codes, the authority, could have evacuated them early, before the breach, but protocol said to wait. Risk assessment said the threat wasn't imminent. I chose to follow the rules, and the rules killed them. No. I killed them by trusting the rules more than I trusted my instincts. The fever's peaking. I can feel it. Can feel my core temperature reaching the threshold where permanence begins, where the George who does cost-benefit analyses dies and something else emerges. I'm sorry, Rhea says. For what? For lying about my name, about Elena. She was my sister, but she was also me. I split myself, gave the good parts to her memory and kept the broken parts for survival. That's exactly how it works. You did it too. You built the professional, the suit, the ledger, the mint gum. All of it was just a way to not be the person who left his family to die. She's right, but hearing it makes something inside me crack. Makes the wall I built 3 years ago finally break completely. I miss them, I say. Every day, every decision. I run the calculation. Would they be proud of this? And the answer's always no. Then stop calculating. I know how. Yeah, you do. You did it at the checkpoint. When you stopped talking and started acting, that was you. The real you. The one who gave a damn. The blizzard intensifies. The wind becomes a roar. The cave entrance becomes a wall of white. That we're sealed in. Cut off. The hunters are watching us, waiting for something. Waiting for the fever to break or for me to die so they can move on to their actual mission. George, Rhea says, I need you to listen. The sanguine kit, the injectors you're carrying, I sabotaged them. But not completely. There's one injector that's clean. that will work as intended. No aerosol, no contamination, just silence for one rotten permanently. Why tell me this? Because if you die, I want you to know the mission isn't completely compromised. There's still one shot at doing something right. Which injector? Number 17, I marked it, scratched the base. The fever's breaking. Finally, I can feel the temperature dropping, feel cognition returning, the hallucinations fade. The cave becomes real again. You saved me, I say. Yeah, I did, because you saved me at the checkpoint. Fair trade. That's not how partnerships work. How do they work? You don't keep score. You just keep going. She smiles, first real smile I've seen from her. Not the feral grin, not the survivor's grimace, actual human warmth. Then we keep going, she says. The blizzard clears by morning. The hunters don't argue when Rhea says we're fit to travel. They just pack up, douse the fire, and lead us deeper into the mountains. Toward the architect. Toward the silent city. Toward whatever ending this story was always moving toward. My shoulder still hurts. The infection's managed but not gone. Rhea stays close, checks my temperature every hour, uses her medical knowledge to keep me functional. Thank you, I say during one of the checks. For what? For not leaving me in that cave. George, I'm a lot of things, a lot of bad things, but I'm not the kind of person who leaves her partner behind. Partner, not associate, not temporary arrangement. Partner. Neither am I say. She nods, continues walking. And for the first time since I met her, I feel like we're actually moving in the same direction. Not just geographically, but fundamentally. Ahead, through the clearing weather, I see it. The bunker, massive industrial complex built into the mountainside, clean lines, functional architecture, and rising from its center, a transmission tower that must be visible for 100 miles. That's it, Rhea says. That's where he's been building it. The neural broadcast, the hive mind, the end of individual thought disguised as salvation. The hunters push us forward, not rough, just insistent. We're past the point of resistance now. We're inside the perimeter, inside the architect's world. And somewhere in my pack, wrapped in foam and plastic, is injector number 17. The one clean shot at doing something right in a world that stopped caring about right and wrong. I reach back, touch my pack, confirm it's still there. Rhea sees, understands, nods. We enter the bunker as the sun breaks through the haze, and the last piece of mint gum in my pocket feels heavier than all 30 injectors combined. Chapter 10, The Point of No Return. Chapter 10, The Point of No Return. The swarm's been tracking us for 6 hours. I know because I've been timing it, checking my watch every 30 minutes, documenting the pattern. The rotten don't move randomly. They track scent, sound, movement. And right now they're tracking blood. My blood. The shoulder wound from the toll gate opened again during the forced march. Rhea tried to reseal it this morning, but the infection's stubborn. Every step pumps a little more blood through the tactical shirt. Every step leaves a trail. We need to stop, Rhea says. Negative. Distance is our only advantage. George, you're bleeding out. The rate is manageable. I've calculated the volume loss against our remaining distance to the mountain perimeter. We can make it. She grabs my arm, forces me to stop. We're on a ridgeline, good visibility, terrible defensive position. Behind us, maybe half a mile back, I can see them. The swarm, hundreds of rotten, moving in coordinated patterns through the wasteland. They're not running, just walking, patient. Because they know what I know. I can't maintain this pace forever. Show me the wound, Rhea says. I lift my shirt. The shoulder's worse than I thought. The infection's spreading, red lines radiating from the puncture site. Classic sepsis indicators. You need antibiotics, she says. We use the last dose in the cave. Then we need to cauterize. That will compromise our time frame. The smell of burning flesh will what? Make the rotten track us faster? George, they're already tracking you. You're leaving a blood trail a child could follow. She's right. The professional assessment agrees with her. But stopping means losing distance. Losing distance means getting caught. Getting caught means everything ends here on this ridgeline with nothing accomplished. I can make it to the mountains, I say. And then what? You collapse at the foothills and I carry you the rest of the way? If necessary. She looks at me. Really looks. The ash paint's gone completely now. She stopped applying it after the toll gate, after she saw me put a knife in that man's throat without hesitation, like she decided pretending to be feral was pointless when I'd already shown her what civilized people become. You know what your problem is, she says. Poor resource management? You think death is a failure? Like if you just run the numbers right, plan the route perfectly, maintain the protocol, you can somehow negotiate your way past the fact that we're all dying. Slowly or fast, but dying. That's fatalistic. That's realistic. And you need to start living in reality instead of your spreadsheets. Behind us, the swarm gets closer. I can hear them now. Not individual sounds, just the aggregate noise of hundreds of bodies moving through dead grass and over broken concrete. The sound of inevitability. I pull out my ledger. 3 years of entries. Every deal, every resource, every failed negotiation documented in careful handwriting. The pages are still damp from the flooded tunnel. The ink smeared but readable. What are you doing? Rhea asks. I flip through it. Reading my own history. Day 47, traded ammunition for medical supplies. Net gain, positive. Day 93, lost contact with Northern Settlement. Cause, rotten breach. Preventable, yes. Day 156, met survivor named Marcus. Reliability assessment, moderate. Update, deceased. Page after page of me trying to make sense of chaos through documentation. Trying to prove that structure could survive the collapse if I just maintained it hard enough. George? I find the last entry, written 2 days ago in the cave while Rhea thought I was sleeping. Day 1124, partnership with R. Status undefined, value immeasurable, risk total. I wrote that. Actually wrote the word immeasurable. Like I'd finally found something the math couldn't capture. I've been carrying this, I say, because letting go meant admitting the old world is dead, that the rules don't work anymore. That everything I believed about order and efficiency and professional conduct was just a story I told myself to avoid grief. George, but you're right. I'm dying. Maybe not today. Maybe not from this infection. But eventually. We all are. And I've spent 3 years trying to prevent it through better planning. I look at the ledger, at the smeared ink, at the evidence of 3 years of failure disguised as data. Then I tear out the first page. The sound of ripping paper is loud in the empty wasteland. Rhea doesn't stop me, just watches as I tear out another page and another, methodically destroying my record, my proof, my lie. What are you doing? She asks again, quieter this time. Burning it. I pull out my lighter, the one I've been carrying since my old life, the one with my company logo engraved on the side. I flick it, the flame catches, I touch it to the pages, the ledger burns fast. 3 years of careful documentation becoming ash and smoke in under a minute. The numbers curl, the entries blacken. The evidence of my professional survival dissolves into nothing. Rhea doesn't move, doesn't comment, just stands there while I commit my records to the fire. When it's done, when the last page is burned and the leather cover sits empty in my hands, I throw it over the ridgeline. Watch it tumble down the slope. Watch 3 years of structure disappear into the wasteland. Okay, I say. Now we run. Changed. I did. I'm not doing this as a job anymore. Not as a transaction. I'm doing it because I stop. Find the words. Because you're right. We're all dying. But we get to choose what we die for. And I choose this. This mission. This partnership. You. She doesn't respond. But something in her expression shifts, softens. Like I finally said something that registered as human instead of corporate. The mountains, she says, we're close. I look west. The peaks are visible through the haze, maybe 5 miles, maybe less. The foothills start in 3. Behind us, the swarm crests the ridge. They see us. All of them. Hundreds of calcified faces turning in unison to track our position. Then they start running, not walking, running. Full speed, the coordinated patience gone, replaced with pure pursuit mechanics. Move, Rhea shouts. We sprint. No more calculating pace, no more managing exertion rates, just pure animal flight. My shoulder screams, my lungs burn, my legs threaten to give out every 10 steps. But I don't stop. The landscape blurs. Dead grass, broken road. The skeletal remains of pre-collapse infrastructure. We're running through a graveyard and the corpses are chasing us, and the only thought in my head is, faster. Rhea's ahead. She's faster, lighter, not bleeding. She could leave me, should leave me by any rational calculation. She doesn't. She matches my pace, stays close enough to grab me if I fall, close enough to die with me if the swarm catches up. The foothills appear, real elevation, actual terrain change, rocky ground that will slow the rotten, that might give us the advantage. We hit the slope, climbing now, hands and feet. The K2 on my back is dead weight. I should drop it. Should shed every non-essential item, but I keep it, because some professional habits die hard. The swarm reaches the foothills. They're climbing too. Slower than us, their calcified joints don't handle vertical terrain well, but they're still coming, still tracking the blood trail I can't stop leaving. There, Rhea points. An ice bridge, natural formation stretching across a ravine, the kind that forms when meltwater freezes in late fall. Temporary, unstable, but crossable. We reach it. The ice is thin. I can see through it to the drop below. Maybe 60 feet to rock and frozen stream bed. It won't hold all of them, Rhea says. That's the point. I step onto the ice. It cracks immediately. Not breaking, just warning. Just telling me I'm risking everything on a surface that might not support my weight. I keep walking. Rhea follows. Behind us, the swarm reaches the bridge approach. They don't hesitate, don't assess, just follow the blood, follow the scent. Follow the echo of our footsteps on ice. The first 10 make it onto the bridge, the next 20. Then the weight becomes critical mass. I hear the crack before I feel it. Deep, structural. The sound of physics overruling desperation. Run, I shout. We run. The ice breaks behind us, section by section, swallowing rotten by the dozen. They don't scream, they can't, but they fall. Into the ravine, into the rocks, into the permanent silence they've been carrying since they stopped being human. We reach the far side, collapse on solid ground. Behind us, the bridge is gone, the swarm's cut in half. The ones who didn't cross are trapped on the opposite ridge. No way forward, no way to track us further. We're safe. Temporarily. Rhea's breathing hard. I'm bleeding harder. The sprint reopened everything. My shoulders soaked. My vision's tunneling. You good? She asks. Operational. Stop saying that. It's still true. No. It's still a lie. But I'm too tired to argue. She pulls out her last medical supplies, starts working on my shoulder. Real work this time. No field expedients, actual care. We're past it, she says while she works. The known zones, the mapped territories, everything west of here is dead space. No settlements, no survivors, no infrastructure. Good. Good? Means nobody's watching? Nobody's tracking. We're off the grid, off the mission parameters. You burned the parameters. Exactly. She finishes sealing the wound, sits back. We're at the edge of the mountains now, the foothills behind us, the peaks ahead, and beyond them, somewhere in the unmapped west, the settlement that's waiting for a sanguine kit that will silence them forever. George, Rhea says, what we're delivering. You understand what it does now, what the architect intended. I understand. And we're still going. At Elena. At the woman who helped design the apocalypse and spent 3 years running from it. At the partner who could have left me bleeding on that ridgeline but chose to stay. We're still going, I say, but not to deliver it, to end it, to make sure the architect dies with us if it has to. She smiles, actually smiles. Yeah, okay, I can work with that. The sun's setting. The milky haze is turning the mountains gold and red and purple. Colors I haven't seen in years because I was too busy documenting gray. We camped that night without fire, without sound. Just two survivors sitting at the edge of the world while behind us the swarm's echoes fade into distance. I don't pull out my ledger because it's gone. Don't chew mint gum because it's gone too, lost somewhere in the sprint. Instead, I just sit and breathe and watch the stars appear through the haze. You did good, Rhea says eventually. Burning the book, letting go. It was overdue. Yeah, but overdue is better than never. Below us in the ravine, the rotten we dropped are still moving, still trying to climb out, still echoing the last sounds they heard. Our footsteps on ice, our breathing, our desperate flight, but they can't reach us, can't follow us, can't stop what comes next. We're past the point of no return. The known world is behind us, the silent west is ahead, and for the first time in 3 years, I'm not afraid of what I can't calculate. Chapter 11. The Silent Forest. The trees don't look right. I notice it first in the bark. These thin, fibrous strands hanging off the trunks like hair. Rhea sees it too. She stops walking, tilts her head, and I watch her nostrils flare. She's not just looking at the forest, she's reading it. I touch her shoulder. She flinches, still does that, but turns to face me. I tap 2 fingers against my collarbone, then point at the trees. What is this? She shakes her head. Doesn't know either. The ground here is soft, moss, but not the normal kind. It springs back when I step on it like memory foam. Each footfall makes this faint squelch that sets my teeth on edge. The air smells wrong too. Sweet. Rotting fruit mixed with something chemical. Rhea crouches, examining one of the hanging strands. She reaches out slow, touches it with her knife blade instead of her fingers. Smart. The moment the metal makes contact, the strand vibrates. A low hum. Not loud, but I feel it in my sternum. She yanks the knife back. Looks at me. Her eyes say, "We need to go around." I shake my head. We've been walking for 2 days since the mountains. Going around means another week, maybe more. We don't have the supplies for that. I still haven't found more ammo for the K2. It's just weight now, slung across my back like a reminder of better days. Rhea stands, wipes the knife on her thigh. She's pissed. I can tell by the way she moves. Too sharp, too controlled. But she doesn't argue. Can't. Not here. We move forward. The deeper we go, the thicker the strands get. They hang between trees now, creating these curtains of fiber that sway even though there's no wind. I have to duck under one, and I hold my breath doing it. The hum gets louder when I'm close. It's not coming from the strands themselves. It's coming from inside the trees. Rhea stops again. This time she grabs my wrist, squeezes twice. Danger. I see it a second later. Movement to our left. Something low to the ground, picking its way through the moss. At first, I think it's just another rotten. We've passed 3 already today, all of them too locked in their own loops to notice us. But this one's different. It moves too deliberately, too aware. It stops, turns its head toward us. We freeze. The rotten's face is wrong. The jaw hangs loose, and where the tongue should be, there's just this mass of the same fibrous strands growing out of its throat. They move when it breathes. They move like fingers. It doesn't make a sound, just stares. Rhea's hand is still on my wrist. Her pulse hammers against my skin. Fast, too fast. She's scared, and Rhea doesn't scare easy. The rotten tilts its head, opens its mouth wider. The strands inside begin to vibrate, and I realize what they are a second before it happens. Amplifiers. My boot shifts. Just a fraction. The moss squelches. The sound that comes out of the rotten isn't human anymore. It's my boot squelch, but 10 times louder. 20 times. It echoes through the forest, bouncing off the trees, and every strand in the canopy lights up with vibration. Rhea moves first. She yanks me forward, low, running in a crouch through a gap in the strands. I follow because there's nothing else to do. Behind us, the forest erupts, not with sound, worse, with echoes. Every step we take gets thrown back at us, amplified, distorted. We can't run. Running makes noise. But we can't stop either. Rhea signals, hand flat, pushing down. Slow. Careful. I nod. We move like we're walking on ice, each step planned 3 steps ahead. My boots land on solid patches of moss, avoid the sticks, avoid the leaves. Rhea moves like water, like she was born doing this. The strands around us hum with our breathing. I try to breathe shallow through my nose, but my lungs are burning from the sprint and they demand more. Each exhale gets caught in the fibers and played back to me half a second later. Distorted. Wrong. Rhea points ahead. There's a clearing, maybe 50 feet. No strands hanging over it. Just open dirt. We move toward it, inch by inch. My shoulder brushes a strand and it sings, this high-pitched whine that makes my molars ache. Rhea whips around, eyes wide, and presses 2 fingers against my lips. Quiet. I know. 20 feet from the clearing, I hear them. Footsteps. Not ours. Something moving through the forest to our right, multiple somethings. The amplified echoes make it impossible to tell how many, but it's more than one. Rhea's hand finds mine. Not aggressive this time. Gentle. She pulls me down until we're both kneeling in the moss. She turns my palm up, starts tapping. Morse code. We figured this out on day 3, back when we still thought we could plan for everything. Don't move. I tap back. How many? She doesn't answer. Just squeezes my hand once, I don't know. The footsteps get closer. I can see them now through the strands. 3 rotten. No, 4. They move in a line, single file, like they're following a path we can't see. Each one has the strands growing from their throat. Each one hums when they breathe. They're hunting. Rhea's thumb traces a circle on my palm. I don't know that signal. She does it again, slower. A question maybe, or a warning. The lead rotten stops, 10 feet away. So close I can see the individual fibers waving in its throat like seagrass. It turns its head, scanning, and I realize it's not looking for us. It's listening. My heart is too loud. Has to be. They'll hear it. They'll amplify it and track us by the rhythm. Rhea's hand tightens on mine. Her nails dig into my palm. I glance at her and she's staring at me. Not at the rotten, at me. She mouths something. No sound, just lips moving. Breathe with me. I don't understand at first. Then I do. She's controlling her breathing. 4 counts in, hold 6 counts out. Slow, deliberate. If I match her rhythm, our echoes will sync. The strands won't be able to separate us from the ambient noise. I try. It's harder than it should be. My lungs want to gulp air, want to panic breathe, but I force them into her pattern. 4 in. Hold. 6 out. The rotten cocks its head, listening. Rhea shifts her weight, slow, glacial. She brings her free hand to her belt, unclips her knife. The metal whispers against the sheath and the forest throws it back at us. 12 whispers. 100. The rotten turns fully toward us. Rhea's breathing doesn't change. 4 in. Hold. 6 out. The rotten takes a step. Its foot lands on moss and the sound blooms through the canopy. A wet slap echoed and re-echoed until it sounds like applause. It takes another step. I can smell it now. Ozone and wet copper, the smell of everything wrong with this world concentrated into one shambling body. Rhea taps my palm again. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. SOS. She's telling me to run. I tap back. No. She digs her nails in deeper. Insistent. Run. I don't. Can't. If I run, the forest will light up. Every step will be a beacon. They'll swarm us. The rotten is 5 feet away now. Close enough that I can see its eyes, milky, unfocused, but tracking something. The strands in its throat pulse with each breath. Rhea moves. Not away. Toward it. She rises from the crouch in one fluid motion, knife already swinging. She doesn't aim for the head or the heart. She goes for the throat, for the strands. The blade cuts clean through. The rotten's mouth opens. Reflex, not intent, and no sound comes out. Just air. Just silence. It collapses. The other 3 rotten turn as one. Their throats vibrate. They're about to scream. Rhea grabs my hand and we run. Straight for the clearing. My boots slam into the moss and the forest explodes with sound. Every step is a bomb. Every breath is thunder. We hit the clearing and keep going. Behind us, the screaming starts. Our own footsteps played back at volume, twisted into something that sounds like agony. Rhea doesn't look back. Neither do I. We run until the trees thin out, until the strands disappear, until the only sound is our breathing. We collapse in the dirt. Rhea on her back, me on my knees. For a long time, neither of us moves. Then she reaches out, takes my hand, not to signal, not to guide, just to hold it. Her palm is slick with sweat. Or maybe blood. I just hold on. We stay like that until the sun starts to set, until the forest behind us goes quiet, until I realize her thumb is still tracing circles on my palm over and over like she's trying to memorize the pattern of my skin. Chapter 12, The Mimic King. The fog comes at dawn. Not normal fog. This stuff moves wrong, rolls uphill, pools and valleys like liquid. Rhea sees it first and her whole body goes rigid. She's standing watch near the tree line, and when I look up from checking the K2's action for the 100th useless time, she's frozen mid-step. I stand. Walk over. She doesn't acknowledge me until I'm right beside her. Then she points. The fog bank sits about 100 yards out, thick enough to hide a building. It shifts and churns, but there's no wind, nothing to move it. We go around, I say. She shakes her head, taps her temple. Think. I don't want to think. Thinking means remembering the maps we lost 2 weeks ago, means calculating that going around adds 3 days minimum to a trip we're already running on fumes for. We've got maybe 4 protein packs left. Rhea's been rationing hers. I've noticed. She taps her temple again, harder. Fine, I think. The fog appeared overnight. It's localized, starts and stops at specific boundaries like something put it there, and it's dead silent inside. I can see maybe 10 feet in before everything becomes gray. Could be natural, I say. Rhea looks at me like I'm an idiot. Fair. Could be a vapor trap, I try again. Some kind of... She puts her hand over my mouth. Not aggressive, just firm. Her eyes flick to the fog, then back to me. It's listening. I peel her hand away. What is? She doesn't answer. Just starts walking parallel to the fog bank, keeping about 50 feet of clear space between us and it. I follow because I always follow now, and after about 10 minutes, I start to understand. The fog isn't random. It's shaped, corralling us. Every time we angle away from it, it shifts. Slowly, like it's herding us towards something. Rhea. She stops. Holds up one finger. Wait. I wait. The fog continues its slow crawl. Now that I'm watching for it, I can see the pattern. It's not chasing us. It's guiding us, pushing us south. South toward the valley, toward the narrow pass we scouted yesterday. It's a funnel, I say. Rhea nods. So we go back north. Climb. She shakes her head, points at the fog behind us. While we were walking, it closed the gap. We're boxed in on 3 sides now. The only clear path is south. Into the funnel. I unsling the K2. Still no ammo, but the weight feels good in my hands. Gives me something to do besides panic. Rhea pulls her Makarov. Checks the mag. 3 bullets left. She's been saving them since the salt flats. 3 bullets against whatever's in that fog. The fog pushes closer. 10 feet now. I can smell it. Sweet rot and copper. The same smell as the forest. The same smell as everything wrong. We run? I ask. Rhea considers. Then nods. We run south. The valley narrows fast. Walls of rock on either side, steep enough that climbing would take gear we don't have. The fog follows. Slower than us, but steady. Inevitable. My lungs start burning after the first quarter mile. Rhea pulls ahead. She's always been faster, but she keeps looking back, making sure I'm keeping pace. The valley bottlenecks, 20 feet wide, then 10. Then I hear it. George. My name, spoken soft, echoing off the rocks. I stop running. Rhea spins around, eyes wide. She didn't hear it. I can tell by her expression. She heard something, but not that. George. Honey, I'm cold. Jennifer's voice. My wife's voice. I know it's not her. No, it's impossible. She's been gone for 3 years. I watched her. George, I can't find Emma. Have you seen Emma? Our daughter's name. In Jennifer's voice, the same voice she used when Emma would hide during bath time. Patient. Amused. Worried in that way parents worry when they know everything's probably fine but can't quite shake the fear. Rhea grabs my arm. Shakes me. I don't look at her. Can't. The fog is right there. Right at the edge of the narrow pass. George, it's okay. You can come out now. The riots are over. Riots. She said riots. I never told anyone about the riots, never mentioned that we died, that she died during the first outbreak riots, that I was in my office behind safety glass, that I watched and didn't move because I was waiting for security to handle it. George, this time it's not Jennifer's voice. It's mine. My voice, calling my own name from inside the fog. And it sounds wrong. Flat, like it's reading from a script. George, honey, I'm cold. I can't find Emma. Two voices now, Jennifer and me, speaking in sequence, building a conversation that never happened. Rhea slaps me, hard enough to snap my head sideways. I look at her. She's signing frantically. Not real. Not real. Move. I know it's not real, but my feet won't move. You can come out now. Have you seen Emma? George, the riots are over. The sentences splice together. Different order. The thing in the fog is experimenting, testing combinations. Rhea pulls me backward. I stumble, catch myself on the rock wall. The fog advances into the bottleneck, and I see it. The rotten steps out of the gray, taller than normal, thinner. Its jaw hangs open, and I can see inside. No tongue, no teeth. Just this cavity filled with strips of tissue that move independent of each other. Each strip vibrating at a different frequency. It's not mimicking words, it's synthesizing them. George, honey. Jennifer's voice. It's okay. My voice. I can't find Jennifer again. The riots. Me. It's stitching our conversation together from fragments, building sentences we never said, and every word it speaks, it steps closer. Rhea raises the Makarov. 3 bullets. The Rotten's head swivels toward her. The tissue strips in its throat ripple. Rhea, it says, not in Jennifer's voice, not in mine, in Rhea's sister's voice. I know because Rhea goes completely still. Her gun hand drops half an inch. Rhea, where are you? I'm scared. Don't, I say. Rhea, don't. But she's already moving, not toward it, away from me, sideways, trying to get an angle, trying to see into the fog. I'm in the dark, Rhea. I can't see. Please. The Rotten takes another step. Its feet drag, leave trails in the dirt. Rhea's gun comes back up, shaking now. It's not her, I say. Rhea, it's not. Please, Rhea, she fires. The first bullet takes the Rotten in the shoulder. It doesn't stop, doesn't react, just keeps walking. I'm cold. Second bullet. Center mass. The Rotten jerks, but the tissue in its throat keeps vibrating. Please. Rhea's down to 1 bullet. The Rotten is 10 feet away. I move without thinking. I step between Rhea and the thing. My empty K2 raised like a club. The Rotten stops. Its head tilts. The tissue strips slow their vibration. Then it speaks again. You can come out now, George. Everything's fine. Emma's waiting. Jennifer's voice. The exact words she said the morning of the outbreak. The morning I left for work and told her I'd be home by 6 for Emma's birthday. I never made it home. The Rotten's jaw works, grinding out the syllables. Everything's fine. Emma's waiting. Emma's waiting. Waiting. The word loops, glitches, like a recording skipping. I realize what it is, what it's doing. It doesn't know these people, doesn't have their memories. It's just repeating the last things they said before they died screaming. The Rotten takes another step, and I swing. The K2's stock catches it in the temple. Not hard enough to drop it, but enough to knock its head sideways. The tissue strips go silent. Rhea fires the third bullet into the back of its skull. This time it falls. We stand there, breathing, waiting for it to get back up. It doesn't. The fog starts to recede, slowly at first, then faster, like whatever was controlling it lost interest. Rhea lowers the gun, ejects the empty mag, looks at it for a long moment before dropping it in the dirt. That was my sister, she says. First words she's spoken in 2 weeks. Her voice is rough, unpracticed, but it's hers. I know, I say. She's dead. I know, she nods, stares at the Rotten's body. Your wife, she says. Jennifer. Yeah. Emma. My daughter. She turns to look at me. Her eyes are wet. Not crying, just wet. What did it mean? She asks about the riots being over. I don't answer for a long time. When I do, my voice sounds like it belongs to someone else. It means I was too late. She nods again, doesn't push. We leave the body where it fell and keep walking south. Behind us, the fog dissipates completely. All that's left is the valley. The rocks, the silence, and somewhere in the distance I hear it one more time. Everything's fine. Jennifer's voice carried on the wind. I don't look back. Chapter 13, The Halfway House. The village doesn't look dangerous. That's the first warning sign. We crest the ridge at sunset, and there it is, 20 buildings arranged in a neat grid, smoke rising from chimneys, lights in windows, actual lights, not fires. Electric. Rhea stops walking, stares. I stare too. Could be a trap, I say. She doesn't respond, just watches. After the Mimic King, she's been quieter. Not silent like before. She speaks now, short sentences when necessary, but there's this weight to her words. Like each one costs something. We need supplies, she says finally. She's right. We're down to 2 protein packs and some water. Rhea filtered through moss 3 days ago. The Makarov's empty. The K2's been useless for weeks. We can't keep going on nothing. But this place, this perfect little village. We scout first, I say. She nods. We circle the perimeter. Takes an hour. The fence is new. Chain link, 12 feet high, topped with wire. Professional. Inside, the buildings are uniform. Prefab structures, all the same dull green, like a military installation or a lab. There are people. We see them through the fence. They move between buildings in straight lines. No conversation. No rushing. Just walking. Purpose without urgency. They're synchronized, Rhea whispers. She's right. I watch 2 people leave separate buildings at the exact same moment. They walk toward the central square at the exact same pace. When they pass each other, neither one acknowledges the other. Something's wrong, I say. Everything's wrong, Rhea corrects. Question is, wrong enough to pass up food? Fair point. We find the gate on the western side. No guards, just a simple latch. Unlocked. They're not worried about people getting in, I say. They're worried about people getting out, Rhea says. I look at her. She's staring at the fence, at the wire on top. It's angled inward. The fence isn't keeping threats out, it's keeping residents in. We leave if it feels bad, I say. It already feels bad. Worse then. She pulls her empty Makarov anyway. I keep the K2 slung. We go in. The first thing I notice is the quiet. Not silent. There are sounds, footsteps, doors opening and closing, but no voices. No one's talking. The second thing is the smell. Clean. Antiseptic. Like a hospital. A woman walks past us, mid-30s, wearing clean clothes, hair brushed. She doesn't look at us, doesn't react at all. Excuse me, I say. She keeps walking. Rhea touches my arm, points. There's a man sitting on a bench near the central square, just sitting, staring at nothing. His hands rest in his lap. His breathing is even. Mechanical. Hey, I call to him. No response. I walk over, crouch in front of him, wave my hand in front of his face. His eyes track the movement, but his expression doesn't change. Can you hear me? I ask. His mouth opens. Yes. The word is flat, no inflection. Are you okay? Yes. Where are we? The halfway house. What is this place? He blinks. Slow, deliberate. Safe. Safe from what? No answer. His eyes unfocus. He goes back to staring at nothing. Rhea's already moving toward the largest building, the one with the most lights. I follow. Inside, it's a cafeteria. Rows of tables. People sitting, eating. The same mechanical precision. Forks to mouths, chewing, swallowing. No conversation. There's food on a serving line. Real food. Canned vegetables. Bread. Protein. My stomach clenches. When did I last eat? Yesterday? Day before? Rhea's already at the line. She picks up a tray. I do the same. A woman behind the counter, dressed in the same dull green uniform as everyone else, serves us without a word. Vegetables. Bread. Some kind of stew. We find a table in the corner. Sit. I stare at the food. Drugged? Rhea asks. Probably. She pokes the vegetables with her fork. Could be vitamin supplements, could be compliance agents, could be poison. Could be. We sit there, watching the other residents eat. They all move in the same rhythm. Bite, chew, swallow. Bite, chew, swallow. My stomach growls. We need to know what's in it, I say. Rhea nods. She stands, walks to the nearest resident, a young man, maybe 20. She taps his shoulder. He looks up, empty eyes. What's in the food, she asks. Nutrients. What kind? Required nutrients. Who decides what's required? No answer. He goes back to eating. Rhea returns. They're not drugged. They're muted. What? Look at their throats. I look. At first I don't see it, then I do. Faint scars, surgical scars, all in the same place. They cut their vocal cords, I say. Paralyze them, Rhea corrects. Chemical injection, precision work. Why? So they can't speak, can't scream, can't make sound. I look around the cafeteria again. All these people, all silent, all synchronized. This is one of his places, I say. The architects? Rhea agrees. They volunteered for this? Look at them, George. Do they look like they had a choice? A man walks past our table. He's carrying a tray to the dish return. His movements are smooth, practiced. He sets the tray down, turns, walks back to his seat. He's smiling, not a happy smile, a fixed smile, like someone told him to smile and forgot to tell him to stop. We're leaving, I say. We need the supplies. Not worth it, George. I said we're leaving. I stand. The room doesn't react. No one looks at us. No one cares. We're at the door when I hear it. A voice. Actual voice. Guests. I turn. A woman stands at the far end of the cafeteria. Older. Gray hair pulled back. She's wearing white instead of green. She's the only one still speaking. Welcome to the halfway house, she says. Her voice is warm, practiced. I'm Dr. Amara. I oversee the wellness program here. We're not staying, I say. Of course not, but perhaps a tour. I can answer any questions you might have. We don't have questions. Everyone has questions, George. I freeze. How do you know my name? She smiles. The same way I knew you'd come. The architect speaks highly of you. Rhea's gun comes up. Still empty, but Dr. Amara doesn't know that. Easy, Dr. Amara says. I'm not a threat. I'm a physician. You muted these people, Rhea says. I freed these people. Dr. Amara walks closer. The residents don't react to her either. They came to me broken, traumatized, unable to function in the new world. I gave them peace. You took their voices. I took their pain. She gestures to the room. Look at them. They're fed, sheltered, safe. They don't fear the rotten because they can't attract them. They don't fear each other because they can't lie. They're robots, I say. They're content. Dr. Amara's smile doesn't waver. Contentment is rare these days, George. I would think you of all people would understand that. What's that supposed to mean? You carry your pain like a briefcase, organized, compartmentalized, professionally managed, but it's still pain. She takes another step closer. I could help you too, both of you. The procedure is simple. 15 minutes. You'd never have to speak again, never have to lie, never have to scream. Rhea's hand finds mine, squeezes. No, I say. Think about it. No more negotiations, no more contracts, no more pretending the world makes sense. Just silence, just peace. That's not peace, Rhea says. That's death. Is there a difference anymore? I pull Rhea toward the door. Dr. Amara doesn't try to stop us. The offer stands, she calls after us. When you're ready, when the noise becomes too much, come back. I'll be here. We're outside, running, not toward the gate, toward the fence. Rhea finds a section with a gap near the ground, probably from an animal. We squeeze through. Behind us, the village remains silent, peaceful, perfect. We don't stop running until we're a mile away. When we finally collapse in a dried stream bed, Rhea pulls out one of the protein packs. She stole it. I don't know when. Don't care. She splits it with me. We eat in silence. Real silence, the kind where you choose not to speak. After a while, Rhea says, "She knew your name." "Yeah." "He's been watching us. The architect." "Yeah." "We're walking into something, George. I know." She looks at me. "Are we still going?" I think about the sanguine kit, still strapped to my pack, still the reason we started this trip, still the mission, still the lie. "Yeah," I say. "We're still going." She nods, doesn't argue. We finish eating as the sun sets. Somewhere behind us in that perfect village, 200 people sit in synchronized silence. I wonder if they dream. I wonder if they remember they used to speak. I wonder if Dr. Amara was right, if there's really a difference anymore. Chapter 14, The Price of a Secret. We've been following the boot prints for 3 days. Rhea found them in the dried mud near what used to be a creek bed, fresh enough that the edges hadn't crumbled yet. She didn't ask if I wanted to follow them, just started walking. I followed because that's what I do now. The prints lead us through a series of ravines, narrow passages between rock walls that funnel us south. Good terrain if you're trying to herd someone, bad terrain if you're the one being herded. Rhea notices it around noon on the third day. She stops walking, stares at the ground. "What?" I ask. She crouches, touches the boot print with her finger. "These aren't random survivors," she says. "How do you know?" She points at the tread pattern. Military issue, pre-fall. Same pattern on every print. They're wearing matching gear. Scavengers could have found military boots. Not 7 pairs, all the same size range, all maintained. She stands. "This is a team. The word hangs wrong in the air. We should turn around, go a different direction. But we're low on water again. The canteens from the Well family are almost empty. And these prints are leading somewhere, maybe somewhere with supplies." Rhea starts walking again. I follow. The ravine opens into a wider valley around sunset. There's a structure ahead, some kind of research station, pre-fall. Concrete and steel, partially collapsed but still standing. No lights, no movement. Could be abandoned, I say. Rhea shakes her head. The prints lead straight to it. So we go around. We need to know what's inside. Why? She doesn't answer, just keeps walking toward the building. I follow because I always follow now. The entrance is a heavy door, rusted but functional. Rhea tests it. Unlocked. We go in. Inside is darkness. Our eyes adjust slowly. I can make out shapes, desks, filing cabinets, scattered papers. Rhea moves deeper into the building, checking corners. I stay close. We find the main office. Someone's been here recently. There's a camping stove still warm, sleeping bags arranged in a corner, supplies stacked neatly. 7 sleeping bags. Rhea's counting them when I see the wall. It's covered in photographs, pinned up like a conspiracy board, strings connecting images, notes scrawled in the margins. I step closer. The photographs are all from before the fall. Research facilities, scientists in lab coats, press releases about breakthrough treatments, and in the center, a group photo, 12 people standing in front of a laboratory. The caption reads, "Sanguine Initiative Team, Final Trials." I recognize the architect immediately. Center of the photo. Same calm expression he had 3 days ago. Next to him, Rhea. Not the Rhea I know. This one is younger, clean, wearing a lab coat with a name tag. Dr. Elena Castellanos, senior virologist. I stare at the photograph, at her face, at the way she's standing next to the architect, like they're colleagues, like they're friends. Behind me, I hear Rhea's breathing change. She's seen it too. "George," I don't turn around, just keep staring at the photo. "When were you going to tell me?" I ask. Silence. "George, let me explain. You worked for him." My voice sounds distant, not mine. "You were part of the team, the Sanguine Initiative, the thing that became the neural broadcast. It wasn't like that." "Then what was it like?" I turn around. She's standing in the doorway, not approaching, keeping distance. "It was research," she says, "medical research. We were trying to help people with speech disorders, vocal paralysis. The sanguine compound was supposed to be therapeutic, but it wasn't. Not the way the architect used it. He took the research and twisted it, weaponized it." "And you didn't know?" She hesitates. That hesitation is an answer. "You knew," I say. "Not at first. By the time I understood what he was building, it was too late. The Echo-Lalia had already started. Everything was falling apart. I tried to destroy the research. That's why I ran." "When?" 3 years ago. 3 years. The same time I lost Jennifer and Emma. I walk to the wall, start reading the notes scrawled around the photographs. Project timeline, test results, success rates. And in the margin, in handwriting I don't recognize, EC, recommended for termination. Too much liability. EC Elena Castellanos. Someone wanted her dead. The architect tried to kill you, I say. Yes, because you knew too much, because I tried to stop him. I pull down another photograph. This one shows Rhea, Elena, presenting to a room full of people. The caption, Dr. Castellanos presents 3 results. She's smiling in the photo, proud of her work. You built this, I say. The sanguine kit, the muting compound. You designed it. I designed a treatment. He turned it into a weapon. Is there a difference? The question lands hard. She flinches. Yes, she says. There's a difference between intent and application. Tell that to the people at the halfway house, the ones with their throats cut open because of research you published. I didn't publish it for that, but you published it. George. You let me carry that kid across 300 miles. You watched me think I was helping people. You let me believe there was a settlement, a purpose, and the whole time you knew it was his weapon. You knew because you fucking built it. My voice cracks on the last word. Rhea, Elena, whoever she is, doesn't move. I was going to tell you, she says quietly, when it was safe. It's never safe. That's the point of the apocalypse. I turn back to the wall. Keep reading. There's a map, facilities across the country, most of them crossed out, but 3 are circled. One of them is labeled the bunker, final assembly. The coordinates match the ones we've been following. You knew, I say, about the bunker, about what he was building there. You knew the whole time. Yes. And you still let me carry the kit there. I had to. Why? Because I couldn't destroy it alone. I needed someone who... She stops, swallows. I needed someone who wouldn't ask questions, who would just follow the mission parameters. You needed a courier, a delivery boy. I needed someone I could trust to get it there so I could destroy it properly, so it couldn't be rebuilt. You used me. Yes, at least she's honest about it now. I pull down more photographs, looking for, I don't know what, evidence, proof that she's lying, that this is all some mistake. I find a personnel file instead. Dr. Elena Castellanos, age 29, specialization neuropharmacology. There's a photo attached, her employee ID, and stapled to the back, a security report. Subject has expressed concerns about project ethics. Recommend enhanced monitoring. Second report, 2 months later. Subject attempted to access restricted files. Recommend immediate review. Third report, subject has been terminated from project. Security risk. Asset recovery in progress. Asset recovery. They tried to kill her. I turn around. She's still in the doorway. How many people did you help him mute before you ran? I ask. None. I left before the trials reached human subjects. But you knew it would work. I knew it could work. And you didn't destroy the research. I tried. The architect had backups, redundancies. I couldn't get to all of them before I had to run. So you ran, and you've been running ever since. Yes, and when you found me, when you partnered with me, that wasn't random, was it? She doesn't answer. Was it? I press. No, she says finally. It wasn't random. The architect put out a contract on the sanguine kit, said whoever delivered it would get safe passage to the new world, resources, protection. I knew you'd taken the contract. So you followed me. I intercepted you. Why? Because I thought... Her voice breaks. I thought if I could get close enough, I could destroy the kit before you delivered it. But then we started working together, and you were so committed to helping people, so sure there was a settlement waiting, and I couldn't tell you the truth because you would have hated me. I hate you now. She nods. I know. I turn back to the wall. Keep reading because I don't know what else to do. There's a final photograph. Recent. Digital print, not aged like the others. It shows the architect standing in front of the bunker, behind him rows of machinery, the neural broadcast array, and in the corner of the photo, partially visible, the sanguine kit. My sanguine kit, the one I've been carrying, marked with a serial number that matches the label on my pack. He knew, I say. The architect, he knew I had it the whole time. Yes, he wanted me to deliver it. Yes. This whole thing, the contract, the coordinates, the mission, it was all designed to make me bring it to him voluntarily. Yes, I laugh, no humor in it, just sound. And you knew. Yes, since the beginning. Since the beginning. I pull the photo off the wall. Stare at it. My hands are shaking. Why didn't you just take it from me? I ask. Why go through all this? Because I couldn't destroy it safely. The chemical compound is unstable. If I'd tried to neutralize it in the field, it could have released the paralytic agent in aerosol form, would have muted everything within a mile radius. So you needed the facility, the proper equipment. I needed the bunker, the same lab where it was created. It's the only place with the neutralization protocols. So the plan was what? Get me to deliver it, then destroy it before the architect could use it? Yes. And you didn't think I deserved to know? I thought if you knew, you wouldn't go. And if you didn't go, he'd send someone else, someone who would deliver it without question. So you manipulated me. I tried to protect you by lying, by keeping you moving, by making sure you didn't stop long enough to think about what you were carrying. I throw the photo at her. It flutters, falls short. Get out, I say. George, get out. Leave. I don't want to see you right now. She doesn't move. George, we're in the middle of hostile territory. There are at least 7 people who've been here recently. We need to stay together. I said get out. I'm not leaving. Then I will. I push past her, out of the office, down the hallway. She follows. Of course she follows. George, stop. I don't stop. I hit the exterior door, slam through it. Outside, the sun is setting. The valley is bathed in red light. I walk. No direction. Just away. Behind me, Rhea's, Elena's footsteps. George, please. I spin around. What could you possibly say right now that would make this okay? Nothing. I can't make it okay. I can only... A sound interrupts her. Mechanical. Distant. We both freeze. It's coming from the ravine behind us. Vehicles. Multiple. Rhea grabs my arm. We need to move. I pull away. Don't touch me. George, I'm serious. Those are... The first vehicle appears. Military truck. Modified. Armed. Then another. 3 total. They stop at the entrance to the valley. Engines idling. Doors open. People get out. 7 of them. All wearing matching gear. Military boots. The ones who left the tracks. The leader is tall. Male. He sees us immediately. Raises a hand. George Harmon, he calls. Dr. Castellanos? His voice is friendly. Professional. Rhea's hand goes to her empty Makarov. We should run, she whispers. You run, I say. I'm done running. George, the leader approaches, alone, hands visible. My name is Marcus, he says. I work for the architect. He sent me to provide you safe passage to the bunker. I'm not interested, I say. The architect thought you might say that. He asked me to give you this. Marcus holds out a tablet. Pre-fall tech, still functional. I take it. The screen shows a video file. Cued to play. I press play. The architect's face appears. George, he says, by now you've discovered the truth about Elena, about her role in creating the sanguine compound. I imagine you're feeling betrayed, used. I sympathize. I felt the same way when she tried to destroy 3 years of research. The video cuts to different footage. Security camera. Shows Rhea, Elena, younger, wearing a lab coat. She's in a server room, deleting files, smashing hard drives. She told you she tried to stop me, the architect continues. She's not lying. She did try. But what she didn't tell you is why she tried. Not because she opposed the research, because she wanted to control it. She believed she should be the one deciding how to use the compound. When I disagreed, she attempted to steal it. When that failed, she destroyed what she could and ran. The video cuts again, shows Elena meeting with someone in secret, exchanging files, money changing hands. She's been selling research to rival groups for 3 years, George, funding her survival by giving away the very weapon she claims to oppose. The settlement coordinates I gave you, they're real. But Elena altered them, led you on a path designed to waste time, to give her a chance to steal the kit and sell it to the highest bidder. I look at Rhea, Elena. She's staring at the tablet. Her face is white. That's not, she starts. Quiet, I say. The video continues. Come to the bunker, George. Let me show you the truth. All of it. The security footage from the day your family died, The research Elena doesn't want you to see. The real reason she attached herself to you. Make an informed decision. That's all I ask. The video ends. I look at Marcus. How far to the bunker? George, no. Elena grabs my arm. I shake her off. How far? 2 days by vehicle. Marcus says, we can leave now. George, please. Elena's voice breaks. Don't trust him. He's manipulating you. Like you manipulated me? That was different. How? She doesn't have an answer. I hand the tablet back to Marcus. I need to think. Of course, Marcus says. Take your time. We'll wait. He walks back to his team. Elena and I stand there, the valley darkening around us. It's not true, she says finally. The video, the secret meetings, he fabricated it. Did he? Yes. How do I know? Because I'm telling you. You've been lying to me since we met. Why should I believe you now? She doesn't have an answer for that either. I walk away, back toward the research station. She follows, keeps her distance. We spend the night in separate rooms. I don't sleep, just stare at the ceiling, thinking about the photo on the wall, about Elena in her lab coat, smiling, proud of her work, about Jennifer and Emma, about the question I've carried for 3 years, about the architect's offer, the truth. All of it. By morning, I still don't know what to do, but when I walk outside, Marcus's team is waiting, and Elena is standing on the other side of the valley, watching me, waiting to see which direction I walk. Chapter 15, Midpoint, the Great Reversal. I wake up strapped to a chair, standard interrogation setup, wrists bound, ankles bound, single light overhead. Can't see the walls. My head feels like it's full of wet sand. Tranquilizer hangover. I've felt it before. Days ago. Weeks. Time's weird. I try to move. The straps hold. Professional knots. Someone knew what they were doing. Footsteps. Behind me. Multiple people. He's awake, a voice says. Female. Familiar. Dr. Amara. She walks into the light. Still wearing white. Still smiling. George, she says. Welcome back. Where's Rhea? Your companion is being processed. Don't worry, she'll be comfortable. Let her go. I'm afraid that's not possible. She's quite valuable to us. She nods to someone I can't see. A door opens. More footsteps. The architect walks into the light. I've never seen him in person. Only heard his voice through radios. Through the neural broadcast at the halfway house. He looks normal. Mid-50s, clean-shaven, wearing clothes that look like they came from before the fall. Pressed. Neat. He looks at me the way you'd look at a spreadsheet. Mr. Harmon, he says, thank you for your work. I didn't work for you. Didn't you? He pulls up a chair, sits across from me. You carried my component across 300 miles of hostile territory. You protected it. You prioritized it. You did exactly what I needed you to do. I was helping a settlement. There is no settlement, George. There never was. The coordinates you were given lead to this facility. The room tilts. Or maybe that's just me. I don't believe you. That's understandable, but irrelevant. He gestures to Dr. Amara. She places something on the table between us. The sanguine kit. My pack is gone. They took it while I was out. Do you know what this is? The architect asks. Medicine to mute the rotten. Partially correct. It does mute, but not the rotten. He opens the case. Inside, the 30 injectors are arranged in perfect rows. Each of these contains a neurochemical compound. When introduced to the human nervous system, it paralyzes the vocal cords, permanently, painlessly. You're muting survivors. I'm silencing the infection vector. He picks up one of the injectors, holds it to the light. The Echo-Lalia only works if there's sound. Remove sound, remove the threat. It's quite elegant. It's slavery. It's survival. He sets the injector down. But this particular kit isn't for the rotten, or even for random survivors. It's for something much more important. He stands, walks to the wall, presses something. A panel slides back. Behind it, screens. Dozens of them. Each one showing a different location. Villages, camps, settlements, real settlements. Hundreds of people. These are the remaining population centers, the architect says. Approximately 8,000 survivors, scattered, disorganized, vulnerable. He presses another button. The screens change. Now they show machinery, complex, industrial, First, this is the neural broadcast array, he continues, capable of transmitting a synchronized frequency to every human within a 100-mile radius. Currently, it's dormant, incomplete. He walks back to the table, picks up the sanguine kit. This is the final component. The chemical signatures in these injectors are keyed to individual neural patterns. Once introduced into the array, they create a baseline, a template. Every human within range will be synchronized to that template. You're going to turn them into the people at the halfway house. I'm going to give them unity, George, a single purpose, a single thought. No more conflict, no more fear, no more chaos, no more choice. Choice is what destroyed the world. His voice doesn't rise, stays calm, reasonable. Humanity had choice for 10,000 years. Look where it led. Pandemics, wars, ecological collapse. The Echo-Lalia is just the latest symptom of our fundamental inability to cooperate. So you're going to force cooperation. I'm going to ensure survival. He sets the kit down. In 3 hours, the array will be complete. 8,000 people will be synchronized. They'll build, they'll grow, they'll expand, and eventually, everyone left will join them. A perfect society, silent, harmonious, eternal. I pull against the straps. They don't budge. You're insane. I'm logical. He leans closer. You understand logic, George. You spent your entire career optimizing systems, eliminating inefficiencies. I'm doing the same thing on a larger scale. People aren't systems, aren't they? You treated your own family like a business, scheduled dinners, quarterly reviews of your daughter's grades. You even had a protocol for arguments with your wife. Don't pretend you're above systematization. That was different. How? I don't have an answer. He smiles. Not cruel, understanding. You and I aren't so different, George. We both see the value in order, in structure, in eliminating variables. The only difference is scope. I would never take away people's voices. No? He pulls something from his pocket. A photograph. My family. Jennifer and Emma. Smiling. You took away their voices when you chose work over evacuation, he says. You were in your office behind safety glass while they died outside. You could have saved them. You chose not to because you believed the authorities would handle it. You believed in the system. My throat closes. I'm not judging you, George. I'm sympathizing. We both put our faith in order, in protocol, and we both watched it fail. The difference is, I learned. I adapted. You're still clinging to the fantasy that chaos can be managed with contracts and professionalism. He stands, walks toward the door. In 2 hours, the array activates. You can either accept that you've played your part in building something better, or you can rage against the inevitable. Either way, the outcome is the same. Where's Rhea? Being prepared for the broadcast. She'll be one of the templates, a valuable one. Her neural pattern is unique. Let her go. I can't. She's too important, but I can offer you something. He pauses at the door. Join us. Come, become part of the system. I have a position for you later for the synchronized settlements. You'd be perfect. Go to hell, he sighs. I'll give you an hour to reconsider. Dr. Amara will check on you. He leaves. Dr. Amara follows. The door closes. I'm alone. The screens are still visible. 8,000 people going about their lives, unaware that in 2 hours they'll stop being themselves. I pull against the straps again. Nothing. I scan the room, looking for anything. A sharp edge, a tool, anything. There's nothing. Just me. The chair, the screens, and on the table 5 feet away, the sanguine kit. I stare at it. 30 injectors. The final piece of the architect's weapon. The thing I carried across 300 miles. The thing I protected. The thing I prioritized. Because I thought I was helping. Because I thought I was doing the right thing. Because I thought, the door opens. I tense, expecting the architect, or Dr. Amara. It's Rhea. She's wearing the same dull green as the halfway house residents. Her hair's been brushed, cleaned. She looks like a different person. She walks to the table, doesn't look at me. Rhea, I say. No response. Rhea. She picks up one of the injectors, examines it. Elena, I try. She looks at me then. Her eyes are empty. They muted you, I say. Greenette, she shakes her head, opens her mouth. I volunteered, she says. The words are flat, mechanical. Bullshit. It was the logical choice. Reduced threat profile, increased utility. The architect explained it very clearly. That's not you talking. It is. I'm simply being honest about my priorities. And she sets the injector down, walks closer. You were right, George. I lied to you. I used you. I let you believe you were helping when really you were just fulfilling a mission parameter. Stop. I don't deserve your trust. I don't deserve your partnership. The architect has offered me a better role. I'm taking it. I search her face for a tell, a crack, anything that says she's lying. There's nothing. He didn't mute you, I say slowly. He didn't have to, because you already chose this. She doesn't respond. You looked at what he's building and you chose it, because it's easier than being human. Being human is inefficient. Being human is the point. She turns away, walks to the door. Rhea, I call. Elena, whatever your name is, don't do this. She pauses, doesn't turn around. My name, she says, is irrelevant. I'm a component now, same as you. The door closes. I'm alone again. The screens flicker. A countdown appears. 1 hour, 47 minutes until the array activates. I pull against the straps until my wrists bleed. They still don't budge. On the screens, 8,000 people continue living, unaware that someone else is about to decide who they'll become. I think about Jennifer, Emma, the way I watched them die because I believed the system would save them. I think about Rhea, the way she looked at me with empty eyes. I think about the architect, his calm voice, his reasonable logic, and I realize he's right. I am like him. I just haven't admitted it yet. The countdown ticks. I close my eyes, and for the first time in 3 years, I stop pretending I'm still professional. I scream. The sound doesn't echo. There's no one left to hear it. Chapter 16. The Descent into Chaos. The explosion comes at exactly 01:32, not from inside the facility, from outside. The screens flicker. Alarms start. Red light floods the room. The straps on my wrists loosen. Structural shift. The chair bolts giving slightly in the floor. I pull. Hard. The right strap tears. My hands free. I go for the left strap. It's tighter. I'm working on it when the door blows open, not unlocked. Blown. Rhea stands in the doorway. Her green uniform is gone. She's back in her tactical gear. Blood on her hands, not hers. She's holding the Makarov. Still empty, but she's using it as a club. Move, she says. Not mechanical anymore. Urgent. Human. I rip the left strap free. Work on my ankles. What happened? I ask. Change of plans. She crosses to the table, grabs the sanguine kit. We're leaving. What about... The array's overloading. I triggered a feedback loop in the neural broadcast. Whole system's eating itself. My ankles come free. I stand. Legs wobble. You're not muted, I say. Never was. I lied. To who? Everyone. She throws me the kit. Including you. We'll discuss it later. Right now we run. The building shudders. Something massive just collapsed nearby. We run. The hallway outside is chaos. Smoke. Sparks from severed cables. The sterile white walls are cracked, exposing the industrial skeleton underneath. Residents in green uniforms wander confused. Some are on the ground, seizing. The neural broadcast must have been active partially, and the overload is frying their implants. Rhea doesn't slow down. She vaults over a collapsed beam, turns a corner. I follow. Where's the architect? I shout. Server room, trying to salvage the array. And we're going... Opposite direction, to the garage. We hit a stairwell. Down. 3 flights. My lungs are burning by the time we reach the bottom. The garage is massive. Rows of vehicles. Most pre-fall, some modified. Rhea makes for a truck in the back corner. Military model, reinforced. Keys, I ask. She smashes the window. Pops the door. Who needs keys? She's under the dash, hot wiring, when I hear footsteps behind us. I turn. Dr. Amara, she's not alone. 6 guards, armed. Stop, she says. Rhea doesn't stop. Keeps working. I said stop. Make me, Rhea calls back. The guards raise weapons, tranquilizers. I step between them and the truck. No weapon, no plan, just me. Move, George, Dr. Amara says. This doesn't concern you anymore. Yeah, it does. The architect will be disappointed. He'll get over it. The engine turns, catches. Rhea whoops from inside the cab. The guards fire. I drop. The darts pass overhead. One hits the truck's hood. Another hits the wall. Rhea throws open the passenger door. Get in. I scramble up. Dive in. She's already moving. The truck lurches forward, smashes through a guard who didn't move fast enough. Dr. Amara dives aside. The other guards scatter. Rhea punches the accelerator. We're heading for the garage door, still closed. Rhea, hold on. We hit the door at 40 miles per hour. Metal screams. The door buckles. Tears. We're through. Outside is madness. The facility is massive. I didn't realize how massive until now. At least a square mile of buildings. All of them connected. All of them failing. Smoke rises from a dozen locations. Fires. The residents are everywhere. Some running, some standing still, some collapsed. The neural broadcast's failure has left them broken, confused, lost. Rhea navigates through them, weaving, honking. They don't move out of the way. They don't react at all. We're almost to the perimeter fence when I see him, the architect, standing in the middle of the road, alone. Rhea slows, stops. Run him over, I say. No. Why not? Because I need to hear what he says. She opens the door, steps out, I follow. The architect watches us approach. His clean clothes are stained now. Ash, blood, but his expression hasn't changed. Calm, reasonable. Elena, he says, I'm disappointed. You shouldn't be, Rhea replies. This is exactly what I would do. The array is destroyed. Years of work, gone. Good. 8,000 people will die without the unification. 8,000 people will get to choose their own deaths. He tilts his head. You truly believe that's better? I know it is. They stare at each other, two people who used to speak the same language. What happens now? The architect asks. You stay here, we leave. And then you watch your perfect world collapse. He nods. Doesn't argue, doesn't beg. You'll regret this, he says. Not a threat, just a statement. Maybe, Rhea says, but at least I'll regret it in my own voice. She turns, walks back to the truck. I start to follow, then stop. Look at the architect. She's wrong, I say. I won't regret this. He smiles, sad, understanding. You already do, George. You just haven't admitted it yet. I leave him standing there. Rhea's already in the truck, engine running. I climb in. She hits the gas. Behind us, the facility continues its collapse. Buildings falling, fires spreading. The fence comes up fast. Rhea doesn't slow. We crash through. Metal tears. The truck shudders but holds. We're out. The wasteland spreads ahead, empty, hostile, free. Rhea drives for an hour before pulling over. We sit in silence, both of us staring at nothing. Finally, I speak. You lied to me. Yeah, in there. You said you volunteered. I did lie, to make you angry. Anger's useful. You could have just told me the plan. Didn't have one. Made it up as I went. I look at her. She's gripping the steering wheel so hard her knuckles are white. Why did you come back for me? I ask. She doesn't answer right away. When she does, her voice is quiet. Because you stepped in front of the tranq rifle. What? When Marcus's team was going to shoot me, you stepped in front, took the dart yourself. You would have done the same. No. She looks at me. I wouldn't have. 3 weeks ago, I would have let you take it. Would have used the distraction to escape. What changed? She doesn't answer, just reaches over, takes my hand. Her palm is slick with sweat. Or blood. I don't check. I just hold on. We sit there until the sun sets. Then we keep driving, away from the facility, away from the architect, away from the mission we thought we had. Into nothing. The sanguine kit sits between us on the bench seat. 30 injectors. The final component of a weapon we'll never deliver. What do we do with it? I ask. Rhea looks at the kit, then at me. We destroy it. How? She doesn't answer, just drives. Behind us on the horizon, smoke rises from the architect's collapsing dream. Ahead, there's only road. And for the first time since this whole thing started, I realize we don't have a destination anymore. We're just two people, driving, surviving. No mission, no contract, no purpose, just us. And somehow that's enough. Chapter 17, The Crow's Mercy. 3 days after the facility, we run out of gas. The truck coughs, sputters. Rhea guides it to the shoulder before it dies completely. We sit there for a minute. Neither of us moves. How far did we get? I ask. Rhea checks the odometer. 200 miles, give or take. Not bad. Not good either. She's right. We're in the middle of nowhere. Scrubland. No landmarks. No shelter. We get out, check the supplies, the sanguine kit, 2 protein packs, 1 water bottle, half full, the empty Makarov, my useless K2. We walk, Rhea says. Which direction? She points south. That way. Why south? Because north is where we came from. Can't argue with that logic. We walk. By midday, we find the settlement. Not a settlement. A camp. Maybe 20 people. Scattered tents. A few vehicles in various states of decay. Rhea spots them first. Holds up a hand. We watch from a ridge. The people below move with purpose. Trading. Building. Talking. They look organized. Too organized. Could be raiders, I say. Could be. Could also be desperate people trying to survive. Could be that too. We're debating whether to approach when someone approaches us. A woman, 40-ish, carrying a rifle. She comes from behind. We didn't see her. Sloppy. You armed? She asks. I raise my hands. No. The rifle on your back looks armed to me. It's empty. Prove it. I unsling the K2 slowly, eject the magazine. Show her. Shonad. She nods, doesn't lower her weapon. What do you want? She asks. Water, Rhea says. Food if you have it. We don't run a charity. We can trade. What have you got? I think about the sanguine kit, about what it's worth to the wrong people. Gear, I lie. Medical supplies. The woman considers. You alone? Just us. You rotten? Do we look rotten? These days, yeah. Everyone does. She lowers the rifle slightly. Come on, but I'm watching you. We follow her down to the camp. Up close, it's worse than I thought. The people look starved, hollow. The tents are patched with scavenged materials. Everything has that desperate, held together by hope quality. The woman, she says her name is Carmen, leads us to the center. A fire pit, a few people sitting around it. One of them stands when he sees us. I recognize him immediately. Marcus. He recognizes me too. His hand goes to his belt, to a pistol. Shit, Rhea mutters. Marcus doesn't draw, just stares. George, he says. Rhea, what a coincidence. Is it? I ask. Depends. You here to cause problems? We're here for water. Just water and food, if you have it. He laughs, no humor in it. You destroyed the architect's facility, killed his array, set his plan back years, and now you want food? Carmen looks confused. You know them? Yeah, Marcus says. We worked together, before they went rogue. They're with the architect? Carmen's rifle comes back up. Were, Rhea clarifies. Past tense. Not what it looked like 3 days ago, Marcus says. You were part of the team, part of the neural broadcast project. Rhea doesn't deny it. Look, I say, we're not with him anymore. We destroyed the array. We're done. You destroyed the array because it served you, Marcus says. Not because you care about anyone here. That's not. Isn't it? He steps closer. You could have warned us. Could have told the settlements what the architect was planning. Instead, you sabotaged it for your own reasons and left the rest of us to pick up the pieces. What pieces? Rhea asks. The architect's plan would have enslaved everyone. The architect's plan would have unified everyone, given us a chance. Now? Marcus gestures at the camp. Now we're back to this. Starving, fighting, waiting to die. I look around the camp. He's not wrong. These people are barely holding on. We're not your enemy, I say. No? Then why is half the camp dead? Because the array's collapse triggered a feedback pulse that fried their implants. I freeze. What? Half. The camp, dead. Marcus enunciates each word. The array was broadcasting at a low level before you destroyed it. When it overloaded, the signal spiked. Anyone with halfway house implants, anyone who'd been muted, their brains melted. Rhea's face goes white. We didn't know, she says. Didn't care, more like. Carmen's rifle is definitely up now. Pointed at me. You need to leave, she says. We need water, I say. Then you should have thought of that before you killed our people. I open my mouth to argue, to explain. Rhea's hand on my arm stops me. We'll go, she says. Like hell, Marcus says. You came into my camp. You owe us. We don't owe you anything. You owe us 10 lives, maybe more if the wounded don't make it. He nods to Carmen. She whistles. 3 more people emerge from the tents, all armed. We're surrounded. Here's how this works, Marcus says. You have something valuable. I can smell it. You're going to give it to us as compensation. We've got nothing, I say. Bullshit. You've got a pack. Let me see it. I don't move. George, Marcus says, I'm trying to be reasonable here. Don't make this ugly. One of the armed people, a young guy, maybe 20, steps forward, grabs my pack. I try to hold on. He's stronger, yanks it off. Don't, I say. Too late. He opens it. The sanguine kit gleams in the afternoon light. Marcus stares at it. Is that? It's nothing, Rhea says quickly. That's the kit, the final component. Marcus looks at me. You still have it? We're destroying it, I say. Why? It's worth. He stops, recalculates. It's worth everything to the right buyer. We're not selling it. You're not. He takes the pack from the young guy, holds it up. But I am. Rhea's hand goes to her empty Makarov. Reflexive. Marcus sees it. You going to shoot me with an empty gun, Elena? If I have to. He laughs again. I miss this, your confidence, even when you're outnumbered and outgunned. We're leaving, Rhea says. With the kit. No, you're not. I step forward. Marcus, listen. No, you listen. His voice drops, goes cold. You cost me everything, my team, my purpose. The architect cut me loose after you destroyed the array, said I'd failed, that I was obsolete. So yeah, I'm taking the kit, I'm selling it to whoever wants it, and I'm going to rebuild something from the wreckage you left behind. He turns to Carmen. Put them in the pit. The pit, I ask. Carmen smiles. Not friendly. Gladiatorial ring. We use it for disputes, entertainment, keeps people distracted from dying. You're not serious, Rhea says. Dead serious. Marcus pockets the kit. You fight. You win. You go free. You lose. Well, at least you'll feed the crowd. They move us at gunpoint. The pit is exactly what it sounds like. A hole dug in the ground 20 feet across, 10 feet deep, reinforced with scavenged metal sheeting. They throw us in. I land hard. Rhea lands on her feet. Above, the camp gathers. 20 faces staring down, hungry, desperate. This is entertainment to them, a distraction from the slow death of the Wasteland. Marcus appears at the edge. The rules are simple. You fight whoever we send down. You win, you climb out. You lose? Well, you know. Who are we fighting, I ask. He doesn't answer, just nods to someone. They throw a body into the pit. Not a body, a person, alive. He's younger than the guy who took my pack, maybe 18, skinny, shaking. He's holding a sharpened rebar. His name's Luca, Marcus says. He volunteered. He wins. His family gets an extra ration for a week. Luca looks terrified, but he raises the rebar. I'm sorry, he says to us. Then he charges. Rhea sidesteps. Easy. Luca's swing goes wide. He recovers. Swings again. This time at me. I don't sidestep. I catch his arm. He's weak, malnourished. I twist the rebar out of his grip without trying. He falls, scrambles back against the wall. Above, the crowd murmurs, disappointed. I look at Rhea. She's staring at the rebar in my hands. We have to fight him, she says quietly. He's a kid. He's a threat. He's desperate. So are we. I look up at Marcus. This is your solution? Making children fight? It's his choice, Marcus says, not mine. Bullshit, Marcus shrugs. You can refuse. We'll just send someone else. Someone bigger, meaner. Luca's still on the ground, crying now. I drop the rebar, walk to the wall, start trying to climb. The metal's too smooth, no handholds. Behind me, Rhea picks up the rebar, walks to Luca. He flinches. She doesn't swing, just offers him a hand. Get up, she says. He doesn't move. Get up. You're going to tell them you won. What? You're going to tell them you won. We're going to pretend to go down. You're going to get your family their ration. And then tonight, you're going to help us get out of here. Lucas stares at her. Why would I do that? Because if you don't, I'll climb out of this pit and Marcus will know you failed. And he'll send someone else. Someone who won't let you walk away. Luca looks up at Marcus, at the crowd, then back at Rhea. Okay, he whispers. Rhea nods, hands him the rebar. Make it look good. She falls, theatrical. I follow her lead. We lie still. Lucas stands over us, raises the rebar, shaking. I won, he calls up. His voice cracks. The crowd cheers, hollow. They know it's fake. But Marcus nods. Pull him up. They throw down a rope. Luca climbs. We're left in the pit. I roll onto my back. Stare at the sky. You think he'll help? I ask. No, Rhea says. But it was worth a shot. We lie there until the sun sets. Above, the camp quiets. The crowd disperses. We're alone. Just us and the walls we can't climb. And somewhere up there, Marcus has the sanguine kit, the thing we carried 300 miles, the thing we nearly died for. Gone. Rhea reaches over, takes my hand. We'll get it back, she says. How? I don't know yet. Her hand is cold in mine. We lie there, waiting for whatever comes next. Above in the camp, I hear voices. Someone's arguing. The voices get louder. Then a rope drops into the pit. I look up. Luca's silhouette against the stars. Hurry, he whispers, before they notice. Rhea's already moving. Climbing. I follow. We're out. Chapter 18. The Thirst for Blood. The desert doesn't care if you're thirsty. We've been walking for 2 days since Luca let us out. He gave us directions, south toward an old highway junction where water supposedly pooled after rains. Then he disappeared back into the camp before anyone noticed. Smart kid. The water bottle ran dry yesterday morning. Rhea's been scanning the horizon ever since, looking for any sign of moisture. Clouds, vegetation, anything. There's nothing. My tongue feels like leather. My lips cracked open hours ago. Every breath tastes like copper and dust. Rhea's worse. She hasn't complained, but I can see it in the way she walks, slower, less precise. Her eyes are sunken. We need water. Soon. The highway junction appears at midday, or what I think is midday. Time's gotten weird. There's a cluster of rusted vehicles, an overturned tanker truck, some kind of checkpoint station half collapsed, and in the center, surrounded by a chain-link fence, a well. Manual pump. The kind you have to work by hand. We both see it at the same time. Rhea stops walking, stares. Could be dry, I say. My voice is a rasp. Could be. We approach slowly. My boots scrape against the pavement. Each step takes effort. The fence has a gate, locked with a chain. Beyond it, sitting on the well's edge, a family. Woman. Man. 3 children. The youngest can't be more than 5. They're all staring at us. The man stands. He's got a rifle. Old hunting model. Could be loaded, could be another prop like my K2. Far enough, he calls. We stop. We need water, Rhea says. So do we. We can share. The man doesn't lower the rifle. How much you got to trade? I think about our supplies. We've got nothing. The sanguine kit is gone. No food, no gear worth trading. We've got, I start. Nothing, Rhea finishes. We've got nothing. The man's jaw tightens. Then you've got nothing to trade. Please, I say, just enough to make it to the next water source. There is no next water source, not for 50 miles. This is it. One of the children, a girl, maybe 7, tugs on the woman's sleeve, whispers something. The woman shakes her head, whispers back. The girl looks at us. Her eyes are huge, sad. We could work, I try. Help you with what? The man gestures at the Wasteland. There's no work here, no trade, no economy, just survival. He's right, I know he's right, but I'm so thirsty I can barely think. Rhea takes a step toward the fence. The rifle comes up. Don't. We're not leaving without water, Rhea says. Yeah, you are. No. Her hand moves to her belt, to the empty Makarov. She pulls it, holds it like it's loaded. The man hesitates. He can't tell from this distance. Rhea, I say quietly, don't. She ignores me, takes another step. I will shoot you, the man says. His voice shakes. No, you won't, Rhea says, because if you do, your family has to watch, and that'll break them. Rhea. Shut up, George. She's at the fence now. The man's rifle is pointed at her chest. Last warning, he says. Give us water, or I climb this fence and take it. The woman stands, moves between the man and the fence. David, she says, just give them some. We can't afford to. We can't afford not to. She looks at Rhea, then at me. They're dying. So are we. We'll die slower. David doesn't lower the rifle, but his shoulders sag, defeated. The woman, I hear him call her Sarah, unlocks the gate, opens it. Rhea steps through. Sarah walks to the well, starts pumping. Water splashes into a bucket. I nearly cry at the sound. Sarah fills a canteen, hands it to Rhea. Rhea doesn't drink, just holds it, stares at it. Take it, Sarah says. Rhea looks at her, at David, at the children. Then she hands it to me. You first, she says. I take it, unscrew the cap. The water smells like rust and minerals. I drink. It's the best thing I've ever tasted. I force myself to stop after 3 swallows. Pass it to Rhea. She drinks. More than I did. I don't blame her. When she's done, she hands the canteen back to Sarah. Thank you, she says. Sarah nods, doesn't smile. David hasn't moved, still holding the rifle. You should go now, he says. Yeah, I say, we should. But Rhea doesn't move. She's looking at the well, at the pump, at the family. How much water do you have? She asks. Enough, David says. For how long? That's not your concern. 2 weeks? Rhea presses. 3? Sarah looks away. Answer enough. It's going to run dry, Rhea says. Isn't it? No one responds. And when it does, you'll have to move. Take your children into the wasteland. Hope you find another source before you die of thirst. We'll manage, David says. Rhea reaches into her jacket. David's finger tightens on the trigger. She pulls out a folded piece of paper, one of the maps we salvaged weeks ago. There's a reservoir, she says, 40 miles west. Pre-fall, might still have water. She hands the map to Sarah. Sarah unfolds it, studies it. Why are you telling us this, she asks. Because you have children. Rhea looks at the youngest, the 5-year-old, and they deserve a chance. Sarah folds the map, pockets it. Thank you, she says quietly. Rhea turns, walks out of the gate. I follow. We're 20 feet away when Sarah calls out, wait. We stop. She's holding 2 canteens, full. Take these, she says. For the road. Rhea hesitates, then takes them. You didn't have to do that, I say. Yes, I did, Sarah says. Kindness is the only currency left. We leave the family at the well, walk south. After a mile, Rhea stops, sits down hard on a rock. I sit next to her. You gave them the map, I say. Yeah. That was our only navigation. I know. We're lost now. I know. I look at her. She's staring at the canteens in her hands. Why? I ask. She doesn't answer for a long time. When she does, her voice is quiet. Because 3 weeks ago, I would have climbed that fence, taken the water by force, left them with nothing. But you didn't. No. She looks at me. I didn't. She hands me a canteen, keeps the other. You're changing, I say. Maybe. She takes a drink. Or maybe I'm just tired of being what I thought I had to be. We sit there as the sun sets, 2 people, lost in the wasteland, but we have water, and for now, that's enough. Chapter 19. The night of the long echoes. The storm comes at dusk. Not rain. Sound. We're sheltering an abandoned gas station when we hear it, a low rumble from the north. At first, I think it's thunder, but thunder doesn't sustain like this, doesn't build. Rhea's on her feet instantly. At the window. What is it? I ask. She doesn't answer. Just stares. I join her. The horizon is dark, but it's not a cloud. It's movement, a wave of them. Rotten. Hundreds, maybe thousands, all moving south toward us. The storm, Rhea says, from 3 days ago. The wind patterns must have shifted. They're following the pressure front. They're migrating. They're swarming. The rumble gets louder. Now I can hear individual sounds within it. Footsteps, moaning, and underneath it all, voices, echoes. Every death for the last 10 years replayed, amplified, bouncing off the valley walls. We can't outrun that, I say. No. We can't fight it. No. So what do? Rhea scans the gas station. It's small. 1 room. Glass windows on 3 sides. A single door. We hold the door, she says. That's your plan? You got a better one? I don't. We start barricading. Shelving units against the windows, a refrigerator against the main entrance, anything heavy, anything that might slow them down. The noise is deafening now. The echoes have become a cacophony. I hear screaming, begging. Last words, I hear Jennifer's voice. George, I love you. Tell Emma. I freeze. Rhea grabs my shoulder. Don't listen. It's not real. I know, but it sounds real. The first rotten hits the building. The wall shudders. then another, then 10 more. They're not trying to get in yet, just pressed against the structure by the sheer weight of the swarm behind them. Rhea and I stand at the door, her with her empty Makarov, me with my empty K2, useless weapons, but we hold them anyway. The glass cracks, one window, then another. The barricades hold, barely. Hands start coming through the gaps, reaching, grasping. Rhea smashes them with the Makarov over and over. The slide breaks on the third hit, but she keeps using it as a club. I'm doing the same with the K2, using the stock to crush fingers, wrists. The echoes are inside my head now. Emma's waiting, George. I can't find her. Please help us. It hurts. Every voice, every death, all at once. Rhea's screaming, not words, just sound, trying to drown out the noise. I join her. We scream at the swarm, at the echoes, at everything, and the swarm screams back, in our voices. I hear myself from 5 seconds ago. I can't find her. I hear Rhea. It hurts. The rotten are learning, adapting, using our screams to coordinate. The door buckles, the refrigerator slides back an inch, then another. They're coming through, I shout. Rhea nods, she knows. We brace against the refrigerator. Push. It's not enough. The door opens, a hand comes through, then an arm, then a face. I bring the K2 down on its skull, it drops, another takes its place, and another. We're not going to hold this. Rhea must realize it too, because she stops pushing. Steps back, looks at me. George, she says. Her voice is calm, clear, cuts through the noise. If we don't make it, don't. Listen to me. She grabs my arm. If we don't make it, I need you to know everything that happened, everything I did, the lies, the mission, all of it. Rhea, I did it because I was afraid that if I let you know who I really was, you'd leave. And I couldn't be alone again. The door opens wider, 5 hands now, 10. I'm not leaving, I say. You don't get to choose. Yeah, I do. I grab her hand, the way she grabbed mine in the silent forest. We hold, I say, together. She nods. We turn back to the door. The swarm pushes through. We push back for hours. I lose track of time. My arms go numb, my throat raw from screaming. Rhea's bleeding from a dozen cuts, glass, nails, teeth. But she doesn't stop. Neither do I. We hold the door. We hold it. We hold it until the sun rises and the swarm stops. Just like that. The pressure releases. The rotten turn. Walk away, following some signal we can't hear. Migrating south, leaving us behind. Rhea collapses against the wall. I collapse next to her. We're both shaking. Can't stop. The echoes fade slowly, like a ringing in your ears after a concert. Eventually there's silence. Real silence. We held, Rhea says. Her voice is hoarse. Yeah. I didn't think we would. Me neither. She leans her head against my shoulder. I don't pull away. We sit there as the sun climbs higher. 2 people who should be dead, but aren't. Outside, the wasteland is empty again. The swarm moved on, and we're still here, still holding on. Chapter 20, The Architect's Invitation. The radio in the gas station still works. We discover this 3 hours after the swarm passes. Rhea's searching for supplies when she accidentally kicks it. The thing crackles to life, static. Then a voice. George Harmon, if you can hear this, please respond. The architect. I freeze. Rhea's across the room. She heard it too. Don't, she says. I don't move toward the radio, but I don't move away either. George, the voice continues. Calm, patient. I know you're listening. I know you survived the swarm. I have eyes in the wasteland. They reported your location. Eyes. Drones, maybe. Satellites. He still has infrastructure. I'm not angry about the array, he says. Setbacks are part of any large-scale project. What matters is the vision, and the vision remains intact. Rhea's shaking her head, mouthing, don't respond. I don't. I'm calling to make you an offer, the architect continues. A genuine one. Come work for me, George. Use your skills for something meaningful. I need someone who understands logistics, supply chains, system optimization. The new world will need all of that. He pauses, like he's waiting for a response. I know what you're thinking, that I'm a monster, that I want to enslave humanity, but consider this. What is slavery really? Working for survival? Following orders? Isn't that what you've been doing your entire life? I think about my old job, my office, my protocols. He's not wrong. The only difference, the architect says, is that I'm honest about the transaction. I don't dress it up as corporate culture or team building. I simply acknowledge the reality. Humans function best when given clear directives, when variables are eliminated, when chaos is managed. Rhea crosses the room, stands between me and the radio. Turn it off, she says, in a minute. Now, George. But I can't. I need to hear what he's offering. Here's the deal, the architect says. Come to my coordinates. Alone. Bring Elena if you insist, but she's not necessary. I'll give you a position. Real authority. You'll oversee the reconstruction of 3 settlements. 50,000 people, eventually. You'll have resources, security, purpose. He pauses again. And I'll answer the question you've been asking yourself since the riots. The question that keeps you awake. Could you have saved them? Jennifer, Emma. If you'd acted differently, if you'd made different choices, could they have survived? My throat closes. I have the data, George. The security footage from your building, the emergency response logs, the riot patterns. I can show you exactly what would have happened if you'd left your office. I can give you certainty, one way or another. Rhea's hand is on my arm now, squeezing. Don't, she whispers. You have 48 hours, the architect says. The coordinates are broadcasting on this frequency. Come alone. Come with Elena. Your choice. But come, George, because the alternative is spending the rest of your life wondering. And I know you. You can't live with uncertainty. It's why you built all those protocols, all those systems, and to eliminate the unknown. The transmission ends, the coordinates start broadcasting, a repeating loop of numbers. I could memorize them without trying. Rhea turns off the radio. No, she says, you don't know what I'm thinking. Yes, I do. You're thinking about going. I don't deny it. It's a trap, she says. I know. He's manipulating you. I know that too. Then why are you considering it? I sit down, put my head in my hands. Because he's right, I say. About the question, I do think about it every day. What if I'd left the office? What if I'd broken protocol? Would they still be alive? You can't know that. That's the point. I can't know. And he's offering to tell me. He's offering to control you. Maybe I want to be controlled. The words come out before I can stop them. Maybe I'm tired of choosing, of wondering if I'm making the right call, of carrying all this. I gesture vaguely at everything. Uncertainty. Rhea kneels in front of me, forces me to look at her. Listen to me, she says. I worked for him. I know how he operates. He doesn't give answers. He gives the illusion of answers. He'll show you data that supports whatever narrative he wants you to believe, and then he'll own you. What if I don't care? You do care. You proved that at the well. With the family, you gave away our map because you care about people making their own choices. That was different. How? I don't have an answer. She stands, walks to the window. If you go to him, she says quietly, I can't follow you. I won't. I'm not asking you to. Good, because I've spent 3 years running from what I helped him build. I'm not going back. Not for you, not for anyone. She's serious. I can hear it in her voice. What if I need to know? I ask. Then you choose the question over me, and I respect that. But I won't watch you destroy yourself for an answer he's never going to give. She starts packing her gear. What little we have left. Where will you go? I ask. Away from here. Away from him. Maybe I'll find that reservoir I told the family about. Maybe I'll just walk until I can't anymore. Alone? If I have to be. I watch her pack. Think about the architect's offer. Think about Jennifer, Emma. Think about the question I've carried for 3 years. Then I think about Rhea, the way she held my hand in the silent forest, the way she came back for me at the facility, the way she gave away our map to strangers with children, the way she's standing here now, telling me the truth, even though it might mean losing me. I stand, walk to the radio, pick it up. Rhea stops packing, watches. I raise the radio to my mouth. Press the transmit button. No, I say. Silence on the other end. Then the architect's voice, less calm now. George, no, I repeat. I don't want your answers. I don't want your certainty. I want to keep wondering, because wondering means I'm still human. I throw the radio against the wall. It shatters. The coordinates stop broadcasting. Rhea's staring at me. You sure? She asks. No, I admit, but I'm choosing it anyway. She nods, doesn't smile, but something in her expression softens. Then we walk, she says. Where? I don't know. Away. That's not a plan. It's the only plan I've got. I pick up my pack, the one without the sanguine kit. Then, I guess we're winging it. Guess so. We leave the gas station, walk south. Behind us, somewhere in the wasteland, the architect waits at coordinates we'll never reach. Ahead, there's nothing but empty road, and for the first time since this whole thing started, that feels like enough. We don't have a mission, don't have supplies, don't have answers, but we have each other, and we're walking away from the trap, together. The sun sets behind us. We keep walking into the dark. Chapter 21, The Salt Flats. The ground beneath my boots doesn't sound right. Salt. That's what Rhea whispers when I pause at the edge of the white expanse. Not snow, not ash. Salt, the kind that crunches when you walk, the kind that preserves things. I take a step. The crust holds. Another. It cracks. Not loud, just a hairline fracture that spiders out from my heel. Rhea grabs my wrist. We freeze, both of us. My weight distributed wrong, leaning too far forward, her fingers digging into the meat of my forearm hard enough that I feel my pulse against her thumb. The flat stretches out maybe 200 meters. Could be more. Hard to tell when everything's the same shade of bone white and the sky's that milky nothing we've been walking under for weeks. On the far side, something dark. Structures. Maybe buildings. Maybe salvation. Between us and there, statues. That's what they look like from here. Figures standing, sitting, crawling, frozen mid-step like someone paused the world. Rotten, Rhea mouths without sound. Dried out. I count 20, 30. Stop counting when I realize they're not arranged in rows. They're scattered like someone dropped them from above. Random. Chaotic. A field of petrified bodies that used to be people who used to have names. Rhea releases my arm, points 2 fingers at her eyes, then at the ground. Watch where you step. The crack I made is maybe 6 inches long, thin as a pen stroke. It doesn't travel far, but I can see it, this little wound in the white, and my brain does the math. Weight plus movement equals fracture. Fracture equals noise. Noise equals... One of the statues has its mouth open. I'm staring at it now. Can't help it. It's maybe 40 feet ahead, on its knees, head tilted back. The mouth is a black hole in a gray face. No tongue. No teeth that I can see from here. Just the opening, like it's been screaming for years, and the scream calcified in its throat. My foot aches where I crack the salt. I shift my weight. Slow, so slow. And something in my knee pops. Not loud. Barely audible. But in the silence of this place, it sounds like a gunshot. Nothing moves. Rhea's already 3 steps ahead. She walks different than me. Her weight on the balls of her feet deck, knees bent, moving like water. Each step deliberate. Each placement tested before she commits. I try to copy her, but my legs are too long, my boots too heavy, my everything too loud. The drone's tracker is still attached to my pack. I can feel it there. A little weight between my shoulder blades. The architect knows where we are, knew where we were, knows where we're going. This whole thing, the salt, the statues, the narrow path between the dead, it's not an obstacle, it's a test. Another step. The salt holds. Another. Holds. Rhea stops. I almost walk into her. Catch myself with my arms out like an idiot, wobbling, my right foot coming down harder than I intended. The crack this time is louder. Travels. Shoots out in 3 directions, and I watch it snake toward the nearest statue, a woman, I think, curled on her side, and stop maybe 2 feet from her outstretched hand. The statue doesn't move, but I swear, and this might be the exhaustion, might be the fact that I haven't slept in 30 hours. I swear I see her fingers twitch. Rhea points, not at the statue, at the ground between us and the far edge. There's a path, not marked, not visible unless you're looking for it. But the salt there is different, smoother, like it's been compressed by feet. Someone walked this before. Multiple someones. A trail worn into the crust by people who needed to cross and lived long enough to make it. Or didn't. I count 7 statues directly on the path. One's missing its head. Another's got its arms stretched out like it was reaching for something. The third is small, child-sized. I don't look at that one for long. We follow the path. Rhea first, me 3 steps behind, neither of us breathing more than we have to. The salt under our feet is solid here, old, thick enough that our weight doesn't matter. But every 10 feet or so, there's a gap, a place where the crust is thin, where you can see through to the dark underneath. And we have to step around those, step over them, step wide and careful and slow. My legs are shaking, not from fear, from the effort, from holding myself so still, so controlled, every muscle locked in this half crouch that's meant to distribute my weight, but really just means I'm stuck in a permanent squat that's turning my thighs to fire. 20 meters to go, 15. The statue with its mouth open is right next to the path now, close enough that I can see the details. The way its skin looks like paper. The way its hands are curled into claws. The way its eyes, still there, somehow dried and sunken but there, are pointed at the sky. I try not to look at it. Look anyway. Can't help it. 10 meters. Rhea's moving faster now. Not running, but faster. Like she can feel the end of this. Like she can taste the solid ground on the far side. And I want to tell her to slow down, want to grab her and make her stop, but I'm too far behind and my mouth is dry, and anyway, the salt beneath her splinters. Not a crack, a splintering. The sound of something breaking apart all at once, and Rhea drops, not through, but down, her knee hitting the crust, her weight suddenly wrong, and the fracture spreads out from her in this spiderweb pattern that reaches and touches the statue's hand. For 3 seconds, nothing happens. Rhea's frozen. One knee down, one hand braced, her other hand still holding the Makarov like it matters, like she can shoot her way out of this. I'm frozen behind her. The salt flats are frozen. The sky is frozen. Then the statue's fingers curl, not fast, slow, deliberate, like someone waking from a long sleep. The hand closes into a fist, knuckles cracking, and the arm moves, jerky, stuttering, lifts from the ground with bits of salt falling from the skin like dandruff. The head turns. I watch it. Can't not watch. The neck rotates in little increments, bones grinding, and the face swings toward us. Those dried eyes lock onto Rhea. The mouth opens wider. No sound comes out. But I hear it anyway. Feel it. This low vibration in my chest, in my teeth, like the air itself is humming at a frequency just below audible. The other statues, I can see them now, all of them, starting to move. Fingers twitching, heads lifting, bodies unfolding from their frozen positions with the sound of old wood splintering. Rhea looks back at me. Her face says everything. We're not going to make it. We're not going to outrun this. We're not. I step forward, plant my foot hard. The salt cracks under me, loud and sharp, and I do it again. Stomping toward her, each step a small explosion, each fracture spreading out to touch more statues, wake more statues, and Rhea's eyes go wide because she understands. If they're all awake, they can't single us out. If the whole field is moving, we're just 2 more shapes in the chaos. I reach her, grab her arm, pull her up, we run. Behind us, the salt flats hum. The sound builds, low at first, then higher, then splitting into harmonics, into this chorus of frequencies that shouldn't exist, that make my eyes water and my head feel like it's being squeezed. The statues are standing now. I don't look back, but I can hear them, their feet crunching through the crust, their bodies shedding salt in clouds of white dust. 5 meters to solid ground. 4. 3. The hum peaks. Splits, becomes something else, something that sounds almost like words, like 1,000 voices trying to remember how to speak, and I realize with a cold clarity that cuts through the adrenaline, they're trying to echo us. But we haven't said anything, so instead they're echoing the sound of our footsteps, the rhythm of our breathing. The crunch, crunch, crunch of salt breaking. We hit solid ground. Stone. Real stone. The kind that doesn't crack. Rhea drops to her knees, gasping, and I turn around because I can't help it, because some part of me needs to see. The salt flats hum as the statue's eyes open in the white expanse behind us. Chapter 22, Rhea's Redemption. The vault door is rust and radiation warnings. Rhea's already working on it. Not picking the lock, there is no lock. Just a wheel, the kind you'd see on a submarine, corroded to hell but still functional. She spins it, once, twice. The metal screams. I'm watching our backs. The statues didn't follow us past the salt. They're still out there, swaying in that field of white. But they haven't crossed the threshold. Maybe they can't. Maybe the ground here is wrong. Maybe they're just waiting. The wheel stops turning. Rhea pulls. The door doesn't budge. She pulls again. Harder. Her arms shake with it. The door groans but stays shut, and I can see her jaw clench, see her plant her feet and throw her whole weight into it. And still, nothing. I move to help. She holds up a hand. Stop. I stop. She backs up, stares at the door, then at the frame, then at the hinges. Her eyes narrow. She's calculating something, working through a problem I can't see yet. 7 years, she says. First words she's spoken in 3 hours. What? It's been sealed 7 years. She taps the door. Hydraulics are shot, pressure's equalized. We're not opening this the normal way. So we crack the frame. She's already moving, already pulling a flat piece of metal from her pack, a jimmy, improvised from a car's suspension rod. She jams it into the gap between the door and the frame, right above the bottom hinge, leans in. The metal bends, the frame creaks. I add my weight. Both of us now pushing down on the lever, using physics instead of strength. The frame is old, pre-fall construction. It's not rated for this kind of lateral stress. Something pops, the door shifts. Just an inch, but that's enough. Rhea repositions the jimmy higher now, and we do it again. Pop, another inch. Again, pop. The door swings open, air rushes out, cold and stale and wrong. It smells like ozone, like old electronics. Like the inside of a server room that's been running on backup power for years after everyone forgot it was there. Rhea goes in first. I follow. The vault is narrow, taller than it is wide. The walls are lined with servers, rack-mounted blades, the kind I used to see in data centers back when data centers were things people cared about. Most of them are dark, but a few, maybe 5, maybe 6, still have blinking lights. Green and amber. Status indicators. There's power here. Somewhere. Rhea's scanning the room, not looking at the servers, looking for something else. She finds it in the back corner. A terminal. Old. Keyboard thick with dust. Screen cracked but functional. She sits in front of it. The chair groans under her weight. I should be watching the door, should be listening for movement. Instead, I'm watching her. The way her hands hover over the keyboard. The way she's hesitating. This is it, she says. Not to me, to herself. This is where they kept it. Kept what? She doesn't answer, just starts typing. The screen flickers. Lines of code scroll past, too fast for me to read, too technical for me to understand. She's navigating through directories, file trees, archives. Then she stops. On the screen, a personnel file. Photo in the corner. A woman. Younger than Rhea, but the resemblance is there. Same eyes, same jawline, different hair. Name, Dr. Sofia Navarro. Rhea's hand is shaking. Your sister, I say. Yeah. She doesn't elaborate, just keeps scrolling. There's a log, dated entries. The last one is from 9 years ago. The text is clinical, sterile, test results, subject, responses, notation about vestigial neural patterns persisting post-spore integration. Rhea's breathing is wrong, short, shallow. She was patient 0, Rhea says. Her voice is flat, empty. Sophia, my sister. She volunteered. They told her it was safe, that it was just observation. Controlled exposure guide that the spores were dormant. Rhea, they weren't dormant. She's still scrolling, past the logs into video files. She clicks one. The screen fills with security footage. A containment room, white walls, glass partition. A woman, Sophia, sitting on a cot. She looks fine, healthy, talking to someone off camera, laughing. Then the timestamp jumps forward. 6 hours. Sophia's still sitting, but she's not laughing anymore. She's staring at her hands, turning them over, flexing her fingers like she's forgotten how they work. Another jump. 12 hours. Sophia's standing now, facing the glass. Her mouth is moving, but there's no sound. She's saying something, repeating it, over and over. Rhea pauses the video, leans closer to the screen, reads Sophia's lips. "Help me," Rhea whispers. She's saying, "Help me." The video keeps playing. Jumps forward again. 24 hours. Sophia's on the floor now, convulsing, foam at the mouth, hands clawing at her throat. Two people in hazmat suits enter the room. They're trying to restrain her. She's fighting back, scratching, biting. The video cuts to black. Rhea closes the file. Her hand is steady now. Too steady. She opens another directory. This one's labeled Team Bios. She finds her own name, clicks it. Her file is longer, more detailed. Photo from 10 years ago. She looks different, clean, professional, hair tied back, lab coat. The caption under the photo reads, "Lead epidemiologist, neural fungal integration study." There's a note attached, handwritten, scanned in. Dr. Navarro's early warnings about accelerated mutation rates were dismissed by oversight. She advocated for immediate cessation of human trials following subject S01, her sister. Request denied by architect Wayland. Navarro left the program voluntarily 3 days before the outbreak. Current whereabouts unknown. Rhea stares at the note, then at the photo. Then she does something I don't expect. She laughs. Not a happy laugh, not even a bitter one. Just this short, sharp bark of sound that cuts through the cold air and dies instantly. "I ran," she says. I fucking ran. Told myself it was protest. Told myself I was taking a stand. But really? She taps the screen. I just didn't want to watch her turn. "You tried to stop it." "I tried to stop it after it was already too late. After Sophia." She stops, closes her eyes, opens them. "After Sophia was already gone. I could have stopped it before. Could have leaked the data. Could have blown the whistle. Could have done something other than write a memo and walk away." I don't know what to say to that. Don't know if there's anything to say. She closes the terminal, stands, turns to face me for the first time since we entered the vault. "My name's Elena," she says. I blink. "What?" "My name, before all this. Before I decided names were a weakness. Elena Navarro and Sophia." Her voice cracks. She clears it. Tries again. "Sophia was my little sister. She was 23. She liked bad movies and worse coffee, and she trusted me when I told her the project was safe." She's crying. Not sobbing, just tears. Silent and steady. Running down her face and dripping from her jaw. "Elena," I say, testing it. "It fits. Better than Rhea ever did." "Okay, Elena." She wipes her face with the back of her hand, looks around the vault, at the servers still blinking their useless status lights, at the terminal holding her dead sister's last moments, at the whole monument to failure that this place represents. "We should take the drives," she says. "The data. Someone might need it someday. Evidence. Proof. Something. You sure?" "No." She moves to the nearest rack, starts pulling drives, hard drives, memory banks, anything that looks intact. But it's better than leaving it here to rot. I help her. We fill her pack with tech. Heavy, useless tech that probably doesn't matter anymore but might matter to someone, somewhere, someday. The vault door explodes inward. I'm on the ground. Don't remember falling. Ears ringing. Smoke everywhere. Elena's next to me, blood running from her nose. Makarov already in her hand. Figures in the doorway. Armored. Helmets. The architect's guards. 3 of them. They're not shooting. Not yet. Just standing there with rifles raised, barrels trained on us. One of them speaks. The voice is filtered through the helmet. Mechanical. "Dr. Navarro, the architect requests your presence." Elena spits blood. "Tell him I quit." "That wasn't a request." She looks at me. I look at her. We both know we're not walking out of this one. Then she smiles. Actually smiles. "Elena Navarro," she says to the guards. "Not Rhea. Not the ghost, Elena. Remember that when you report back." She raises the Makarov, fires. The bullet ricochets off the lead guard's helmet, and he staggers but doesn't drop, and then they're returning fire. and Elena's pulling me behind a server rack, and the vault is full of noise and light, and my hands are empty because I lost the K2 somewhere in the salt flats, and all I have is the vault door is blown open by the architect's guards. Chapter 23. The Gates of the New World. The city shouldn't exist. That's the first thought. Standing at the ridge, looking down at the valley, seeing the lights and the walls and the impossible cleanliness of it all. Cities don't exist anymore. They're husks, graveyards, places where the rotten congregate because there are echoes there, old sounds trapped in the concrete waiting to be remembered. But this one is different. The walls are smooth, prefabricated sections fitted together with the kind of precision that requires machinery, requires planning, requires a functioning society, 40 feet high, white, pristine, guard towers every 100 meters. Spotlights sweeping the perimeter in calculated patterns. Inside the walls, buildings, actual buildings, not ruins, not retrofitted shells, new construction, modular, efficient, arranged in a grid so perfect it looks like a computer rendering. And lights, got lights, every window glowing, every street illuminated, like someone flipped a switch and brought back the world before the fall, before the rotten, before everything went to hell. Elena is staring at it with the kind of expression you'd wear if someone showed you a photograph of a dead relative who you thought you buried, but who is apparently very much alive and wants to have dinner. That's impossible, she says. Yeah, the power requirements alone, I know, and the infrastructure, the logistics, She stops, looks at me. Wayland built this. The architect, of course he did. This is his endgame, not survival. Not adaptation, civilization. The kind where everything has its place and everyone has their function and nothing is left to chance. I remember the halfway house, the silent residence, the synchronized movements, the empty eyes. This is that. Scaled up, perfected. We can't go in there, I say. We don't have a choice. Elena points down the slope. At the base, maybe half a mile from the city walls. A checkpoint. Armored vehicles, soldiers, actual soldiers, not scavengers or militia, but trained personnel in matching gear. And between us and anywhere else, nothing. The valley is a dead zone, scorched earth, no cover, no alternate routes. They know we're here. The tracker saw to that. So we walk in, I say. Front door. Front door, Elena agrees. She's already checking her Makarov. One bullet left. She looks at it for a long time. Then she looks at me. If I don't make it, don't. George, Elena, don't. I meet her eyes. We walk in together. We walk out together. That's the deal. She almost smiles. That's not a very good deal. It's the only one I've got. We start down the slope. No point in hiding. No point in pretending. We're walking toward the city like we're expected because we are expected. The architect sent us an invitation. We're just accepting. The checkpoint sees us when we're 100 meters out. Spotlights swing around, pin us in white light so bright I have to shield my eyes. A voice over a loudspeaker, amplified and distorted. Stop, identify yourselves. Elena keeps walking. So do I. Stop or we will open fire. We stop, not because of the threat, because there's a laser grid. I can see it now in the dust, in the air. Thin red lines crisscrossing the approach, waist height and head height and ankle height. Motion sensors. Maybe more than that. Step through and we trigger something we can't untrigger. A door opens in the checkpoint structure. A figure emerges. Not armored. Not armed. Just a man in clean clothes, slacks, button-down shirt, the kind of outfit you'd wear to an office, walking toward us with his hands visible and empty. He stops at the edge of the laser grid. Looks at us. Smiles. George, he says. Dr. Navarro, welcome. I don't recognize him, but Elena does. I can tell by the way her whole body goes rigid. Collins, she says. It's good to see you, Elena. It's been too long. Not long enough. Collins' smile doesn't falter. The architect is eager to meet with you both, if you'll just step through the scanner. No, I say. I'm sorry? We're not going in there. Collins tilts his head, like I've said something amusing. I'm afraid you don't understand the situation. The valley perimeter is locked. You've walked into a controlled zone. There's no leaving without processing. Then we don't get processed. George, Collins's voice is patient, reasonable. You're exhausted, injured. You've been pursued for days. The architect is offering you safety, food, medical attention. All he asks is a conversation. And if we refuse, Collins spreads his hands, then you stand in this valley until you collapse from dehydration. The choice is yours. Elena's hand drifts to her Makarov. Collins notices. His smile widens. Please don't do that, Doctor. There are 17 sharpshooters currently tracking both of you. You won't clear leather. She doesn't draw, but she doesn't move her hand either. I'm thinking. Running through options. There aren't many. Walk in. Stand here. Try to run and die tired. All of them lead to the same place. That city. Those walls. The architect. What's the conversation about, I ask. Opportunity, Collins says. The architect believes you're both valuable assets. He'd like to discuss your futures. Our futures. Yes, in a world that's moving forward, not backward. Elena spits. Not at Collins, just at the ground. Moving forward by silencing everyone who disagrees. By removing the chaos that prevents progress. Collins gestures at the city behind him. Look at what we've built. Look at what's possible when people work together toward a common goal. No arguments. No conflict. No humanity. I finish. Collins pauses, then nods. If that's how you choose to see it, the architect believes you'll change your mind once you understand the full scope of the project. And if we don't, then you're free to leave. Collins steps aside, gestures at the laser grid. After the conversation, of course. I look at Elena. She looks at me. We both know this is a trap. We both know we're walking into it anyway because there's nowhere else to walk. One condition, I say. Which is, we go in together, we stay together, no separation. Collins considers this. Acceptable. The architect prefers joint interviews anyway, more efficient. He taps something on his wrist, the laser grid flickers, dies. The path is clear, we walk forward. Past Collins, past the checkpoint, toward the city gates. They open as we approach, smooth, silent, automated. Inside, streets, actual streets, paved, marked, no debris, no bodies. It has no signs of struggle or survival or any of the chaos that defines the world outside these walls. Just order. Perfect, sterile, terrifying order. People move through the streets, not many, maybe a dozen visible from where we're standing. They walk in straight lines, turn at right angles. Don't talk, don't look at each other, just move, like parts in a machine. Elena's shaking. I can feel it even though we're not touching. She's looking at the people, at the buildings, at the whole manufactured paradise, and I can see the recognition in her eyes. She's seen this before, in the halfway house, in her sister's containment room, in every nightmare she's had for the last 10 years. He actually did it, she whispers. He actually fucking did it. The gates close behind us with a sound like a coffin lid. A guard appears. Not Collins. Someone new. Also unarmed. Also clean. He gestures for us to follow. We follow. Through the streets. Past the silent people. Into a building at the city's center, taller than the others, more windows, the kind of structure that's meant to be seen. An elevator. It works. We ride it in silence, watching the floors tick upward. 20, 30, 40. The doors open. An office. Corner suite. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the entire city. Desk in the center. Real wood. Polished. Expensive. Chair behind it. Empty. Please wait here, the guard says. Then he leaves. The elevator doors close. We're alone. Elena moves to the windows, looks out at the city, at the people below, moving in their patterns, living their clockwork lives. They're not thinking, she says. They're processing, following instructions they don't remember receiving. I join her at the window. She's right. I can see it now, the way no one deviates, the way they all move with the same rhythm, the same purpose, like a hive. Can they be saved, I ask. I don't know. She touches the glass. I don't know if there's anything left to save. Behind us, the elevator chimes. The doors open. A man steps out. Mid-50s. Gray hair. Clean-shaven. wearing a suit that looks like it was tailored yesterday. He moves with the kind of casual confidence that comes from never doubting your right to control a room. He smiles when he sees us. "George," he says. His voice is warm, friendly, like we're old colleagues catching up. "Dr. Navarro, thank you for coming." The architect doesn't wait for a response, just walks past us to the desk, sits, folds his hands. "Let's talk about your future," he says. George stands between Rhea's gun and the child at the well, his throat raw as he croaks. "Not like this." Chapter 24, The Last Interview. The chair is leather and comfortable and wrong. I'm sitting in it because the architect gestured at it and some autopilot part of my brain responded to the familiar social cue. Sit in a nice chair when offered. Accept the hospitality. Be professional. Elena didn't sit. She's standing by the window, arms crossed, Makarov visible in her waistband. The architect notices but doesn't comment. "Coffee?" he asks. There's a pot on a side table. Real coffee. I can smell it. That burnt earth smell I haven't encountered in years. "No," I say. "Tea? Water? I can have something brought up." "We're fine." The architect smiles, pours himself a cup, takes a sip, closes his eyes like he's savoring it. When he opens them again, he's looking at me with this expression that's half amusement, half pity. "You know, George, I've followed your journey with great interest. Supply chain logistics, wasn't it? Before the fall." I don't answer. "Middle management at Renwell Pharmaceutical. Excellent performance reviews. Fast-tracked for director position. You had a future in that world." "That world's gone." "No." He sets down the cup, leans forward. "That world is right here. Look outside. Supply chains, distribution networks, efficient resource allocation. This is what you were trained for. This is what you're good at. This is exactly what you wanted, George. Order, structure, predictability. A world where the numbers add up and everyone follows the rules." He gestures at Elena. "She understands. Don't you, Doctor? The chaos is what killed us. The messiness. The individual wants superseding collective needs. We failed as a species because we couldn't organize." Elena's jaw is tight. "We failed because people like you thought organization meant control." Semantics. The architect waves a hand. Control, guidance, management, call it what you want. The result is the same. Safety, survival, continuation. "You're talking about slavery," I say. "I'm talking about peace." He stands, walks to the window, looks out at his city. No war, no crime, no suffering. Everyone has a role. Everyone contributes. The alternative? He turns back to us. The alternative is what's outside these walls. Violence, scarcity, the strong preying on the weak. The alternative is choice. Choice. He repeats the word like it's foreign. Choice is what led to the outbreak. Now, researchers choosing to bypass safety protocols, politicians choosing to ignore warnings, citizens choosing to panic. Every choice a butterfly effect cascading into extinction. Some choices matter, I say, and some don't. That's the problem. He returns to his desk, opens a drawer, pulls out a tablet, taps it. The screen illuminates. "Let me show you something." He slides the tablet across the desk. I lean forward. On the screen, graphs, population projections, resource calculations, survival probabilities. "Current global population," the architect says. "Best estimate, 200,000, down from 8 billion. Extinction odds within 50 years, 93%. Primary cause, resource depletion and intercommunity violence." He taps the screen. The graphs change. Population under collective management, stable at 500,000 within 20 years. Extinction odds less than 1%. Primary driver, centralized resource distribution and conflict elimination. By eliminating free will, Elena says. By eliminating conflict. He takes the tablet back. "Free will is the virus, Doctor. It always has been. The spores just made it visible." My hands are clenched. I unclench them. Focus on breathing. This is what he wants. Emotional response, argument, the kind of messy human reaction that proves his point. "What do you want from us?" I ask. "Your expertise. George, you understand logistics, you understand how to move resources efficiently. I need someone who can scale our distribution networks as we expand." expand to other settlements, other survivors. We're not keeping this to ourselves. We're offering salvation, but it requires coordination. It requires someone who understands supply lines. He turns to Elena. And you, Doctor, you understand the underlying mechanisms, the neural pathways, the spore host integration. I need someone who can refine the process, make it less invasive, more humane. More humane, Elena repeats. Her voice is flat, dead. Yes, right now, the transition is uncomfortable, but with your help, we can streamline it, make it painless. People won't even know it's happening. That's not more humane, I say. That's more insidious. The architect sighs. I had hoped you'd understand. Both of you. You've seen the world outside. You've survived it. But survival isn't living, George. It's just not dying. Slowly. He walks around the desk, stands in front of me. Too close. I'm offering you a life, a real one. Clean clothes, hot meals, safety, purpose. All I'm asking is that you help me give that to everyone else. By taking away their agency, by taking away their suffering. He crouches down, eye level now. Tell me honestly, George, in the last year, how many times have you wished you could just stop? Stop fighting, stop deciding, stop carrying the weight of every choice. How many times did you want someone else to just tell you what to do? I don't answer, can't answer, because he's right. I have thought that every day, every hour, the exhaustion of constant decision-making, constant vigilance, constant survival, the temptation to just let go, let someone else drive. The architect sees it in my face, smiles. You understand, he says softly. You're already halfway here. I think about my wife, the last time I saw her, pressed against the glass partition, screaming, and me on the other side, not breaking the glass, not breaking protocol, following the rules right up until the moment they tore her apart. I think about every contract I've written, every negotiation I've conducted, every time I've treated human desperation like a balance sheet. The architect is right. I am halfway to his world, maybe more than halfway. That's why I reach into my pocket, pull out the wrapper, the last piece of ever-fresh mint gum I had in the gladiator pit. The one I dropped in the dirt, the one I picked back up because some stupid stubborn part of me couldn't let it go. I unwrap it, put it in my mouth. The architect watches, confused. I chew. The mint is stale, barely there, but it's there. And with it comes the memory, not of safety, not of control, but of the choice to keep the ritual alive. The choice to be something other than efficient. I spit the gum into my hand. The architect's face shifts. Confusion turning to understanding, turning to something like disappointment. You're refusing, he says. I'm refusing. Even though you know you're choosing extinction. I'm choosing to let people choose, even if they choose wrong, even if they choose to die. That's the point. That's the only point. The architect straightens, steps back. His expression is cold now, clinical. Then you are obsolete, he says. He reaches for his desk, presses a button. The door opens, guards enter. 4 of them. They move toward me. I don't resist. Just sit there with the gum in my hand, looking at the architect. Last chance, he says. Join us, help us, or be processed like everyone else. I hold up the gum, press it against his pristine desk, leave a sticky mark on the polished wood. That's my answer, I say. The architect looks at the mark, then at me. Then he sighs. Unfortunate, he says. Begin the procedure. The guards grab me, pull me up. My arms are twisted behind my back. I see Elena moving, reaching for her Makarov, but there are too many of them, too fast, and she's pinned against the window before she can clear leather. They drag us toward the elevator. The architect doesn't watch, just returns to his coffee, already moving on to the next item on his agenda. The doors close. We descend, faster than we came up, past the ground floor, into the basement, sublevels, the mechanical heart of the city. The elevator stops, opens. A medical bay, white walls, examination tables, surgical lights, and on the counter, rows of injectors. Sanguine kit, the chemical mute. The guards force me onto a table, strap down my arms, my legs. I'm thrashing now, can't help it. Every instinct screaming to get free, to fight, to do something. Elena's screaming, actual screaming, words I can't make out, but the rage in them is clear. She's on another table. 3 guards holding her down. A technician approaches, masked, gloved, holding an injector. He checks the dosage, taps the needle. Elena's still screaming. The technician moves toward her first. She stops mid-scream, looks at him, then at me. Our eyes meet. And I realize with a cold final clarity, this is it. This is where it ends. Not fighting rotten, not starving in the wasteland, but here, in a clean room, turned into something that can't speak, can't choose, can't be human. The technician presses the injector to Elena's neck. The architect presses a button, his voice flat. Begin the procedure, as George's hands are strapped to the chair and Elena's scream cuts through sterile air. Chapter 25, The Breakout. The room is shaking, not earthquake shaking, rhythmic shaking, like something's pounding on the building from outside. The technician pauses, injector halfway to Elena's neck. His head tilts. Listening. The pounding gets louder, closer. Then the lights go out. Emergency backup kicks in, dim red LEDs along the baseboards. But it's enough. In the sudden darkness, I can see the technician's confusion. The guards looking at each other. The moment of hesitation. Elena doesn't hesitate. She twists. Hard. Her right arm comes free. I don't know how. Don't know what she did, but the strap is hanging loose and her hand is already moving, grabbing the inject, driving it into the technician's thigh. He screams. The guards converge. She rolls off the table, hits the ground, comes up with the Makarov. When did she get that? Fires once. The shot is impossibly loud in the enclosed space. One guard drops. My straps. I'm still strapped, pulling against them, feeling the table rattle but not break, and Elena's across the room now, fighting 2 guards with 1 bullet left, and the pounding stops. Silence. Then sound, but not from outside, from above. From the levels above us, from the city itself. Voices, thousands of voices, screaming. Not in pain, not in fear, just screaming. Wordless. Primal. The sound crashes through the ventilation system, through the walls, through the floor. A wall of noise so dense it has texture. The guards freeze. They're hearing it too. And on their faces, terror. Pure animal terror. Because they know what this means. The hive mind is breaking. Elena's at my table. She's pulling at my straps with bloody fingers. Blood from the guards, from the technician, from herself. I can't tell. The leather tears. My right arm comes free. I help with the left. The legs. I'm up. Swaying. The floor is still shaking. What did you do? I shout over the noise. Server room. Elena shouts back. The memory cache. I set it to broadcast. Broadcast what? Everything, 10 years of stored deaths, every scream, every word. The system's trying to process it all at once. The voices above us hit a new pitch. Harmonic, splitting into frequencies that shouldn't exist. I can feel it in my teeth, in my bones. Elena grabs my arm, pulls me toward the door. We're running, through corridors. Past rooms where I can see figures convulsing on the floor, hands pressed to their heads. The residents. The synchronized, silent residents screaming now. All of them. At once, we hit a stairwell, start climbing, the emergency lights flicker, the building shudders. The broadcast is overloading them. Elena's ahead of me, taking stairs 2 at a time. Their brains can't handle the input. It's like trying to pour an ocean through a garden hose. Will it kill them? I don't know. We burst through a door. Ground level, the lobby, glass walls showing the city outside. It's chaos. The streets are full of people, former residents. They're not moving in patterns anymore. They're running, stumbling, colliding. Some are clawing at their own faces. Others are just standing there, mouths open, adding to the cacophony. And underneath it all, threading through the screams, I can hear words, fragments, echoes of echoes. Help me. Please. I can't. Where am I? The stored deaths, the memory cache, every last word spoken by every victim of the rotten, recorded and archived by the architect systems now playing simultaneously through the neural network connecting every resident. They're hearing everyone who died, all at once. Elena's moving toward the exit. I follow. We're crossing the lobby when a figure drops from above. lands hard, stands, a guard, rifle. But he's not shooting. He's just standing there, staring at us. His helmet speaker crackles. Don't understand. Can't too many. His voice, but underneath, other voices. Dozens, hundreds, all trying to speak through him at once. He raises the rifle, aims at Elena. His hands are shaking. I move without thinking. Grab a chair. Why is there a chair in the lobby? Swing it. The rifle discharges into the ceiling. The guard staggers. I hit him again. He goes down. Elena's already at the door. It's sealed. Electronic lock. She's got her fingers in the access panel, pulling wires. Behind us, more guards. A dozen, maybe more. All moving like the first one. Stuttering, confused. Rifles raised but uncertain. The lock clicks. Door swings open. Outside air. The smell of burning. We run. The city is a maze of screaming people and flickering lights. We don't have a plan. Don't have a destination. Just away. Away from the building. Away from the architect. Away from the center of the nightmare. A figure lunges from an alley. Elena shoots. Last bullet. The figure drops. But there are more. Dozens more. Residents turned feral. They're not attacking. Not yet. But they're in the way. Stumbling through the streets, and we have to dodge, weave, push through the walls. We need to reach the walls. I can see them ahead. 40 feet of white concrete, and beyond that, the valley, the wasteland. Freedom. Gates sealed, Elena shouts. We'll never. An explosion. Not behind us. Ahead, at the wall, a section just disintegrates. Blows inward, smoke and debris, and suddenly there's a hole, a breach. Through the smoke, figures, not guards, not residents, survivors. Actual survivors from outside, armed, fierce. They're pouring through the breach like water through a cracked dam. We reach them. Elena grabs one, a woman with a shotgun and a bandana covering her face. Who? Collins sent word, the woman shouts. Said the architect's city was vulnerable. Said anyone who pay back should hit it now. Collins, the man from the checkpoint. He betrayed his boss, or maybe he was waiting for this moment. Maybe he saw the writing on the wall. Doesn't matter. We push through the breach with the wave of survivors, into the valley, into the open air. Behind us, the city is still screaming. The sound follows us, chases us, but it's getting quieter now. Distant. We run until we can't run anymore. Collapse in the dirt. Gasping. Bleeding. Alive. Alive. Elena looks back at the city. The lights are dimming, one by one. Sections going dark. It's dying, she says. The city, the system. Without the architect actively managing it, without the control infrastructure, it's just collapsing, like pulling the keystone from an arch. I follow her gaze. The city, the impossible, pristine city, is shutting down. The residents will survive? Probably, but they'll wake up from the hive mind. Wake up to a world that's messy and chaotic and free. Did we just save them? I ask. Or damn them, Elena says. Hard to tell. We sit there, watching the city die, watching the lights go out one by one, until all that's left is darkness and distant screaming. Elena stands, offers me a hand. Come on, she says. Long walk ahead. I take her hand, let her pull me up. We walk out of the valley, leaving the screaming city behind, its lights dying one by one in the dawn like stars fading before an indifferent sun. Chapter 26, The Choice of the Mute. We find him in his office. The door's open, no guards, no security, just the door hanging loose on broken hinges and the smell of smoke and ozone drifting through. He's at his desk, still in his chair, hands folded, looking out the window at his dying city like he's watching a stock ticker drop. Elena enters first. I follow. Both of us exhausted. Both of us half dead. But we made it back, climbed 40 floors through a building that's tearing itself apart from the inside, because there's something that needs finishing. The architect doesn't turn around. I underestimated you, he says. His voice is calm, even, like we're continuing a conversation from earlier. The broadcast, elegant solution. I should have seen it coming. Elena doesn't respond, just walks around the desk, stands between him and the window, forces him to look at her. It's over, she says. Yes, I suppose it is. He meets her eyes. No fear there, no anger, just curiosity. What happens now? That's up to you. He laughs. Short. Sharp. Is it? I don't think so. You came here to kill me, or to make me suffer, or both. That's how these stories end. This isn't a story, I say. Everything's a story, George. Ours just didn't have the ending I wanted. He stands, slowly, hands visible, not reaching for anything, just standing. I built something, he says, something that worked. No more suffering, no more chaos, just peace, and you destroyed it. You built a prison, Elena says. I built salvation. You chose to burn it down. Now what, you leave? Go back to the wasteland? Die slowly instead of living comfortably? We weren't living, I say. Neither were your residents. You just made the cage comfortable. The architect turns to me. And what's your alternative, George? Democracy? Free will? Hope? He spits the last word. Hope is a cognitive bias. It's the lie we tell ourselves to avoid confronting probability. Maybe. But it's our lie to tell. He studies me, then nods, like I've confirmed something he suspected. You're choosing extinction, he says. We're choosing to let it be a choice. He walks to the window, looks down at the chaos below, the residents stumbling through the streets, the fires, the collapse. I could have saved them, he says quietly. All of them, given them purpose, removed their pain. Without asking, Elena says, they would have said no. People always say no, even when yes would save them. That's the tragedy. Humanity's great flaw. We can't agree, can't cooperate, can't sacrifice individual wants for collective survival. Maybe that's not a flaw, I say. Maybe that's the point. The architect turns, looks at me, and for the first time since we entered the room, I see something in his eyes. Not fear, not anger, just exhaustion. Then what was it all for, he asks. The project, the research, the sacrifices. What was the point if not to save the species? I don't know, I admit, but forcing people to live isn't the same as letting them choose to. He laughs again, bitter this time. Philosophy from a middle manager, how the world's changed. He moves back to his desk, opens a drawer. Elena tenses, hand moving to where her Makarov should be, except it's empty. She used the last bullet, but the architect doesn't pull a weapon, just pulls out a small case. Medical, white plastic with a red cross. He opens it. Inside, 5 injectors, sanguine kit, the mute serum. Take them, he says. What? The kit. It's yours. You won the game. That's the prize. He pushes the case across the desk, though I suspect you'll do what you should have done from the beginning. Destroy them. I look at the injectors. 5 doses. 5 chances to permanently silence someone, remove their voice, their words, their agency. The temptation is immediate and visceral. Use one on him. Make him live in the silent world he wanted to create. Force him to experience what he tried to inflict on everyone else. Justice. Poetic justice, the kind that feels right in the moment. My hand moves toward the case. Elena's watching me. Not stopping me, just watching. I pick up an injector, feel the weight, the potential, the choice. The architect's eyes are on mine. Waiting. Curious. Like this is the final data point in his experiment. Will George become what he fought against? Will the hero choose the villain's tools? I think about my wife, about the glass partition, about every time I followed the rules instead of doing what was right. I think about the halfway house, the synchronized residence, the child creature in the attic, the cost of silence. I think about Elena, about her sister. About 10 years of survivors who died screaming. The injector's cap comes off with a twist. The architect doesn't flinch, just sits there, waiting. Do it, he says. Make me what I tried to make everyone else. Symmetry. I throw the injector against the wall. It shatters. Glass and chemicals spattering across the pristine white surface. The liquid runs down like blood. The architect blinks. Surprised. I pick up another injector. Throw it. Shatter. Another. Shatter. Another. Until all 5 are broken and the wall is dripping and the office smells like antiseptic and in regret. No, I say. No? I'm not using your tools. I'm not making you what you tried to make us. You live with what you did, with the voices, with the echoes, with every person you tried to silence. The architect's face goes pale. You're leaving me here, in the city, with them? Yeah, they'll kill me. Maybe. Maybe not. That's up to them. And you. I gave them order. I gave them... You took their voices. Elena's voice is cold. Final. Now you get to live in a world full of them. Every scream, every word, every choice. You wanted to cure the Echo-Lalia. Instead, you're going to hear it forever. The architect looks from her to me, and for the first time I see genuine fear. Please, he says. The word is small. Broken. Please, don't leave me here. You already left yourself here, I say. We're just walking away. Elena moves to the door. I follow. Behind us, the architect is standing, reaching out, saying something. But I'm not listening anymore. We walk out, through the halls, down the stairs, past the rooms where residents are waking up, confused and angry and alive. Some of them see the architect's office, see the broken injectors, see the man who took their voices sitting in his chair alone. They start moving toward him. We don't watch what happens next. Just keep walking. Through the lobby, through the breach in the wall, into the valley. Behind us, the building erupts in sound. Voices, thousands of voices, all directed at one man. The architect's screams, raw, terrified, human, echo across the wasteland as we turn our backs and Elena's hand finds mine in the smoke. Chapter 27. The Death of the Architect. We're a mile out when the building catches fire. Elena sees it first, points without stopping. I turn, look back. The tower, the architect's pristine monument to order, is burning. Not the whole thing, just the top floors. But the smoke is thick and black and rising fast. Should we? I start. No, Elena says. We keep walking. The valley is full of survivors now, the ones who breached the walls. They're moving through the city like scavengers. Not looting. Most of the supplies are worthless to people who've survived the wasteland. Just witnessing. Confirming that the impossible city is actually falling. Some of them are helping the residents, guiding them out through the breach, offering water, food. The residents are confused, lost, like children waking from a dream they can't quite remember. A woman stumbles toward us, young, maybe 20. Her eyes are unfocused. She's repeating something under her breath, over and over. My name is Rebecca. My name is Rebecca. My name is... Elena stops, crouches down, takes the woman's hands. Rebecca, Elena says gently. Your name is Rebecca. That's yours. No one else's. The woman blinks, focuses, looks at Elena with something like recognition. They took it, Rebecca whispers. Took my name, took my words, took, I know, I'm sorry. How long? Elena hesitates. How long were you here? I don't remember. There was a farm and raiders, and I ran, found the city. They said I'd be safe. 3 years, someone says, an older man, also stumbling, also repeating his name under his breath. You've been here 3 years. I saw you come in, saw them take you to processing. Rebecca starts crying, not sobbing, just tears, silent and steady. 3 years, she repeats. 3 years, and I can't remember any of it. Just white walls and silence and the voice telling me what to do. Elena looks at me. I see the question in her eyes. Did we save them? Or did we just trade one horror for another? I don't have an answer. We leave Rebecca with the other survivors. Keep moving. Through the valley, up the slope, back toward the ridge where we first saw the city. The smoke column is taller now, darker. The fire's spreading. He might still be alive, I say. He might, Elena agrees. Trapped in his office, surrounded by everyone he silenced, hearing their voices for the first time in years. That's not justice? Mercy? What's the right word, George? She stops walking, turns to face me. He created a system where people lost their agency, their voices, their selves. Now he's drowning in all the voices he tried to erase. If that's not justice, it's at least symmetry. Symmetry's just another word for revenge. Maybe. She starts walking again. Or maybe it's just cause and effect. He built a silent world. Now he lives in the loudest one possible. We reach the ridge. Turn back one last time. The city is smaller from here. The fire has spread to multiple buildings now. The walls still stand, but the interior is chaos. People moving, running, living, messy, uncoordinated, beautifully human chaos. Think they'll survive? Elena asks. Some of them, maybe most. They've got water, infrastructure, more resources than any other settlement. They just need to learn how to use it without someone telling them how. That's the hard part. Yeah. We stand there, watching, the sun setting, turning the smoke orange and gold, making the whole scene look almost peaceful if you squint and ignore what it actually represents. A sound cuts through the distance, not the fire, not the chaos, something else. A scream. One scream. Cutting through all the other noise, raw and broken and very clearly human. It goes on for a long time, then stops. Elena's hand finds mine. Squain. Squeezes. He's gone, she says. I don't ask how she knows. Don't need to. We both heard it. The finality in that last scream. The architect, brilliant, terrifying, convinced he could save humanity by removing its humanity, is dead. Killed by the very thing he tried to eliminate. Voices, anger, choice. The irony isn't lost on me. We turn away from the city, face the wasteland. The long walk back to whatever comes next. Where do we go? Anywhere. Nowhere. Does it matter? It might. Elena looks at me, really looks at me, and for the first time since we met, she smiles. Not the bitter half smile she uses when making dark jokes. Not the predator's grin. Just a smile. It might, she agrees. We walk down the other side of the ridge as the sun dips below the horizon and the burning city becomes just another distant glow in a world full of them. Behind us, the architect's vision dies. Ahead, the wasteland waits. We walk toward it anyway. The orange sky swallows the burning tower whole, and in the valley below, Rebecca remembers her name and speaks it like a prayer into the gathering dark. Chapter 28, The Long Road Home. 3 weeks later, and we're still walking. No destination, no plan, just east. Away from the city, away from the mountains, following the remains of what used to be Highway 40 because roads are useful even when they're cracked and overgrown and haven't seen a vehicle in 10 years. Elena walks ahead. Not far, maybe 10 feet. Close enough that we can talk if we want to, far enough that we're not crowding each other. We've developed this rhythm. She leads for a few hours, then I lead. Then we stop, eat, sleep, start again. It works. The landscape is changing. The dead zones behind us, the salt flats, the silent forest, the valleys of white stone, they're giving way to something else. Green. Actual green. Not everywhere. Not lush, but patches of grass, scrub brush. Even a few trees that look like they might survive another year. Life. Finding a way. We pass through what used to be a town. Can't tell which one. The signs are gone, the buildings are husks. But there's a plaza, or what was a plaza, and in the center someone's planted something. Vegetables. Tomatoes, maybe. Hard to tell from a distance. We approach carefully. Old habits. An old man is tending the plants. He sees us. Doesn't run. Doesn't reach for a weapon. Just straightens up. Wipes his hands on his pants. Watches us come. Help you? He asks. His voice is rough, unused, but clear. No echo beneath it. No mimicry. Just human words from a human throat. Just passing through, I say. Didn't mean to intrude. Wasn't intruding. Not much to intrude on. He gestures at the plants. Got about 6 more weeks before these are ready. If you're still around, I'll share. We won't be, Elena says. The old man nods, doesn't argue. Where you headed? East. East is big. Anything specific? Elena and I exchange looks. We haven't talked about it, haven't planned, just walked. No, I admit. Just away. The old man grunts, kneels back down, starts working the soil again. Away's as good a direction as any. Better than most. We start to leave. He speaks again. Heard about what happened, the architect's city. Word travels. Even out here. We stop. People saying different things, he continues, not looking at us, just talking to the dirt. Some saying it was raiders, some saying it was an uprising, some saying the whole place just broke, like something in the system failed. All of those are true, Elena says. The old man nods, pats the soil around a plant. World's better without it. Place like that, no room for mistakes, no room for being human. You ever been there? I ask. Once, right after it opened. They were taking volunteers, said they'd give you food, shelter, safety. All you had to do was follow some rules. Seemed reasonable at first. But I got to the gates, saw the people inside, the way they moved, the way they didn't talk, and I thought, that's not living, that's just existing. So I left. He finally looks up at us. Folks like you, folks who walk away from easy answers, you're the reason there's still a world worth saving. We don't know what to say to that, so we just nod. Keep walking. Behind us, the old man returns to his tomatoes. 2 days later, we encounter a rotten, single, alone, standing in the middle of the highway like it's waiting for something. Elena raises her Makarov, then lowers it. We're out of ammunition, have been for a week. The rotten doesn't move, just stands there. Its face is gray, calcified, but not as far gone as the salt flat statues. This one is recent, maybe a month, maybe less. I pick up a rock, heavy enough to kill if thrown right. Elena stops me. Wait, just watch. We watch. The rotten's mouth opens, closes, opens again, like it's trying to speak but can't remember how. Then, sound, not a scream, not a moan, words. Please, someone, please. It's the Echo-Lalia, the mimicry, but the voice is distant, faint, like it's coming from far away, and the words don't match anything we've said. It's old, Elena whispers. The echo might be from the original victim, might be from someone who died near this rotten, but it's degrading, losing coherence. The rotten repeats the phrase, softer this time. The words slur together, become noise, then silence. It stands there, still, not attacking, not moving, just existing. They're changing, Elena says. The broadcast, the overload from the city, I think it affected more than just the residents. I think it disrupted the whole spore network. How? I don't know, but look at it. It's not hunting. It's not mimicking fresh voices. It's just stuck, playing an old loop. We circle around it, wide berth. The rotten doesn't follow, doesn't react, just continues standing there, mouth opening and closing on words that get quieter with each repetition. We walk for an hour, don't talk about it, don't need to. But I'm thinking, if the rotten are changing, if the network is disrupted, if the Echo-Lalia is degrading, maybe the world isn't ending. Maybe it's just changing, adapting, finding a new equilibrium. Maybe the architect was wrong about more than just his solution. That night, we make camp in an overpass. Concrete above us, open sides, defensible enough. Elena's checking our supplies. We're low on everything. Water's the worst. We've got maybe 2 days left if we ration. There's a river, I say, looking at the map I've been carrying, old gas station map. Half the landmarks are gone, but the geography's the same. Maybe 10 miles south, 10 miles out of our way. We need water. We need a lot of things, but she's already nodding, accepting. Fine. River. Then what? Then we keep going. To where? I don't know. Somewhere. Nowhere. Does it matter? She laughs. Short, sharp. You're quoting me now? Seemed appropriate. She's quiet for a moment. Then, we should find people, a settlement, somewhere we can. I don't know. Contribute. You want to contribute? I want to stop running. She looks at me. Don't you? We've been running for months, from the smugglers, from the rotten, from the architect, from everything. I'm tired, George. I am too, but I don't say it. Don't need to. Okay, I say. We find somewhere. Settle, for a while at least. For a while. We're quiet. The night sounds are different here, not silent like the dead zones, not cacophonous like the city, just normal. Wind, distant animal sounds, the world breathing. Elena lies down, uses her pack as a pillow, closes her eyes. I stay up, keep watch. Not because I think we're in danger, just because someone should. An hour passes, maybe 2. George, Elena says, eyes still closed. Yeah? Thank you. For what? For not giving up. On the mission. On me. On any of it. You didn't give up either. I wanted to, a lot of times, especially after. She trails off. Doesn't finish. I don't push. We're quiet again. The wind picks up, carries the smell of rain, real rain, not acid, not ash, just water. It's gonna rain, I say. Good, Elena murmurs, already half asleep. We need it. I watch the storm roll in, dark clouds on the horizon, lightning flickering in the distance. The smell gets stronger. Ozone and wet earth. The first drops hit, cold. Clean. I don't move. Just sit there, let it soak me. Alina's asleep now, breathing steady. The rain's getting heavier, but she doesn't wake, just shifts slightly, pulls her jacket tighter. I think about my wife, about the glass partition, about the last time I saw her face, and for the first time in a year, the memory doesn't hurt. It's just there, part of the past, part of who I was, not who I am now. I take out the mint gum wrapper, the last one. I've been carrying it since the architect's office, since I spat the gum in his face and walked away. It's just paper now. No gum. No ritual. No professional mask to maintain. I fold it carefully, tuck it into my pocket. Then I lie down next to Elena, close my eyes, let the rain wash over us both. When I wake up, the storm has passed. The sky is clear, and Elena is already packing up, a half smile on her face as she hands me a canteen, somehow miraculously full. And the first day of whatever comes next unfolds before us like an unmarked map. Chapter 29. The Sanguine Ritual. It takes us 3 more days to reach the place. I don't tell Elena where we're going. Just keep angling us north. Following landmarks I remember from before. A cell tower, a water treatment plant, the burned-out husk of a warehouse that used to distribute medical supplies. She knows something's up. Doesn't ask. Just follows. On the 3rd day, I see it. The hill, the oak tree at the top, still standing somehow after everything, and below it, the ruins. Not much left. Foundation, some walls, the frame of what used to be a garage, but I recognize it. Would recognize it anywhere. My house. Elena stops walking, looks at me. Understanding in her eyes. This is it, she says. Not a question. Yeah. Your family. Yeah. She doesn't offer comfort. Doesn't say she's sorry. Just, you want me to wait here? No. Come with me. We climb the hill. The grass is tall, unkempt. The kind of overgrowth that happens when nature reclaims a place. Our feet make trails through it. Temporary, like we were never here. The house, what's left of it, is smaller than I remember. The fire took most of it. What the fire didn't take, the scavengers did. There's nothing valuable left, nothing worth taking. But I'm not here for valuables. I move to the back, where the patio used to be. The concrete's still there, cracked, weeds growing through, and in the corner under the oak tree's shadow, a spot I've been thinking about for a year. I kneel. The ground is hard, packed. I use my hands, start digging. Elena watches for a moment, then kneels beside me. Helps. We dig for maybe 10 minutes. Not deep. Just enough. Just a space. I reach into my pocket, pull out the wrapper, the last piece of ever-fresh mint gum, the one I dropped in the dirt at the gladiator pit, the one I picked up, the one I carried through the salt flats and the burning city in 3 weeks of walking east. I place it in the hole. Elena's quiet, waiting. Her name was Sarah, I say. My wife. She was a teacher. Elementary school. 3rd grade. She loved terrible reality TV and good wine, and she always burned the garlic bread, but kept trying anyway. The words come easier than I expected, like I've been storing them up, waiting for the right moment. We met at a company party. She was there with a friend. I spilled a drink on her. Expensive drink. She laughed, said it was an improvement. The dress was ugly anyway. Elena's smiling. Small, but real. When the outbreak happened, she wanted to go to her parents. They lived 2 states over. I said no. Said we should shelter in place, follow the protocols, wait for the authorities. She argued. I pulled rank, said I knew better. Said my position at the company gave me access to information she didn't have. My throat is tight. I pushed through. So we stayed, and the riot started, and the rotten came, and we locked ourselves in the house. Safe room, reinforced by the book, and it worked for a while. I close my eyes, see the glass partition, the reinforced door, the safety protocols that were supposed to keep us alive. Then the fire started. Gas leak in the neighborhood. Whole block went up. The safe room wasn't rated for fire, just for everything else. So we had to evacuate, had to run. And she was in front of me, running, and I was behind. And the rotten came out of the smoke. Elena's hand finds my shoulder, squeezes. She screamed, told me to run. I didn't. I stopped, tried to help, but there was a partition. chain link part of the neighbor's fence between us, and I was on one side and she was on the other, and the rotten were, I stop, breathe. I could have climbed it, should have climbed it, but the protocol said don't break perimeter, don't expose yourself, wait for extraction. So I waited and watched. And by the time I realized extraction wasn't coming, she was, George, Elena's voice is gentle. You don't have to. I do. I need to, because I've been carrying this for a year. Telling myself it was professional, that I made the logical choice, the safe choice, but it wasn't. It was cowardice. And she died because I followed rules instead of following my heart. I opened my eyes, looked down at the wrapper in the dirt. The gum, the ritual, the professionalism, it was all armor, a way to not feel, to not acknowledge that I failed her, that I chose order over love. I start filling the hole, covering the wrapper. Elena helps. When it's done, we sit back. Look at the mound of dirt. It's small, unremarkable, just another patch of disturbed earth in a world full of them. But it's mine, ours, a marker. I'm sorry, Sarah, I say. I'm sorry I wasn't braver. I'm sorry I chose wrong. I'm sorry I let you go. The wind picks up, moves through the oak tree. The leaves rustle. It sounds almost like a response. Elena stands, offers me a hand. I take it. Let her pull me up. What now? She asks. Now I stop carrying her death like a contract to fulfill. Stop treating survival like a business. Stop. I pause. Stop pretending I'm the person I was. Accept who I am now. And who's that? Someone who broke all the rules and is still standing. Someone who walked away from easy answers. Someone who, I look at her, someone who found a partner worth trusting. Elena's eyes are wet. She blinks it away. Partnership. Professional term. Yeah, but not anymore. No. Elena Navarro. You're not my associate. You're my friend. She's quiet. Then she smiles. That real smile, the one I've only seen twice. George. She pauses. What's your last name? I realized I don't know. I laugh. Can't help it. A year of surviving together and we never exchanged last names. Kimura, I say. George Kimura. George Kimura and Elena Navarro. She tests it. Nods. Sounds like the beginning of something. Or the end. Or both. We stand there for a moment. Under the oak tree. On the hill where I used to live. Where Sarah used to live. Where we both died, her literally, me metaphorically, and where I'm finally letting us both rest. Then we turn, walk back down the hill, leave the house, leave the grave, leave the past. The sun is setting, turning the sky orange and gold, the same colors as the burning city, but warmer, softer, more like a promise than a threat. River's still 10 miles south, Elena says. Then we better start walking. George? Yeah? Thank you for trusting me with that. Thank you for staying. We walk into the sunset, two survivors who've buried their dead and learned their names, moving east toward a river, and whatever comes after hope learns how to speak again. Chapter 30. The first word. The settlement doesn't look like much. 20 buildings, maybe 30 people. Walls made of shipping containers and salvaged fencing. Watchtowers that are really just platforms with ladders. The whole thing is smaller than the architect's Citygate checkpoint. But there's smoke from cooking fires, laundry hanging on lines, a small garden plot. Kids, actual kids, running between the buildings, laughing. Life. We've been watching from a distance for an hour. Elena insisted. Old habits need to assess before approaching. Look for threats, for red flags, for signs that this place is another halfway house or another trap. But it's not. We both know it, can feel it. The chaos is too real, too messy, too human. All right, Elena finally says, let's go. We approach from the east, visible, hands empty, non-threatening. By the time we're 100 meters out, there are people on the walls, watching. 3 of them holding rifles, but they're not aimed, just ready. A woman climbs down, mid-30s, dark hair tied back, scar across her left cheek. She walks toward us alone, stops maybe 20 feet away. Help you? She asks. Same words the old man used, same cautious tone. Looking for water, I say. Maybe some food. We can trade. Trade what? Information. Labor. We're willing to work. The woman looks us over, takes in Elena's tactical furs, my tattered suit vest, the lack of visible weapons, the exhaustion in our faces. "Where are you coming from?" she asks. "West. The mountains. Beyond that. Long walk." "Yeah. See any rotten?" "A few. They're different now. Less aggressive. Some of them aren't even moving, just standing." The woman nods. "We've noticed. Something changed about 3 weeks ago. Don't know what, but they stopped hunting in packs, started acting more like obstacles than threats." Elena and I exchange glances. "The broadcast? The overload. It affected more than we thought." "What's your policy on newcomers?" Elena asks. "Cautious," the woman says, "but not closed. We've taken in maybe a dozen people over the last year. Long as you pull your weight and don't cause trouble, you can stay. We're not building paradise, just trying to survive." "Fair enough," I say. The woman waves. The people on the walls lower their rifles. She gestures for us to follow. "I'm Grace," she says as we walk. "Settlement lead. We don't have mayors or officials, just whoever's willing to do the organizing." "George," I say. "This is Elena. George and Elena, welcome to River's Edge. Not a creative name, but it's what we've got." The gates open. We enter. Inside is normal, or as normal as anything gets these days. People working, repairing walls, sorting supplies, cooking, talking, arguing about something. I catch fragments, sounds like a debate about where to plant more crops. A child runs past, maybe 7 years old, stops, stares at us, at Elena specifically. "Your fur's cool," the kid says. Elena blinks. "Thanks. Can I touch it?" Sure." The kid reaches out, pets Elena's sleeve, giggles, then runs off. Elena looks at me. I'm grinning. Can't help it. "Shut up," she mutters. Grace leads us to a central building. Inside, tables, chairs, maps on the walls, schedules, rosters, the organizational structure of a community trying to function. "We've got a bunkhouse," Grace says. "Shared space, not private. If you stay, you'll work. We need help with." She pauses, looks at me. "Actually, what can you do?" "Supply chain logistics," I say automatically, then catch myself. "I mean, I used to do that before. Now I can organize, inventory, distribution, that kind of thing." Grace's eyes light up. "Seriously? We've been struggling with supply management. Got a storage area that's a complete mess. Nobody knows where anything is." "I can help with that." "And you?" Grace looks at Elena. "Medical training," Elena says. "Field research. I can treat injuries, identify plants, understand basic chemistry." "We don't have a full-time medic. Had one, but they left 6 months ago. You'd be filling a major gap." Elena nods. "I can do that." Grace smiles, then "Welcome to River's Edge. You've got a week trial. After that, we vote. If the community wants you to stay, you stay." "Fair?" "Fair," I agree. Grace shows us to the bunkhouse. It's basic. Cots, shared space, a few other people's belongings scattered around, but it's clean, dry, safe. "Dinner's at sundown," Grace says. "Central building. Everyone eats together. Community thing." She leaves. Elena and I pick cots, unpack what little we have. It doesn't take long. "What do you think?" Elena asks. "I think it might work." Might. Might's better than won't. She laughs. George Kimura, optimist. "Don't let it get around." Sundown comes. We make our way to the central building. The space is full now. Maybe 25 people, all ages, all types. They're talking, laughing, passing food. It's chaotic, messy, beautiful. Grace waves us over, makes space at a table. People introduce themselves, names I'll need time to remember. A former engineer, a teacher, a farmer, a soldier, people from before, people from after, all trying to figure out how to be people again. Someone passes me a plate, stew, real stew with vegetables and meat that might be rabbit. It's warm, it's food, it's more than I've had in weeks. I eat slowly, savoring it. Across the table, a kid is staring at me. Different kid from earlier, maybe 10 years old. She's got curious eyes. "Are you new?" she asks. "Yeah, just arrived." "Where from?" "West. The mountains." "Did you see the burning city?" The table goes quiet. People are listening now. "We saw it," Elena says. "We were there." "What was it like?" the kid asks. Elena looks at me. I look at her. We're both thinking the same thing. How do you explain the architect? The hive mind? The collapse? "It was," I start. Stop. Try again. It was a place where people tried to remove all the messiness from the world. All the arguments, all the choices. They wanted everything to be clean and orderly and safe. And, the kid prompts. And it didn't work, because the messiness is the point. The arguments, the choices. That's what makes us human. The kid nods, thoughtful. My mom says the same thing. Says we're not trying to build paradise here, just trying to be people. Your mom's smart. The kid grins, goes back to her food. The conversation resumes. People talking about their day, their plans, disputes about resources, jokes about someone's cooking, the normal, chaotic, beautiful mess of human interaction. Elena leans close, whispers, "We're staying, aren't we?" "Yeah, I think we are." "Good." After dinner, people linger. Some play cards, others just talk. A few drift outside to watch the stars. I find myself on the porch, sitting on the steps. Elena joins me. "You okay?" she asks. "Yeah, just processing. It's a lot. It's everything." I look at the settlement, the lights in the windows, the sounds of people living. A year ago, I thought this was impossible. Thought the world was ending. Thought the only options were the architect's silence or the rotten's chaos. And now? Now I think maybe the world isn't ending. It's just changing. We're changing, learning how to be human in a different way. Elena's quiet for a moment. Then, "I'm glad we made it here, George." "Me too." A figure approaches, young man, early 20s. He's holding 2 cups, offers them to us. "Coffee," he says. "Well, kind of. It's actually roasted dandelion root, but it's warm and bitter, so close enough." We take the cups. The guy sits next to us. "I'm Marcus," he says. "Heard you came from the mountains. Must have been rough." "It was, I admit, but you made it. That counts for something." He sips his not coffee. "Grace said you've got logistics experience. That true?" "Used to." "Think you could help us figure out a better system for water distribution? We've got a well, but people keep taking more than their share, causing friction." I think about it. About contracts. About rationing. About professional management. Then I think about Sarah. About the mint gum. About walking away from the architect. I can help, I say, but not by controlling it. By making it transparent. Let people see the total supply. Let them self-regulate. Trust that they'll make good choices. Marcus nods slowly. "That might work. Want to meet with the water team tomorrow? Talk it through?" "Yeah, I'd like that." Marcus smiles, finishes his drink, heads back inside. Elena looks at me. "George Kimura, community organizer." "Don't start. I'm proud of you." "Yeah? Yeah." We sit in comfortable silence. The night is cool, clear, stars visible overhead, more stars than I've seen in years. Out here, away from the fires and smoke, the sky opens up. "Elena," I say. "Yeah? What's next for you, after we settle in, after the trial week?" She thinks about it. "I want to grow things, plants, food, but also," she pauses, "also a seed bank for later, for when people are ready to rebuild properly, preserve what we can." That sounds good. What about you? "I want to help people organize without controlling them, want to prove that systems can exist without tyranny, that order doesn't require silence." That's ambitious. Yeah, but so is surviving the apocalypse. She laughs. We both do. Grace appears in the doorway. "You two planning to sleep? Or just philosophize all night?" "Sleep," Elena says. "Definitely sleep." We stand, stretch, head inside. The bunkhouse is quiet now. Most people already asleep. We find our cots, lie down. "George?" Elena whispers. "Yeah?" "Tomorrow morning, when people are gathering, when Grace introduces us properly." "What about it? What are you going to say when they ask who you are?" I think about it. About all the titles I've had. Supply chain director, professional, survivor, partner. "I'm going to tell them my name," I say finally. "Just my name, and then I'm going to ask them theirs, and we'll start from there." Elena's quiet. Then, "That's perfect." I close my eyes. For the first time in a year, I fall asleep without checking the perimeter, without planning the next day's route, without treating survival like a business transaction. Just sleep. Human sleep. The kind where you trust that tomorrow will come and that you'll be there to meet it. And when morning arrives, when grace gathers the community and gestures for me to speak, I step forward, meet 25 pairs of curious eyes, and offer not a title, not a position, not a contract, just a hand, just a name, just the simple words, I'm George. I'd like to help. And somewhere in the distance, under an oak tree on a hill, the wind moves through the grass where a mint wrapper lies buried, and the echo fades into silence, and the world keeps turning, imperfect and messy and beautifully, impossibly alive.